Chapter 39-39. Duan Ling Tian had never been as relaxed as he was today since he came to the profound Handle land. His originally tense nerves were completely relaxed. This was because he was now heading to the Chunyang school. With Elder Su and the God Emperor Zhen Pingfan by his side, it could be said that he was incomparably safe. Apart from that, he had also resolved most of the problems he encountered after coming to the mystic astral land in the Plane of Gods. It could be said that he had nothing to worry about. Thinking back, when he was in the Tianlong clan, he had to worry about the Thousand Demon sect and Vice sect master Xueqi. When he was in the Linghu family, he had to worry about the threat from the Hidden Fog sect. When he was in the Hidden Fog sect, it was relatively easy. However, there were still many hidden dangers around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Hidden Fog sect because of conflicts. Before that, when he was in the Hidden Fog Academy, he had to deal with the threat from the Heavenly Wind City's Zhong clan. Before that, when he first came to the Tongling province, he stayed in the Duan clan manor in the mountain range on the eastern edge of the Tongling province. It could be said that it was the most relaxing period of his life before this. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. In the blink of an eye, it has been a few decades since I came to the profound Handle land. Duan Ling Tian sighed. It was also because he had just returned to the Devata realms and the mundane realms and met his family and friends that Duan Ling Tian didn't have to miss them. As for Kerr, she also learned about the current situation from Linghu Renjie. However, with his current strength, even if he knew that Kerr might be in danger, there was nothing he could do. He was depressed for a few days. In the end, he could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that Kerr would be safe. During those few days, he hated himself for being weak. Just as Duan Ling Tian was feeling comfortable, he felt that apart from Kerr and his master Feng Qingyang, he didn't need to worry about his family and friends. A figure barged into his mind without any warning. It was a beautiful figure. A woman's figure. Murong Bing. Many years ago, he had met her by chance in a Devata realm, and they had slept together. That time before he left, Duan Ling Tian had promised her that after 1,000 years, he would return to find her and ask her to wait for him. Alas! Duan Ling Tian sighed, his expression becoming extremely complicated in an instant. Even in normal times, when he thought of the women around him, his wife and his confidants, he would subconsciously not include Murong Bing in his list, even though he had long regarded Murong Bing as his woman. However, he and Murong Bing were the kind of people who got on the train first and then bought the tickets later. Moreover, they did not have a strong relationship like Huan and Feng Tianwu. Now, there are only 300 years left until the promise I made with her. I'll try my best to bring Kerr back and look for her in 300 years. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, a hint of guilt rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. As the saying goes, love grows with time. When the time comes, I'll slowly cultivate my feelings for her. When Duan Ling Tian thought about Murong Bing, he was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he felt a lot heavier. Unknowingly, he had been separated from Murong Bing for more than 600 years. I wonder how she's doing now. Forget it. There's no point in thinking too much about it. I'll just look for her when the time comes. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian cleared his mind and focused on his current cultivation base. Although I've broken through the bottleneck and shouldn't encounter any obstacles when I break through to the intermediate Divine Emperor realm, the path to becoming a Divine Emperor is really difficult. Even if I have many Supreme Divine Pills to help me cultivate, it's still a drop in the bucket. I'll have to rely on the accumulation of time. Otherwise, unless you can obtain that kind of heaven-defying treasure of heaven and earth, or divine fruit, or medicinal ingredients that can be used to refine a divine pill with even stronger assistance. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and subconsciously began to cultivate. Since it was a long way from here to Chunyang school, Duan Ling Tian and the other two did not continue to fly by themselves. Instead, they took Qin Wuyang's divine artifact flying ship back. Qin Wuyang's divine artifact flying ship was a divine emperor flying ship. It was very fast. At least, as long as he was not afraid of using up divine crystals, its speed would be much faster than Duan Ling Tian's. Even if he teleported, he would not be able to catch up. As he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian lost track of time. It was not until Qin Wuyang's voice that he woke up from his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian, we've arrived at Chunyang school. Along the way, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have encountered some problems in his cultivation. He had been cultivating on the divine artifact flying ship, so Duan Ling Tian was not disturbed. However, when Duan Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation, he saw Zhen Pingfen standing above the divine artifact flying ship with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for him. As for Qin Wuyang, he was still respectfully following behind Zhen Pingfen. Elder Zhen, Elder Qin. Duan Ling Tian greeted them with a smile. They smiled back, especially Zhen Pingfen. He grinned and said, Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation progress is much faster than I thought. Judging from your aura, you're at least 1/3 of the way from a lower divine emperor to a middle divine emperor. It's hard to believe that you've only become a lower divine emperor recently. Zhen Pingfen sighed and said, it's one thing to cultivate fast on the way to becoming a divine emperor because there are many talented disciples in Chunyang school. As long as they have enough divine elixirs, they can become divine emperors in a short time. However, if you want to go further after becoming a divine emperor, even if you have abundant resources, you need time to accumulate them. As far as I know, looking at the history of Chunyang school, I'm afraid there are only a few people who can compare with you. Even the ancestors of Chunyang school who can compare with you without exception are people who have had great opportunities. Zhen Pingfen looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid you've also had great opportunities, haven't you? In the face of Zhen Pingfen's meaningful inquiry, Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly and said, I guess so. Don't worry. Zhen Pingfen seemed to see Duan Ling Tian's uneasiness. He smiled faintly and said, individual opportunities are individual fortunes. I, Zhen Pingfen, won't have any ideas about you because of that. Moreover, most opportunities belong to individuals. Even if others are jealous and kill them, they won't necessarily get anything. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian's value isn't worth me taking such a risk. Zhen Pingfen's words were very direct and straightforward. It was because of this that Duan Ling Tian was completely relieved. His impression of Zhen Pingfen also improved. Let's go. Follow me into Chunyang school. Zhen Pingfen smiled and said. Then, he walked side by side with Duan Ling Tian and led Duan Ling Tian forward. At this moment, what appeared before Duan Ling Tian was shockingly a lofty mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. At first glance, he could not see anything special about it at all. However, as Zhen Pingfen led him into the clouds and mist ahead, everything in front of him changed dramatically. In the next moment, many floating buildings that looked like heavenly palaces appeared in front of him. These buildings were suspended on floating islands. These floating islands were of different sizes. The surface area of the larger ones was not smaller than the area of Linghu City where the Linghu family lived. As for the smaller ones, they were only able to contain a single palace. However, there was still a large empty space around them. Greetings, Senior Granduncle. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the others passed through the clouds and mist and appeared in this new world, an old figure appeared and bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfen. Yes. Unlike the casual attitude he had when facing Qin Wuyang, Zhang Pingfen appeared to be indifferent and serious in front of this old man. At this moment, the old man nodded at Qin Wuyang and smiled. Senior brother Qin. Haha. Junior brother Wang. Have you been on duty recently? Qin Wuyang laughed. Obviously, they were quite familiar with each other. Yes. The old man nodded and then glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was beside Zhen Pingfen. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he did not ask anything. He bowed again to Zhen Pingfen and then disappeared into the void as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could also sense that a few looming auras around them had retreated before they appeared. A patrol elder from Chunyang school? A patrol disciple? It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess. As for the old man just now, he had the same identity token as Qin Wuyang. He was obviously Elder Lingshu of Chunyang school, and his strength was comparable to Elder Hei Long of the Tianlong clan. The one just now is a disciple of one of my senior granduncles. At this moment, Qin Wuyang said to Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner, he can be considered one of us. He became Elder Lingshu 100 years ago. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed Zhen Pingfen and went all the way inside without any obstruction. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. Greetings, Elder Jingshu. Greetings, Elder Qin. The leading figure was a tall middle-aged man. After seeing Qin Wuyang and the identity token on Zhen Pingfen's waist, his pupils suddenly shrank. He then bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfen and Qin Wuyang. This person doesn't seem to know Elder Zhen. He only recognizes Elder Zhen's identity token. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. This is Elder Jingxiu of Chunyang School, an Emperor God expert. Why don't you salute him? Do you people from Heavenly Illumination sect not know etiquette? As far as I know, you seem to be the Valley Master of Heavenly Illumination sect, right? In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned his head slightly to look at the elderly figure behind him and abruptly reprimanded him. This was an old man. Originally, his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, and there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. In the next moment, when he heard the middle-aged man's words, his expression changed drastically. An Emperor God expert? The moment his expression changed drastically, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on his face. His pupils shrank, and he was pleasantly surprised. Senior. Chapter 39-40. Duan Lingtian would never forget the predicament he had encountered on his way to the mystic Handle Land in the realms of gods. At that time, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he had forcefully broken through the space barrier in the 9 Serenities battlefield and arrived at the realm battlefield. In the realm battlefield, as someone who had not even entered the godly spirit stage, it was as though he was treading on thin ice. However, since he could not find his way, he could only walk step by step in torment. At that time, what he was most worried about was not being discovered. Instead, he was worried that if he was discovered, the other party would kill him because he was weak. At that time, he was only a demigod. He was not even a lesser god. On the other hand, anyone who walked out of the realm battlefield was a god king or divine emperor. They could kill him with a snap of their fingers. It was precisely because of this that he suffered for a long time. He could not see any hope. It was as though there was a huge rock hanging in his heart. Until he met a kind-hearted old man. When he said that he had accidentally entered the realm battlefield, the old man agreed to help him under his pleas. He personally sent him to the military camp in the realm battlefield. Then, he used the transportation formation in the military camp to arrive at the mystic Handle Land, saving his life in the realm battlefield. Heavenly Illumination Sect. Yi Beiyuan. This was the information that the old man had left behind about him. After arriving at the mystic Handle Land, he came to the Tonglang province where the Heavenly Illumination Sect was located. At the same time, he learned about the identity of his savior. Yi Beiyuan was the Valley Master of the Heavenly Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley. The Heavenly Illumination Sect was a divine emperor sect. Although there were no divine emperors in the sect, there were many divine emperors in history. It could be said that the Heavenly Illumination Sect was similar to the Tianlong clan in the Tonglang province. In the past, Duan Lingtian had thought about going to the Heavenly Illumination Sect to look for Yi Beiyuan in the future to repay his kindness. However, at that time, he did not even dare to wander around the Tongling province, let alone repay his kindness. He was afraid that someone would attack him and he would not be able to defend himself. However, he had never imagined that he would meet his savior from the planar battlefield once more at this moment and in this situation. They met each other in Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian. You know him? Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. He never expected that an outsider who came to Chunyang School and was not a member of the Tianlong clan would know Duan Lingtian. The person from Chunyang School who led the way for Yi Beiyuan was also stunned at this time. Obviously, he did not expect the young man beside Elder Jingxiu to know the person behind him. Although he had never seen the purple-robed young man beside Elder Jingxiu before. However, to be able to stand beside Elder Jingxiu and stand side by side with her, it was clear how much Elder Jingxiu valued him. Therefore, at this moment, the coldness he had toward Yi Beiyuan gradually faded away. He nodded and smiled awkwardly at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could see that the purple-clad young man before him was obviously respectful toward the people from the Heaven Illumination sect behind him. Little brother Lingtian, it's really you? At this time, Yi Beiyuan also recovered from Duan Lingtian's senior. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face was full of horror. Why, you're from Chunyang School? Yes. In the face of Yi Beiyuan's inquiry, Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. I wasn't when I met you, senior. But I am now. Little brother Lingtian? As Yi Beiyuan addressed Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man standing in front of him suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could this purple-robed young man be the monster from the Tianlong clan? If that was the case, it would explain why he would return with Elder Qin Wuyang and Elder Jing Su. Ever since the news of Duanling Tian killing 2 middle-level godly emperors who had ambushed him in the Tianlong clan with the cultivation base of a low-level godly emperor had spread to Chunyang School. The entire Chunyang School basically knew about Duanling Tian's existence as long as they were not particularly ill-informed. Of course, many people thought that the people from the Tianlong clan must have been exaggerating. How could a godly emperor-level sect, which did not even have a godly emperor powerhouse, produce such a monster? Impossible. Of course, there were also some people who were skeptical. This included the middle-aged man himself. If he had been skeptical about the rumors about Duanling Tian in the past, then he no longer doubted it now. If the rumors were false, would Elder Jing Su have personally brought Duanling Tian to Chunyang School? So it's Brother Ling Tian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and hurriedly saluted Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled at the middle-aged man, then looked at Yi Beiyuan again and said to Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen, this is the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley, Senior Yi Beiyuan. Back then, when I mistakenly entered the dimensional battlefield, it was Senior Yi Beiyuan who sent me to the military camp of the dimensional battlefield. That was why I was able to come out safely. Duanling Tian didn't conceal this. Senior Yi Beiyuan can be considered to be my savior. As soon as Duanling Tian said this, Yi Beiyuan looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression, unable to calm down for a long time. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Wasn't this young man just a demigod a few decades ago? How could he become a godly emperor in a few decades? However, Yi Beiyuan asked himself if he remembered wrongly. But what was going on? Not to mention that this young man had just entered Chunyang School. Even if he was originally a disciple of Chunyang School, it was impossible for him to go from a demigod who was not even a lower-ranked deity to a godly emperor in just a few decades, right? I see. Zhen Pingfan smiled in realization. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence that you would meet your benefactor as soon as you arrived at the Pure Sun sect. It looks like the Pure Sun sect has a pretty good affinity with you. At this time, Yi Beiyuan's attention shifted from Duanling Tian to Zhen Pingfan, and he bowed respectfully to him. Yi Beiyuan of Heaven Illumination Sect greets Elder Jing Su. Greetings, Elder Lingshu. Yi Beiyuan did not recognize the identity token of Elder Jingshu, but he recognized the identity token of Elder Lingshu, Qin Wuyang. The person next to Duanling Tian, the Chunyang School elder who had just led him here, had told him that he was Elder Jing Su. Therefore, when he bowed to the other party now, he firmly remembered the identity token hanging on the other party's waist so that he would not be ignorant when he met Chunyang School's Elder Jing Su in the future. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded and then asked curiously, You're from Heaven Illumination Sect, so why did you come to Chunyang School? Is there a problem? At this time, Duanling Tian also looked at Yi Beiyuan. Yes, Senior. Why did you come to Chunyang School? When Zhen Fan asked the question, Yi Beiyuan's expression was obviously slightly conflicted, and when Duanling Tian asked the question, his conflicted expression was obviously slightly moved. At the same time, before Yi Beiyuan could speak, the Chunyang School elder who had led him here spoke first. Elder Jing Su, Brother Ling Tian, Valley Master Yi came to Chunyang School to beg young Master Silin to spare the lives of his disciples. His disciples offended young Master Silin, and are now imprisoned at young Master Silin's place. They are being tortured, and I'm afraid it won't be long before they die. At the end of his words, the Chunyang School elder sighed. If it were any other time, he would not have taken the initiative to say these words. However, Elder Jing Su was present now, and she was obviously on Duanling Tian's side and had a good relationship with Duanling Tian. Moreover, Yi Beiyuan was Duanling Tian's savior. He was worried that if he did not take the initiative to say this and let Yi Beiyuan say it, he might vent his anger on Elder Jing Su in front of him. Upon hearing the Chunyang School elder's words, Duanling Tian frowned. Qin Wuyang also frowned. Zhen Pingfan was the only one who asked faintly, How did he offend young Master Silin? When the Chunyang School elder heard this, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Beiyuan. I'm not too sure about this. You'll have to ask Valley Master Yi. Valley Master Yi came to Chunyang School this time to plead with young Master Silin, but he was kicked out. I happened to be on duty nearby today, so Elder Lu Hui, who serves young Master Silin, asked me to expel. Well, send him out. As the Chunyang School elder's voice fell, Yi Beiyuan looked at Zhen Pingfan and said respectfully, Elder Jing Su, my disciple took a fancy to something outside and paid the divine crystals in advance. Before he could get the thing, young Master Silin took a fancy to it. He was not sensible enough to sell it, so he had a conflict with young Master Sillin. In this matter, it was his fault for offending young Master Sillin due to his lack of foresight. Now, young Master Sillin has also ruthlessly tortured him. I think he has learned his lesson and will not make the same mistake again. I came here in the hope that young Master Sillin would spare his life. However, young Master Sillin said that when he had enough fun, if my insensible disciple was not dead, he would throw him out of Chunyang school. Yi Beiyuan's face turned slightly red at the end of his words. Apparently, some qi and blood rushed to his head, but he forcibly suppressed it. That's it? Zhen Pingfan asked faintly. Yes. Yi Beiyuan nodded solemnly. In front of you, Elder Jingsu, even if I, Yi Beiyuan, had a few guts, I would not dare to lie. Duan Lingtian's brows furrowed slightly at this moment. Just because of such a small matter, that person named Sillin from Chunyang School brought senior Yi Beiyuan's disciple back to Chunyang School and tortured him to death? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also felt a little agitated. He felt that the other party had gone too far. You saved Duan Lingtian's life. Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Beiyuan and went straight to the point. Today, I saved the life of your disciple. Duan Lingtian owes you a life-saving grace, so we'll call it even from now on. What do you think? As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Elder Zhen. Elder Jingsu. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Yi Beiyuan also spoke in a timely manner. He looked at Zhen Pingfan with a solemn expression and said seriously, when I helped little brother Lingtian back then, it was just a small effort. I definitely don't dare to say that I saved his life. However, if Elder can save my disciple, as long as Elder needs me for anything in the future, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, even if you ask me to die, I, Yi Beiyuan, won't frown at all. As he finished speaking, Yi Beiyuan bowed deeply to Zhen Pingfan. Chapter 39-41. Yi Beiyuan's heartfelt words made Zhen Pingfan take a few more glances at him. Then he said nonchalantly, in that case, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan took the lead and stepped into the air. Duan Lingtian, Qin Wuyang, and Yi Beiyuan followed him immediately. For a moment, only the Chunyang school elder who was about to leave with Yi Beiyuan was left standing on the spot. His eyes gleamed as he watched Zhen Pingfan's departing figure. Earlier, Duan Lingtian addressed this person as Elder Zhen. Elder Qin Wuyang was also following behind him. It's obvious that they have a close relationship. Could it be that this person is our Chunyang school's Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen? As he muttered to himself, the Chunyang school elder's eyes suddenly lit up. This person is the most elusive among the Jingshu elders. I didn't expect to meet this Elder Zhen today, thanks to Yi Beiyuan from the Heaven Illumination sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know what the Chunyang school elder was thinking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was asking Zhen Pingfan, Elder Zhen, who is this young Master Shilin that Senior Yi Beiyuan mentioned? He's the great-grandson of one of my senior brothers. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly and said, at the same time, he's also one of the most outstanding young prodigies in Chunyang school. However, when he was your age, he was far inferior to you. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian immediately realized what kind of person the other party was. He was the great-grandson of Zhen Pingfan's senior brother. Zhen Pingfan was the pure Sun sect's Elder Jingshu, a celestial monarch expert. The fact that his senior martial brother could survive until now meant that he wasn't just a deity emperor, he was most likely a celestial monarch expert. And the young Master Celine that Senior Yi Beiyuan spoke of was precisely the great-grandson of such a person. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Qin Wuyang spoke up as well. That's because Lan Shilin is the only surviving descendant of senior granduncle Lan. That's why he dotes on him a lot. On top of that, Lan Shilin is one of the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in Chunyang school. That's why he's so arrogant. Of course, he has the right to be arrogant. When Qin Wuyang said this, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Beiyuan behind him. When Yi Beiyuan heard this, he naturally revealed a bitter smile and helplessness. Not to mention his disciples. Even Yi Beiyuan himself and the Heaven Illumination sect could not afford to offend such a person. Lan Shilin was the only descendant of an Emperor God expert in Chunyang school. If anything happened to him, the Emperor God expert in Chunyang school would go crazy. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what kind of person Lan Shilin was. Little Yang, where's his cultivation place? When they arrived at the side of a vast floating island, Zhen Pingfen stopped and looked down at the floating island in front of them, which was shrouded in clouds and mist, as he asked Qin Wuyang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also saw that most of the floating island was filled with mountains and rivers. It looked no different from the natural world outside. Within these mountains and rivers, there were mansions that were separated by mountains and rivers. I don't know either. Qin Wuyang smiled awkwardly. I haven't been to Lan Shilin's residence either. Yi Beian, you lead the way. Then, Qin Wuyang turned to look at Yi Beiyuan. Although Yi Beiyuan was not from Chunyang School, he had just come from Lan Shilin's place, so he probably remembered the way back to Lan Shilin's residence. Yes, Elder Qin. Now that Yi Beiyuan had learned Qin Wuyang's name from Duan Ling Tian, he no longer called him Elder Lingshu. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way in front. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and the other two followed Yi Beiyuan and landed on the floating island in front of them. Elder Zhen, since you haven't been to Lan Shilin's cultivation place, how do you know that his cultivation place is here? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Because this island is the cultivation place of my senior brother's disciples. Zhan Pingfan said, including my senior brother, all the disciples of his branch, as long as they are in the Pure Sun sect, are all cultivating here. This floating island belongs to my senior martial brother. The patrolling elders and disciples on it are all members of his bloodline. They're not assigned to duty by the sect. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Ling Tian was enlightened. Who is it? Just as Duan Ling Tian and the other two followed Qin Wuyang and landed on the island, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, an elderly figure appeared at the right time. This was an old man of medium build. After he appeared, his gaze fell on Yi Beiyuan and he said calmly, "Didn't junior brother Shilin tell you to get lost? You came back. Are you not afraid of death?" Humph. Just as Yi Beiyuan heard the other party's threat and felt a little embarrassed, Qin Wuyang took a step forward and suddenly let out a cold snort. "Hu Er, you are getting more and more unruly." As soon as Qin Wuyang said this, the old man on the other side noticed him. After a slight change in expression, he said with an embarrassed expression, "Martial Uncle Qin, what brings you here?" Although the old man looked about the same age as Qin Wuyang, his seniority was lower than Qin Wuyang's by a lot. Moreover, his status in Chunyang School was not as high as Qin Wuyang's. Therefore, in front of Qin Wuyang, he appeared to be respectful and humble. "I came here with martial uncle," Qin Wuyang said calmly. When the old man who was called Hu Er heard Qin Wuyang's words, his pupils shrank sharply. Then, his gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian and fell on Zhen Pingfan. "Hu Er, you are the second disciple of Xiao Jian?" When Hu Er's gaze fell on him, Zhen Pingfan looked at Hu Er with interest and asked with a faint smile. Xiao Jian was Hu Er's master. Like Qin Wuyang, he was also Zhen Pingfan's grandnephew. You are an ancestor." After Hu Er came back to his senses, his body suddenly trembled. Then, he knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfan. Hu Er greets ancestor. This was the first time Hu Er saw Zhen Pingfan. Although it was the first time he saw him, he had heard of this Jingshu elder more than once. This person was the junior brother of the strongest ancestor in their lineage. It was said that his strength was not inferior to that ancestor in their lineage. "Okay, take us to Shilin boy." Lan Shilin was Hu Er's junior brother. Zhen Pingfan had never seen Hu Er, but he had seen Lan Shilin. After all, Lan Shilin was the only descendant of his senior brother. In terms of status, Hu Er, an ordinary disciple of his senior brother's lineage, could not compare with him. "Yes, ancestor." Hearing this, Hu Er quickly stood up and led the way in front. At the same time, his heart was full of confusion. What was going on? Why did the guy from the Heavenly Illumination sect come back? Moreover, he brought Ancestor Zhen with him. He also knew Ancestor Zhen? Junior brother Shilin. Without any hesitation, while leading Zhen Pingfan and the others, Hu Er directly sent a message to Lan Shilin. "The old man from the Heavenly Illumination sect who left with you just now has come back." He dares to come back? On the other side, a message was immediately sent back to Hu Er. "Senior brother Hu Er, since he wants to die, just fulfill his wish. I don't believe that he dares to fight back in Chunyang School."
The reason why Lan Shilin added the latter part was that he knew that his senior brother's strength was at most similar to the old man from the Heavenly Illumination sect. They were both middle-level divine emperors.
Junior brother Shilin, you can't kill him. You can't kill him. Xueqi hurriedly sent a message. I'm sending you a message about him, not him. Do you know who else is with him now that he's back? Who? The message from the other side sounded lazy. Why? Did he find someone to help him? Doesn't he know my status in Chunyang school? And who dares to stand up for him? Doesn't he know that the person he offended is me, Lan Shilin?
Hearing this message, Xueqi was almost scared to tears.
Junior brother Shilin, don't talk nonsense.
The person who followed him here is Ancestor Zhen.
Xueqi was really anxious now. Ancestor Zhen? Who is that? On the other side, Lan Shilin was obviously still in a daze. Qin Wuyang and Uncle Qin are his followers. Their surname is Zhen, and I call them Ancestor. Who else could it be? Xueqi said with a bitter smile. This time, Lan Shilin was silent for a moment before he sent another message. His voice was urgent and sharp. Impossible. He's just a middle-level divine emperor from the Heavenly Illumination sect. How could he alarm that ancestor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lan Shilin's tone was full of disbelief. I can't believe it either. Xueqi smiled bitterly. But the problem is that the ancestor is behind me now. I'll be there soon. Quickly bring Elder Lu Hui out to welcome me. At Xueqi's reminder, two figures soared into the sky from a mansion not far away that looked like a paradise. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. The person in the lead was a young man in a snow-white robe. The young man's face was handsome and cold. He was tall and had an extraordinary temperament as he stood there. Behind him was an old man who was blind in one eye. The old man's body was withered and thin, but he was extremely sturdy. He stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, after a while, the young man in the lead bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfan. Lan Shilin greets the ancestor. According to Chunyang School's rules, if it was the first time one met the ancestor who was more than 3 generations away, one had to kneel down and greet him. The next time one met him, one only had to bow. On the other hand, Lan Shilin had seen Zhen Pingfan a long time ago, and more than once at that. He recognized Zhen Pingfan at a glance just now. Lan Shilin greets Uncle Qin. After greeting Zhen Pingfan, Lan Shilin bowed to Qin Wuyang who was behind Zhen Pingfan. Shilin boy, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years. I didn't expect you to have stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Chapter 3942. I only broke through about 100 years ago. Lan Shilin replied to Zhen Pingfan with a smile.
At the same time, he glanced at Yi Beiyuan from the corner of his eyes who was looking at him nervously from the side.
Does this Yi Beiyuan really know this old ancestor? Why didn't he say so earlier? If he did, I would have released his disciple a long time ago. At this moment, Lan Shilin couldn't help but curse Yi Beiyuan in his heart. Is it necessary to disturb this old ancestor for such a trivial matter? This old ancestor was an existence that even his great-grandfather had to treat with respect. It was because the old ancestor was not only strong, but his elder was also one of the few Void Peer stage elders in Chunyang School. He was a mid-level god emperor. Zhen Pingfan nodded with a smile. Greetings, martial granduncle. At the same time, the old man behind Lan Shilin also took 2 steps forward and bowed to Lan Shilin respectfully. Zhen Pingfan's attitude towards this elder named Lu Hui was rather indifferent. However, the other party didn't take it seriously because there was a huge difference between their statuses. Moreover, even if he was an elder of Chunyang School, his status was still far superior to Qin Wuyang who was standing behind Zhen Pingfan. Senior Martial Brother Qin. After Zhen Pingfan responded indifferently, Lu Hui looked at Qin Wuyang and greeted him. Junior Martial Brother Lu Hui, long time no see. Qin Wuyang replied with a smile. Even if the other party had a humble background, he was still an elder of Spirit Void sect. Qin Wuyang naturally couldn't look down on him like he did when he was still a child. Old ancestor Martial Uncle Qin, why did you come to look for me? Lan Shilin asked with a smile. Little Yang, you tell us? Zhen Pingfan said lazily. Upon hearing that, Qin Wuyang took a step forward and went to Yi Beiyuan's side. Then he said to Lan Shilin and Lu Hui, "Before we talk, let me introduce someone to you."
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang looked at Duan Tian, who was standing on the other side of Yi Beiyuan, and said loudly, "This is the young genius Duan Tian who Martial Granduncle and I invited from the Tianlong clan."
As for who Duan Tian is, I believe you have already heard of him. So I won't introduce him. Lan Shilin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Tian, and Lu Hui's expression turned slightly solemn. Qin Wuyang continued to introduce the two people before Duan Tian. "Duan Tian, this is my junior nephew, Lan Shilin. As for this person, he is my junior brother, Lu Huib," Qin Wuyang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian and added, "Lu Hui came from a humble background. It's all thanks to my martial granduncle's nurturing that he has today." After martial nephew Lan Shilin was born, Lu Hui, who was originally serving tea with martial granduncle, was sent to martial nephew Lan Shilin's side. Not only was he his guide, but he was also his protector. In Chunyang School, many people treat Lu Hui as Lan Shilin's shadow. As soon as Qin Wuyang said that, Duan Tian understood.
However, on the surface, he still greeted the two of them with a smile.
Duan Tian greets the two of you. After all, he had not gone through the procedures to enter Chunyang School. Therefore, he did not address the two of them as senior martial brothers or martial granduncle. Instead, he casually cupped his hands as a form of greeting. "Duan Tian, I, Lan Shilin, have long heard of your great name." Lan Shilin smiled. "I've heard a lot about you." Compared to Lan Shilin's smiling face, Lu Hui seemed a little indifferent. However, he still nodded at Duan Tian. It was not considered rude. Of course, Duan Tian could also tell that it was only because Zhen Pingfan was present today. Otherwise, this elder Lingshu named Lu Hui might not have bothered with him. After Duan Tian greeted the two of them, Qin Wuyang looked at Yi Beiyuan, who was beside him. As for this person, he's Valley Master Yi of the Heaven Illumination sect. Duan Tian is indebted to him for saving his life. Today, I coincidentally met him and found out about some misunderstanding between him and martial nephew Lan Shilin. For Duan Tian's sake, martial granduncle plans to step in and help him. At this point, Qin Wuyang took a deep look at Lan Shilin. "Martial nephew Lan Shilin, this shouldn't make things difficult for you, right?" "No, of course not." Lan Shilin responded immediately. "I didn't know that Valley Master Yi had such a relationship with Duan Tian. If I had known, there definitely wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. Duan Tian is a genius that Chunyang School has wanted to recruit for a long time. Valley Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." As Lan Shilin spoke, he looked at Yi Beiyuan with a smile on his face. He looked like a completely different person compared to when Yi Beiyuan had first met him. Although Yi Beiyuan had personally experienced the reality, he did not feel anything. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he still could not see through this, then he would really have lived in vain. This world was a world where the strong were respected. The reason why Lan Shilin cooperated today was because of Elder Jingshu, Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan was not only Chunyang School's Elder Jingshu, but also an Emperor God powerhouse. He was also the junior brother of Lan Shilin's biggest backer. He was an elder 3 generations away from Lan Shilin. "Martial Uncle Lu Hui, invite brothers Wa over to reunite with Valley Master Yi." Immediately after, Lan Shilin turned to look at Lu Hui behind him and called out. As for Lu Hui, after bidding farewell to Zhen Pingfan, he turned around and left. As soon as Lu Hui left, Lan Shilin looked at Yi Beiyuan and Duan Tian with a smile. His gaze wandered between the two of them. "Duan Tian, Valley Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. If I had known that Brother Zhua was the disciple of Duan Tian's savior, Valley Master Yi, I definitely wouldn't have snatched anything from him." "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," Lan Shilin repeated continuously. When Duan Tian heard this, he only smiled faintly. As for Yi Beiyuan, although the anger in his heart had yet to subside on the surface, he repeatedly agreed with Lan Shilin. Because he knew that at this time, he had to be tactful. Otherwise, even if the other party let his disciple go today, who knew if the other party would bring up old scores after this?
Perhaps it would be impossible for the other party to attack him and his disciple for the time being. However, what about after a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years? Once this matter was gradually forgotten, Lan Shilin could then find someone to kill him and even his disciples. Who would know that he, Lan Shilin, was the one who did it? He's here. As Lan Shilin's voice rang out, Lu Hui appeared once again. This time, a tall and burly young man came out with Lu Hui. Although he looked as if nothing had happened to him, his face was unusually pale. The robe on his body was also brand new and spotless. It was obvious that he had just changed. However, everyone present, even Duan Ling Tian, who had a weaker cultivation base, could sense that this person's aura was weak and unstable without using divine consciousness to probe. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured earlier. Master. After the burly young man appeared, he went in front of Yi Beiyuan and knelt on the ground. It was only when Yi Beiyuan helped him up that he slowly stood up. You have offended young Master Lan Shilin. Now, apologize to young Master Lan Shilin properly. After Yi Beiyuan helped him up, he scolded him. As for the burly young man, although there was some unwillingness in his eyes, he still took a deep breath in the end. He turned around and said to Lan Shilin, Young Master Lan Shilin, it was Zhongtong who did not recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive him. It's all right. We're all on the same side, on the same side. Lan Shilin smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again. However, when Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian again, although there was a smile on his face and his gaze was relatively calm, there was still some imperceptible coldness in the depths of his eyes. Zhan Pingfan noticed this coldness, but after glancing at Lan Shilin indifferently, he did not say anything. At least, as far as he could see, Lan Shilin had acted sensibly enough. He had given him, the venerable ancestor, a lot of face. He could not force Zhan Pingfan to not feel even the slightest bit of displeasure. Thank you, Brother Duan. Zhua Zhongtong turned his body slightly and bowed to Duan Lingtian to thank him. Compared to his insincere thanks to Lan Shilin earlier, he was now full of sincerity. Seeing this difference, an imperceptible cold light flashed through Lan Shilin's eyes once more. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Senior Yi Beiyuan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. If he hadn't helped me out on a whim in the dimensional battlefield back then, I wouldn't have known him today. It's not good for me to meddle in other people's business. Hearing this, Lan Shilin subconsciously looked at Yi Beiyuan with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Little brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Yi Beiyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, It's your first time in Chunyang School, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. My good-for-nothing disciple, and I won't stay to disturb you any longer. We'll return to the Heaven Illumination Sect now. You're welcome to visit the Heaven Illumination Sect at any time. As for anything else, you can contact me through transmission. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Yi Beiyuan was prepared to leave with his disciple now. Therefore, after exchanging soul orbs with Duan Lingtian, he left with his disciple, Zhua Zhongtong. Duan Lingtian also smiled and said goodbye to Yi Beiyuan. He did not say anything else. Since they had exchanged soul orbs, they could contact each other through transmission at any time. There was no need to rush anything. Little brother Lingtian, it's your first time here. Why don't I arrange a place for you to cultivate on this floating island? After Yi Beiyuan and his disciple left, Lan Shilin looked at Duan Lingtian enthusiastically and extended an invitation. This time, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Qin Wuyang spoke first. Junior nephew Lan Shilin, there's no need to trouble you with this. Before Marshal Granduncle and I went to Chunyang School, we've already prepared a place for Duan Lingtian to cultivate on our floating island. When Qin Wuyang said this, a hint of vigilance flashed through his eyes as he looked at Lan Shilin. If that's the case, it's such a pity. Lan Shilin sighed. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little brother Lingtian, you've just arrived at Chunyang School, so there must be many things you don't understand. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can look for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his soul orb and exchanged it for Duan Lingtian's soul orb with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 39-43. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Lan Shilin, even if Lan Shilin was acting very cordially.
However, he knew very well that this was all because he came with Zhan Pingfan. If he was alone, he would not have received such treatment. Lan Shilin might not even let Yi Beiyuan's disciples Wu Zhongtong go for his sake. Even if Qin Wuyang came with him alone, Lan Shilin might not let Wu Zhongtong go so easily, let alone if he was alone. Because Zhen Pingfan came personally, he was very cooperative and cooperated unconditionally. Because he knew that he had no choice but to cooperate. Thank you for sure. Although he did not like Lan Shilin, Duan Lingtian did not refuse Lan Shilin's cordiality and his request to exchange soul orbs. No matter what, he had to give Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang face. Moreover, he was new here, and it was not suitable to offend someone with a strong background like Lan Shilin at this time. You're all young people. You can interact more in the future. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lan Shilin had exchanged soul orbs, Zhen Pingfan said to Lan Shilin with a smile. Lan Shilin naturally replied, yes, for sure. Let's go. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian and Qin Wuyang. At the same time he said goodbye to Lan Shilin. Young Lan Shilin, we'll be leaving first. Farewell. Elder ancestor. Farewell. Junior Uncle Qin. Brother Lingtian, see you later. Lan Shilin smiled and said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and the other two. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian in the end, his gaze turned a little cold when he finished speaking. In the next moment, he turned around and returned to his residence. As for Lu Hui, he naturally followed after him at the first moment. As for Hu Er, he had already left. Bang! After returning to the courtyard of his residence, Lan Shilin raised his hand and smashed a pavilion in the courtyard, turning it into dust. Lu Hui stood behind him and watched everything silently. You've just arrived at Chunyang School, and you dare to interfere with my, Lan Shilin's business. Damn it! At this moment, Lan Shilin no longer had his previous gentleness. All that was left was endless rage. His originally handsome face had also become somewhat ferocious and twisted in an instant. When have I, Lan Shilin, ever suffered such a huge loss since I was born? What's more, it's a silent loss. Lan Shilin's heart was twisted as well. After leaving the floating island where Lan Shilin and the others were, Duan Lingtian followed Zhan Pingfan and Qin Wuyang and passed by many floating islands. In the end, they appeared outside a floating island that was slightly larger than the one Lan Shilin was on. Along the way, they also met some students from Chunyang School. They all greeted Qin Wuyang respectfully. The few who could recognize Elder Jingshu's identity token also bowed respectfully to Zhen Pingfan and called him Elder Jingshu. However, they did not seem to know which Elder Jingshu this was. For a moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that not everyone in Chunyang School could recognize Zhen Pingfan. Granduncle is a mysterious figure in our Chunyang School. He usually only moves around our floating island and rarely goes out. As if he saw Duan Lingtian's doubts, Qin Wuyang explained to him in a timely manner. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. Greetings, granduncle, senior brother Qin. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered the floating island in front of them, a middle-aged man flashed in the void. However, he was different from the people they had met before. He obviously recognized Zhen Pingfan and bowed to Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang repeatedly. Duan Lingtian, this is a disciple of a senior brother of mine. His name is Zhao Lu. Zhen Pingfan saw the middle-aged man in front of him and did not greet him. He directly introduced him to Duan Lingtian. Although he is little Yangyang's junior brother and is also an elder Jingshu, his strength is still stronger than little Yangyang's. In the future, if you have any problems, you can also look for him. You can exchange soul beads with each other. Zhen Pingfan said. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian quickly took out his soul bead. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Lu also immediately took out his soul bead. So you are Duan Lingtian. After exchanging soul beads, Zhao Lu smiled brightly. Hello, I am Zhao Lu, an elder Jingshu like senior brother Qin. I should be able to become a Jade Void Elder in 100 years. The Jade Void Elders of the Chunyang School were all top-level high-level divine emperors. Their strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. As for Elder Jingshu, he was slightly weaker, only comparable to the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian repeatedly greeted Zhao Lu with a smile on his face.
He knew that since Zhen Pingfan had asked him to exchange soul beads with Zhao Lu, Zhen Pingfan valued Zhao Lu. At least in Zhen Pingfan's eyes, Zhao Lu was a more reliable person compared to him.
Duan Lingtian, I haven't been out for a long time. Now that I'm back, I'm going to say hello to my father.
After greeting Duan Lingtian, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Next, these two boys will arrange your accommodation.
I'll talk to you later when I'm free."
Although the journey from Tianfeng City to Chunyang School was spent on the Divine Artifact spaceship, the journey from the Tianlong clan to Linghu City and from Linghu City to Tianfeng City was different. During those two journeys, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan chatted happily. Duan Lingtian even told Zhen Pingfan a lot of interesting things about Earth in his previous life, as well as all kinds of new things that Zhen Pingfan did not know about. This made Zhen Pingfan very curious about Earth. At one point, he made an agreement with Duan Lingtian that after 300 years, when the space channel between the lower dimensions and the planes of gods opened, Duan Lingtian would take him to Earth for a tour. Duan Lingtian, as an adult who came from Earth, did not have much of a sense of hierarchy. Along the way, he seemed to have forgotten that Zhen Pingfan was an emperor god expert, a lofty existence in Chunyang School.
He chatted with him like a friend.
Under such circumstances, the relationship between the two of them became closer. At the very least, Zhen Pingfan no longer valued him as an outstanding junior disciple.
Okay. Duan Lingtian responded casually. When Qin Wuyang saw Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan talking so casually, he was used to it. However, Zhao Lu was stunned. Don't be surprised.
Qin Wuyang saw Zhao Lu's surprise and explained with a smile. Martial Granduncle and Duan Lingtian hit it off at first sight.
They're no different from friends.
In the future, unless Duan Lingtian becomes a disciple of someone, it'll be difficult to give him any seniority.
Qin Wuyang's smile turned into a bitter one when he said this.
A brat who was not even 3,000 years old was friends with his martial granduncle, and his martial granduncle treated him as an equal.
If Duan Lingtian did not become a disciple of someone, how would he be regarded as a disciple in the future? After listening to Qin Wuyang's explanation, Zhao Lu nodded woodenly. After a while, he came back to his senses and led Duan Lingtian inside with Qin Wuyang.
Elder Qin, didn't you say that you've already arranged a place for me to stay? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu pointing at some of the buildings on the floating island and asking him which one he liked. This was because Qin Wuyang had said in front of Lan Shilin that he'd already arranged a place for him to stay.
That was just to appease that brat Lan Shilin. Qin Wuyang smiled. That brat wants you to stay with him. Even if he's not trying to make things difficult for you, he's definitely trying to rope you into his faction. Martial Granduncle and I invited you here. If you go to his faction, we'll be at a great disadvantage.
Duan Lingtian, although you have the right to make your own choice, and Junior Granduncle and I can't force you to stay, I still want to tell you that it's better for you to stay in our progeny than the other progenies. Perhaps the other factions have resources and environments that aren't inferior to ours, but which Jingshu elder in their faction can treat you as an equal like our martial granduncle? Qin Wuyang brought up Zhen Pingfan in order to rope in Duan Lingtian and make Duan Lingtian stay with their faction. They were the ones who'd invited Duan Lingtian back. However, if people from the other factions knew that Duan Lingtian had come to Chunyang School, they would most likely try to rope him in. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian chose to go to the other factions, they could only suffer in silence. There was nothing they could do. With a genius like Duan Lingtian and the upcoming 7 Prefectures banquet, as long as he didn't want to, their faction really couldn't force Duan Lingtian to stay. Duan Lingtian saw Qin Wuyang's concern and shook his head with a smile. Elder Qin, you don't have to say so much. I came back with you and Elder Zhen. In this Chunyang School, I'm the closest to you. If I don't stay with your faction, which faction will I stay with? Moreover, I'll remember all the good you and Elder Zhen have done for me,
Duan Lingtian said.
When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a bright smile appeared on Qin Wuyang's face.
I knew you're not a heartless person.
Although Duan Lingtian felt that Qin Wuyang's words were a little strange, he didn't correct him. Under the guidance of Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu, he continued to choose his residence.
Zhao Lu was actually a little worried before,
because he had just confirmed with Qin Wuyang that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level divine emperors in succession, when he was a lower-level divine emperor in the Tianlong clan.
And it was even more dangerous than the rumors said. At that time, He knew that Duan Lingtian's value was enough to attract the attention of all factions in Chunyang School. He was also wondering if Duan Lingtian would be lured away by one of the factions. Some factions in Chunyang School were unscrupulous. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Now, after hearing Duan Lingtian's attitude in front of Qin Wuyang, he immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he also found Duan Lingtian more pleasing to the eye. Let's go there. After about 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's eyes fixed on a place. Chapter 39-44. The mansion that Duan Lingtian had his eyes on was a mansion that was situated beside a mountain. It was not big, but it was not small either. The front and back of the mansion were arranged in picturesque disorder. When one looked down, it was like a painting. When Qin Wuyang saw that Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the mansion in front of him, he said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, you really have good taste. This mansion was built not long ago. It's one of the mansions that we're going to use for the new disciples. It's also the one with the best environment. I didn't expect you to choose it at first glance." Qin Wuyang praised. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Duan Lingtian arrived first and chose this mansion. This shows that he has a connection with this mansion. Zhao Lu chimed in from the side. Just like that, Duan Lingtian settled down at the Chunyang School. "Duan Lingtian, feel free to look for me if you need anything." Zhao Lu said to Duan Lingtian, "As for your entry procedures, I'll take you to them tomorrow. Senior brother Qin, you must be tired from the journey. Take a rest. There's no need for you to personally take Duan Lingtian to the entry procedures." After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lu turned to Qin Wuyang and said. Qin Wuyang laughed when he heard this. "Junior brother Zhao, you really care about me. Duan Lingtian, you'll go with junior brother Zhao tomorrow to complete the entry procedures. Also, if there's anything else, you can contact me and junior brother Zhao. If we can't handle it, you can look for Martial Granduncle. In the Tianlong clan, there's basically nothing that Martial Granduncle can't handle." At this point, Qin Wuyang seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face faded a little. "Of course, you should also understand that if it's not a matter of bullying, it's not convenient for Martial Granduncle to intervene if it's just a competition between peers. Of course, if it's a competition between peers, you, Duan Lingtian, won't be afraid of anyone." Qin Wuyang chuckled as he spoke. Other people, even those who had seen Duan Lingtian kill the 2 mid-level god emperors in the floating image pearl, might think that there was a reason why Duan Lingtian could kill them so easily. Perhaps, the two of them were already heavily injured? Duan Lingtian was just taking advantage of the situation. He had thought of this before, but after he went to the Tianlong clan and inquired a few times, he got a very definite answer. Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level divine emperors at their peak. Moreover, neither of the 2 middle-level god emperors was weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. "Elder Qin, don't worry. I know what to do even if you don't remind me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Disciples of the same sect compete with peers. No matter who loses, it's because he's not as skilled as the other. Naturally, it's not good to rely on one's background to get others to interfere. That's the principle." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so sensible and tactful, Qin Wuyang's smile became even brighter. "Of course, with Martial Granduncle here, you don't have to worry about the other party's elders making things difficult for you. If the other party's elders dare to make things difficult for you, then he'll be out of luck." A cold grin flickered across Qin Wuyang's lips as he finished his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time he sighed in his heart. He had never imagined that he would have such a powerful backer like Zhan Pingfan when he had just entered the Chunyang School, one of the top sects in Tunglang province. Based on what he knew about Zhan Pingfan was not only a second-generation powerhouse in the Chunyang School, but also a powerhouse himself. Moreover, the Chunyang School's sect leader was his junior brother. After a while, Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu said their goodbyes and left. Duan Lingtian also entered his own mansion and went into the inner room. Of course, before Zhao Lu left, he also told Duan Lingtian how to activate the formation in the mansion. This would also tell others that this mansion had an owner. At the same time, the name Duan Lingtian was engraved on a blank stone tablet in front of the mansion's gate. Duan Lingtian had listened to Zhao Lu and written it himself. In the mansion, there was a front yard, a backyard, and a pond in the backyard. There were many flowers and plants planted in the backyard. Duan Ling Tian could recognize some of them as medicinal herbs. As for the front yard, it was basically paved with blue stone bricks.
There was a small hill, and not far from the hill there was a pavilion.
Inside the pavilion, there was a large stone table and 6 stone benches. The environment is really good. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he entered the largest room in the mansion. It was also the master's room.
It could be said that the mansion he was currently living in was the best place he had lived in since he arrived in the mystic stellar land in the realms of gods.
Oh right. I should remind Elder Qin about the divine void-piercing shuttle. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Qin Wuyang to inform him about the divine void-piercing shuttle. Qin Wuyang immediately replied that he would immediately send a message to the divine weapon master he was familiar with. Actually, there's no need to rush. Elder Qin, you've just returned. You can rest for a while before you look for the divine void-piercing shuttle. Duan Ling Tian quickly added, feeling slightly embarrassed by Qin Wuyang's cooperation. However, even so, Qin Wuyang still replied to him in less than 15 minutes. Duan Ling Tian, I've already spoken to him. However, he's not in the sect right now. He'll only be back after some time. Also, he doesn't have the materials needed to refine the divine void-piercing shuttle. Since he's not back yet, I'll help you look for them. Qin Wuyang said. Thank you, Elder Qin. Duan Ling Tian thanked Qin Wuyang profusely. Elder Qin, I'll give you divine crystals when the time comes. There's no need for that. Qin Wuyang said nonchalantly. The materials needed to refine the divine void-piercing shuttle aren't that valuable. I, Qin Wuyang, can still afford to give you these things. Just treat it as my gift for sending you into the Pure Sun sect and into our faction. Duan Ling Tian wanted to insist, but Qin Wuyang was even more insistent. In the end, he could only agree helplessly.
However, in his heart, he thought that he would refine some divine pills that would be useful to Qin Wuyang in return.
After ending his communication with Qin Wuyang, Duan Ling Tian began to think about his current situation. I'm in Chunyang School now, not in the Tianlong clan. There are more experts here.
Moreover, the branch that I am in now is a branch that has an expert of the Middle God Emperor realm.
I'm afraid I won't be able to hide from him if I refine the ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill here. It seems like I can only refine the ultimate King-grade divine pill in Chunyang School. If I want to refine the ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill, I'll have to refine it after I leave. Fortunately, I'm new here, and I don't have any enemies in Chunyang School. I don't have to be as careful as when I was in the Tianlong clan. As he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of someone. That's right. Yang Qianya, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, is also in Chunyang School? A large number of the higher-ups of the Thousand Demons sect were killed by the Tianlong clan because I was attacked by the Men of Sacrifice. I wonder if his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, was among them. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to the Tianlong clan sect leader, Long Qing Chong, who was in the Tianlong clan, to inquire about the situation. The response he received was that the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect was still alive. Previously, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect was not among the higher-ups who were killed by Xueqi, the deputy sect leader of the Tianlong clan. Since that's the case, I don't have any deep hatred for him. He might target me. However, he shouldn't want to take my life. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, even if he wants to take my life, he needs to have the ability to do so. Unless he relies on his backer in Chunyang School to kill me. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about it.
He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow.
At that time, Elder Lingshu, Zhao Lu, would take him to complete the procedures for entering the Chunyang School. Just as Duan Ling Tian settled down and began to cultivate, Yang Qianya, the young sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, who was also in Chunyang School, received the news. Duan Ling Tian has already come to Chunyang School? And he has entered Elder Qin Wuyang's Yun Peak? Yang Qianya sat cross-legged on the bed, his expression gloomy and unsightly. He also knew about the recent changes in the Thousand Demons sect. Xueqi, the deputy sect leader of the Tianlong clan, went to the Thousand Demons sect and said that he wanted to investigate the matter of the Shunhuang death squad entering the Tianlong clan to kill Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he found a group of high-ranking officials led by the supreme elder of the Thousand Demons sect, Du Zhan,
and killed them all. In addition, his childhood friend Du Pejuan, who was in the Tianlong clan, and Du Qianjun, whom he regarded as his younger brother, were also executed one by one after the death of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. This was because they were the grandchildren of Kuang Tianjing's junior brother, Du Zhan, who had the same master as Kuang Tianjing. They belonged to Kuang Tianjing's branch. Of course, he didn't know about the latter matter before. Some time ago, his father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, told him about it. The reason why he didn't tell him before was that having sex would affect his cultivation. After that, he had to tell him. Because that matter was related to the death of the Thousand Demons sect's supreme elder, it couldn't be concealed for long. Even if he didn't tell Yang Qianya now, Yang Qianya would soon find out about it through other channels. How could this Duan Ling Tian enter the God Emperor realm in such a short time and catch up with my cultivation? Most importantly, 2 middle-level God Emperor men of sacrifice tried to assassinate him in the Tianlong clan, but were killed by him instead? As the young sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, he knew more about the assassination of Duan Ling Tian than many people of the Tianlong clan. Unlike most people of the Tianlong clan, he didn't think that the 2 men of sacrifice were injured. At that time, among the people who witnessed it, there was an elder of the Thousand Demons sect. That elder could be considered as his martial granduncle. They had communicated with each other, so he could confirm that the 2 middle-level God Emperor men of sacrifice were at their peak strength. Neither of them was weaker than the martial granduncle who had communicated with him about this matter. His martial granduncle was one of the strongest inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. At least, he wasn't at the bottom.
Chapter 39-45. Duan Ling Tian cultivated for an entire night and deeply sensed his current cultivation base. Not long after, he heard Zhao Lu's voice from outside. Duan Ling Tian, I'll bring you to complete the procedures to enter the school. Duan Ling Tian, who was mentally prepared, immediately left the mansion when he heard Zhao Lu's voice. He stepped into the air and arrived beside Zhao Lu, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Zhao Lu smiled amiably. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he followed Zhao Lu and left the floating island. During the journey, Zhao Lu also introduced the island to him. This floating island is said to be the cultivation place of our Cloud Peak. It's also called Cloud Peak Island. The name Cloud Peak has no other meaning. It's just the name of our old ancestor. Our old ancestor is called Zhen Yunfeng. He's also the father of Elder Zhen, who brought you back from the Tianlong clan. He's said to be one of the few Void Peer stage elders in our Chunyang school. You should also know that the Void Peer stage elders in our Chunyang school are all experts who have stepped into the Mid-God Emperor realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded after hearing Zhao Lu's words. After leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhao Lu continued, in our Chunyang school, there are many branches. Anyone who has reached the profound void stage or above can establish a branch of their own. For example, Martial Granduncle can actually leave Cloud Peak and establish his own branch. However, he's not interested in doing so. Besides, even if he establishes his own branch, I'm afraid there won't be many people because the people of the same branch as him are all in Cloud Peak. Duan Ling Tian nodded after hearing Zhao Lu's words. They were all family. Even if they split from the family, as the son, he might not be able to bring many people with him. That was because the people of Yun Feng's bloodline would definitely respect Zhan Pingfan's father more than him. Elder Zhao Lu, if Elder Zhan establishes his own progeny, won't the progeny he establishes be called the ordinary progeny? And the floating island where his mundane lineage resides will be called Mundane Island? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian thought of this and immediately asked Zhao Lu about it. Zhao Lu had a strange expression on his face when he heard his words. Then he shook his head and smiled. In fact, the name that the ancestor gave to Martial Granduncle was often criticized by the other ancestors. They said that a genius like Martial Granduncle is not worthy of the word ordinary. However, under normal circumstances, if Martial Granduncle were to establish his own lineage, he would indeed use the name of the ordinary lineage, and the floating island he occupies would also be called Ordinary Island. Zhao Lu smiled. Normally speaking, in a situation like Elder Zhen's, there shouldn't be many independent sects, right? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Of course. Zhao Lu nodded. After all, he's not the strongest person in his progeny. Although he's qualified to establish his own progeny, It's meaningless for him to establish his own progeny. Is he going to establish his own progeny to compete with his father's progeny? Unless he's not the ancestor's son but a nephew or something. If that's the case, he can take his progeny away and establish his own progeny. Duan Ling Tian could understand Zhao Lu's words. It was indeed the case. Then, what if one day, Elder Zhen becomes even stronger than his father? What will you say? Duan Ling Tian asked.
In terms of growth, the master of a progeny was usually the strongest person in that progeny.
However, what if a stronger person appeared? Moreover, what if the stronger person was his son? Zhao Lu was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words.
Then, he smiled and said, under such circumstances, Martial Granduncle would either establish his own progeny, or the ancestor would transfer the progeny to him and rename it the mundane progeny.
Of course, the ancestor must be willing to do so. Otherwise, if he wants to become the master of a progeny, he'll have to establish his own progeny. However, that won't happen. Putting aside Martial Granduncle's personality, he's not interested in leading a progeny. Even if he was, would he take the initiative to compete with his father? It's meaningless. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he recalled something and sighed. Moreover, the ancestor's 1,000-year heavenly tribulation a few hundred years ago was already difficult for him. I wonder how many more heavenly tribulations he can withstand. All celestial kings and above had to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. No one could avoid it.
In the various realms of gods, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was also known as the life-seeking heavenly tribulation.
The longer one lived, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. If one's strength could not keep up, one would eventually perish under the heavenly tribulation. For example, in the Tianlong clan where Duan Ling Tian was from, many higher divine emperors had perished under the heavenly tribulation because they failed to break through and become god emperors. If they could break through and become god emperors, even if they might not be able to live forever, they would at least be able to live longer. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything when he heard Zhao Lu's words. Zhen Pingfan's father was definitely not young anymore. Even a middle god emperor would find it difficult to withstand the heavenly tribulation. How powerful must he be? Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled just thinking about it. If he were to face such a heavenly tribulation, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye? However, our progeny is still fine. Even if the ancestor really does meet with misfortune, Martial Granduncle will still be there to support him.
As for the other progeny, many of their progeny are having a hard time facing the heavenly tribulation without having a successor.
Zhao Lu's expression clearly showed how fortunate he was when he said this. Duan Ling Tian could understand what Zhao Lu was saying.
It was just that some progeny only had one god emperor supporting them, and that god emperor was beginning to feel powerless in the face of the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years.
Once he died, if his progeny did not have a second god emperor to support them, they would lose their backbone. If a progeny's only god emperor dies, what will happen to the people of that progeny? Duan Ling Tian asked. Zhao Lu sighed. If that happens, the people of that progeny will have to move away from the floating island they're on. Only a progeny with a god emperor supporting them can occupy a floating island in the Chunyang school's encampment as their base of operations. If a progeny loses a god emperor, the people of that progeny will be assigned to the cultivation grounds of ordinary elders and disciples after they move away from the floating island they occupy. They will no longer enjoy special treatment. Of course, if there are outstanding existences among them or if they have connections, they can go to other progeny with a god emperor supporting them. Zhao Lu's words made Duan Ling Tian realize the reality of the Chunyang school. However, he could understand this reality. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. You can enjoy special treatment because your forefather is a god emperor. If your forefather dies and your progeny doesn't have a god emperor, your special treatment will be revoked and you'll be sent to accompany ordinary elders and disciples. However, that's something the other progeny have to worry about. Yun Peak doesn't have to worry about that. At the very least, our Yun Peak lineage can change its name to the ordinary lineage. Furthermore, even if that time really comes, it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later.
Besides, who knows if our forefather will make a breakthrough in the next 10,000 years and become even stronger to face the heavenly tribulation.
No one could have predicted such a thing. Duan Ling Tian chatted with Zhao Lu on the way to the Chunyang school's encampment. He learned a lot about the Chunyang school from Zhao Lu. For example, there were a total of 19 progeny branches in the Chunyang school. Yun Peak's progeny was just one of them.
Among these 19 progeny branches, 7 of them were the strongest because they were all led by void-pierced stage elders. Therefore, they were naturally the 7 strongest progeny branches in the Chunyang school. The remaining 12 progeny branches were led by Jing-Su elders. For example, when Duan Ling Tian first arrived at the Chunyang school, Lan Shilin's progeny branch was one of them. Elder Zhao Lu, will I be considered a member of Yun Peak's progeny after going through the procedures? Or do I still need to go through other procedures in Yun Peak? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhao Lu. He suddenly thought of this question. Hearing this, Zhao Lu smiled and said, after going through the procedures, you can only be considered a disciple of the Chunyang school. If you want to join our progeny branches and become a member of our progeny branches, you need to go through other procedures in our progeny branches and leave the brand of our progeny branches on your identity token. Of course, those imprints can be removed. This is also to allow some people to have more choices. If you feel uncomfortable in any progeny branches and feel bad, as long as you have the ability, you can choose to join another progeny branches if there are other progeny branches that want to accept you. In the progeny branches, this is not considered betrayal. At most, the people of the previous progeny branches will target you. Of course, this kind of thing doesn't happen often in our Chunyang school. A complicated light flashed through Zhao Lu's eyes as he spoke. Although it was just a flash, Duan Ling Tian still caught it. Elder Zhao Lu, you seem to be rather emotional when you say these words. Could it be that there's such a person in our Yun Peak? Duan Ling Tian was good at reading people's expressions. He could see the change in Zhao Lu's expression at this moment. When Zhao Lu heard this, he smiled wryly and said, it's no big deal to tell you this. In fact, I'm such a person myself. I, Zhao Lu, was not a member of Yun Feng's bloodline. Instead, I belong to another bloodline. However, in order to allow me to focus on my cultivation without any distractions, that bloodline actually sent people to exterminate my distant clan. When I found out that the instigator of all this was my master at that time, I almost went crazy. Later, my master was expelled from the progeny branches. Because I felt awkward staying in that progeny branches, I switched to Yun Peak. Then, I met my master after that. He treated me like his own son. Unfortunately, he passed away too early. Before I could show him my filial piety, he died under the heavenly tribulation.
Chapter 3946. Elder Zhao Lu, I'm sorry.
I didn't expect you to have such a tumultuous past.
Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed.
If he had known that his question would reopen Zhao Lu's scar, he would not have said so much.
Due to this reason, apart from feeling embarrassed, he was also apologetic. It's all right. Zhao Lu took a deep breath and returned to his senses. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, everyone in Yun Peak knows about this. Even if you don't hear it from me now, you'll hear it from someone else in the future. Furthermore, I have a clear conscience about switching to the Yun Peak lineage. I don't mind what others say about me. Zhao Lu said nonchalantly. Naturally, although Zhao Lu said it nonchalantly, Duan Ling Tian could still sense the fluctuation in his emotions. He was no longer as calm as he was before. It seemed like the impact of this matter on him was not as small as he had made it out to be. For the rest of the journey, as long as Zhao Lu did not speak, Duan Ling Tian would not speak either. He was afraid he would say the wrong thing again and that Zhao Lu would hold a grudge against him for what he had said earlier and did not want to hear him speak again.
However, he soon realized he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure.
Before they arrived at the place where they had to complete the procedures to enter the sect, Zhao Lu's mood had already returned to normal. He even began to joke with Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Qin has always been called Little Yang Yang by senior granduncle. This might not be a big deal to him, but many people in Yun Peak are talking about this behind his back. Most of them are laughing when they talk about this. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he shook his head and smiled. Although I haven't known Elder Qin for long, based on what I've seen of him, I don't think he cares about this. He might not care about other people talking about it, but what if he knows his disciples and grand-disciples are talking about it as well? As an elder, don't tell me he's shameless? Zhao Lu said with a smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was momentarily speechless. This seemed to be a little unsolvable.
As an elder, it was only natural that he would want to be stern and lofty in front of his juniors.
Even if he was not stern and lofty, he should at least be amiable.
But now, after being addressed as Little Yang Yang, That Elder Qin seemed to be unable to be lofty or serious even if he wanted to.
Amiable? An amiable old man was now being called Little Yang Yang? We're here. At this time, Zhao Lu led Duanling Tian to an even larger floating island. This floating island is the most central floating island in the Chunyang School's encampment. It's also called the Wanxiang Island. The word Wanxiang has the meaning of all-encompassing. In the sect, the matters that can be handled by the side branches are handled by the side branches.
However, the matters that need to be handled by the sect members are handled on the island of versatility.
Besides, the cultivation grounds of the ordinary elders and disciples are also located on the island of versatility. In addition, the various halls of the sect, such as the disciplinary hall, the trading hall, the martial arts hall, etc., are all located on the island of versatility. I'll show you around the island of versatility after you're done with the procedures to enter the sect, and show you the way, Zhao Lu said to Duanling Tian while glancing at the gigantic floating island. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lu. Duanling Tian said. Don't mention it, Zhao Lu said indifferently.
As they entered the island, Zhao Lu raised his eyebrows as if he had suddenly recalled something, and said to Duanling Tian in a straightforward manner, Duanling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, there will be people from the other side branches waiting for you at the Sector Fair Hall.
When the time comes, they will surely offer you an olive branch and tempt you with some benefits. I'll tell you what the Yun Peak branch is willing to give you as a welcome gift. As Zhao Lu was about to reveal the conditions of the Yun Peak branch, Duanling Tian interrupted him with a slight frown. Elder Zhao Lu, you're being a little too rude. Didn't I tell you and Elder Qin yesterday that I'll definitely join the Yun Peak branch? You're underestimating me, Duanling Tian. Anyone would be displeased seeing this, as Zhao Lu's actions clearly showed that he did not trust Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. On the other hand, Zhao Lu did not become angry after seeing Duanling Tian's displeasure, but said with a smile, Duanling Tian, as the saying goes, brothers should settle their debts clearly. It's better to be clear about some things. Yesterday, we also mentioned what you said in front of me and Elder Qin to Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle even scolded Elder Qin, saying that he shouldn't have spoken out of turn and tried to force you to stay. Martial Granduncle said that if the other branches offer better conditions and you're tempted, you can go there. However, the Yun Peak branch will also give you a welcome gift so that you won't be at a disadvantage. Of course, even if you don't choose the Yun Peak branch in the end, we won't hold a grudge against you. Martial Granduncle said that even if you join the other branches, it won't affect your friendship. When he mentioned the word friendship, Zhao Lu's gaze clearly changed. His martial granduncle was the strongest of the Pure Sun sect's Quiet Void elders, a God Emperor. Yet, he had taken the initiative to befriend a God Emperor, a lower God Emperor at that. Usually, if a lesser God Emperor wanted to talk about friendship with his martial granduncle, he would think that the other party was not worthy or qualified. But now, everything had reversed. His martial granduncle had accepted Duanling Tian as a friend. Elder Zhao Lu, you don't have to give me anything else. As for Elder Zhan, I'll talk to him. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, I've already accepted the welcome gift before coming here with Elder Zhan and Elder Qin. The 1,000,000 taels of divine crystals were still in his spatial ring. He would never forget about it. After leaving the Linghu family, he wanted to return it to Zhen Pingfan, but Zhen Pingfan was unwilling to accept it. He even said that it was given to him by the Linghu family and that he should not accept it without doing anything. This made him feel both helpless and grateful. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Duanling Tian urged when he saw Zhao Lu standing still. It was unknown whether he was thinking about something or reporting something to Zhen Pingfan. Zhao Lu only regained his senses when he heard this. He looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes before he continued to lead the way. Not long after, Duanling Tian arrived in the air above a spacious square. On one side of the square was a building that occupied a large area. It looked like it was formed by connecting many palaces. This is the sect hall. Zhao Lu led Duanling Tian forward and landed in front of the entrance of the palace. A gigantic stone tablet could be seen erected at the side of the entrance. The words Sect Affairs Hall were engraved on it in a flamboyant manner. Duanling Tian saw this stone tablet from afar. It was so huge that it was almost as tall as the sect hall in front of him. The sect hall is the place where the sect handles its affairs. For example, elders and disciples of all ranks have to come here if they meet the requirements for promotion. Before that,
They have to go to the assessment hall to pass the assessment and be recognized by the assessment hall. Ordinary people have to wait until the Chunyang school accepts disciples. They also have to pass many complicated assessments before they can enter the Chunyang school. However, you don't have to do any of that. This is because you're a person specially recruited by the Chunyang school. You have special privileges. Putting aside your combat strength, just the fact that you've become a divine emperor before you're 3,000 years old is enough for you to be exempted from the assessment and enter our Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued. However, Duan Lingtian, I have to tell you something in advance.
Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lu in confusion. Zhao Lu stopped in his tracks.
Zhao Lu continued, that is, although you can be exempted from the assessment when you enter our Chunyang school, you'll only be an ordinary disciple of our Chunyang school from the beginning. Martial Granduncle told me that when he was in the Tianlong clan, he promised you that once you enter the Chunyang school, he'll give you the treatment of a true martial disciple, the highest-ranking disciple in the Chunyang school. However, that was given by him personally and not by the sect. If you want to become a true martial disciple in the sect, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Of course, Martial Granduncle also told me that. At that time, he'll still give you the treatment of a true martial disciple that he promised you. It'll be equivalent to you enjoying the treatment of 2 true martial disciples after you become a true martial disciple in the Chunyang school. As for the assessment hall, you can take the assessment at any time. Zhao Lu said.
I thought you had something to tell me, Elder Zhao Lu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled.
He looked extremely surprised.
This is only a small matter, and I think it's only natural. It's good enough that I can be exempted from the tedious assessment to enter the sect. As for the status and treatment, I'll have to rely on myself. I hope I can rely on myself.
Duan Lingtian's straightforward words caused Zhao Lu's gaze to soften.
I've underestimated you.
With your strength and talent, it's only a small matter for you to become a true martial disciple. Zhao Lu said. A true martial disciple. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of someone and asked curiously. Elder Zhao Lu, is Lan Shilin a true martial disciple?
Lan Shilin? Zhao Lu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he nodded awkwardly. He's a true martial disciple. He passed the assessment as a lower divine emperor 300 years ago. The reason Zhao Lu was stunned was because before he joined Yun Feng's bloodline, he was in the same bloodline as Lan Shilin. His master, who had been expelled from the sect, was a disciple of Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. He was also Lan Shilin's martial granduncle. Let's go in.
After Zhao Lu regained his senses, he brought Duan Lingtian with him and walked slowly into the sect affairs hall.
Chapter 39-47.
The entrance to the sect hall was a spacious place where a few people were standing. These people all had identity tokens hanging from their waists. They were the identity tokens of the Chunyang school's disciples. On his way to the Chunyang school yesterday, he noticed that although the identity tokens of the Chunyang school's disciples were different because of their different identities and statuses, there were still some similarities. For example, there was a Tai Chi pattern in the 4 corners of the identity tokens. Even Zhen Pingfan's identity token of the Jingshu Elder was no exception.
Elder Zhao Lu.
As Zhao Lu came in with Duan Lingtian, many people recognized him and greeted him or saluted him. At the same time, some people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian at the right time, and their eyes flashed with curiosity.
Who is this man? Elder Zhao Lu is leading the way for him in person.
He doesn't have the identity token of the Chunyang school's disciple, so he shouldn't be a disciple of the Chunyang school. Yesterday, I heard that Elder Qin Wuyang of Yun Feng brought back Duan Lingtian, who has recently become famous in Tungleng province, from the Tianlong clan. If I'm not mistaken, it's him.
Duan Lingtian?
The one with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor from the Tianlong clan who killed 2 middle-level divine emperors who tried to kill him?
It's him. I remember.
I saw the floating image pearl of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperors. Although his appearance was not very clear in the floating image pearl, his figure and clothes are the same.
He is Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian did not expect that a newcomer like him would cause a sensation in the sect hall as soon as he followed Zhao Lu into the sect hall. More and more people gathered around, looking at him and pointing at him as if they were watching a monkey show. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about this, and his expression was as calm as before. However, Zhao Lu's expression did not look too good.
I'm here to bring Duan Ling Tian to complete the procedures to enter the sect. If there's nothing important, stop nagging here. After all, this was Elder Ling Su. Zhao Lu's words were still useful. After a while, the crowd dispersed one after another, but most of them were still looking at Duan Ling Tian from the corner of their eyes. After that, everything went smoothly. Under the leadership of Zhao Lu, after the school affairs hall confirmed the identity of Duan Ling Tian, they processed the procedures for him to enter the school. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also received his Chunyang School Disciple Identity Token. Of course, it was just the identity token of an ordinary disciple of Chunyang School. The disciples of Chunyang School and Chunyang School were divided into ordinary disciples and true disciples. Among the ordinary disciples, there were not only gods and god kings, but also god emperors. Their identity tokens showed that they were disciples of the spirit realm, disciples of the king realm, disciples of the emperor realm. As for the descendants of the higher-ups of Chunyang School who had not yet become gods, they were not considered disciples of Chunyang School. Only when they became gods could they officially enter Chunyang School. Until then, they were only considered family members of Chunyang School's disciples. Moreover, Chunyang School was very strict with its management of family members. Only those who were god emperors and above were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, and they had to be immediate family members. As for those who were god emperors and above, they were qualified to have their family members stay in Chunyang School, regardless of whether they were immediate family members or collateral relatives. They could even have their friends stay in Chunyang School for a long time. This was the privilege of god emperors in Chunyang School. As for the true disciples, they were all divine emperors, and they were all outstanding figures among their peers. Being a true disciple did not only depend on one's cultivation. There were different criteria for becoming a true disciple, such as god emperors. However, not every disciple of a god emperor could become a true disciple. Age and strength were also important. Lan Shilin, for example, had just become a lower god emperor and participated in the true disciple assessment, but he had failed. It was only a few hundred years later that he barely passed. The older one was, the harder the true disciple assessment would be. The difficulty of the true disciple assessment was based on the difficulty level. This was also the reason why Zhao Lu felt Duan Ling Tian would definitely pass the true martial disciples assessment. Duan Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian received his identity token and completed the procedures to enter the Chunyang School and was about to leave with Zhao Lu, they were stopped by someone. The person who stopped them was a middle-aged man of medium build who was a little fat. He was led by two people with a bright smile on his face and a pair of small eyes that gave him a shifty look. Behind the middle-aged man was another young man, who was clearly his junior. "What are you doing, Huang Feng?" Zhao Lu asked as he glanced at the man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the middle-aged man also had the identity token of an elder Ling Su hanging from his waist. He was also a higher god emperor. "Junior brother Zhao Lu, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" The middle-aged man called Huang Feng grinned. "I'm here on my grandmaster's instructions. Why don't you ask him?" Zhao Lu's expression darkened at Huang Feng's words, but he did not say anything else. This Huang Feng was elder Ling Su of another branch of the Pure Yang sect. He was also the grand disciple of the only divine emperor of his branch. Although his strength was not as strong as elder Ling Su, he had a protective elder Ling Su. Elder Ling Su. Elder Ling Su was the strongest person in the Chunyang School below the god emperor level. What's more, Huang Feng had a grandmaster, Elder Jingshu, who was in charge of the branch. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Feng smiled at Duan Ling Tian when he saw Zhao Lu keeping quiet. He said in a clear voice, "I'm Huang Feng from the Jade Sun branch. I'm here on the orders of my grandmaster, Qi Yu Yang, to invite you to join the Jade Sun branch. My grand ancestor said that as long as you, Duan Ling Tian, are willing to join the Jade Sun progeny, he'll take you as his direct disciple. At that time, many spirit void elders in my Jade Sun progeny and other progenies will have to address you as junior uncle." In the Pure Sun sect, the division of seniority was very clear. This had nothing to do with age. Duan Ling Tian was young, but if he was accepted as a disciple by a god emperor of the Chunyang School, he would gain a bunch of disciples and grand disciples. Take the god emperor of the Jade Sun branch for example. If Duan Ling Tian really became his disciple, not just Huang Feng, but even Zhao Lu and Qin Wuyang would have to address Duan Ling Tian as junior uncle. As soon as Huang Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lu smiled faintly before Duanling Tian could reply. Huang Feng, is your Jade Sun progeny really going to take advantage of this situation? It was a good thing to be accepted as a disciple by a god emperor. However, in Zhao Lu's opinion, most of the god emperors in the Chunyang school would be happy to accept a genius like Duanling Tian as their disciple. That would be good for them as well. The good thing was that once Duanling Tian grew and surpassed them, they could proudly say that they had a disciple who had surpassed them. And once that disciple led the Pure Sun sect to the next level, while that disciple's name would go down in history, they would also go down in history. Duanling Tian. This time, Huang Feng ignored Zhao Lu. He looked at Duanling Tian and continued, in addition, as long as Duanling Tian joins the Jade Sun branch, we will give you another 2 million divine crystals. And Huang Feng didn't just promise divine crystals, he also promised a lot of good things, such as emperor-level divine pellets and all kinds of treasures. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues when they heard Huang Feng's words. The Jade Sun branch is really generous. Is it worth it to pay such a big price for a Duanling Tian? Although Duanling Tian killed 2 mid-level god emperors as a low-level god emperor with the help of the floating image pearl, who knows if those 2 mid-level god emperors had internal injuries or hidden injuries? Even if the Tianlong clan says no, we can still assume that the Tianlong clan is bragging about Duanling Tian. They won't say anything negative about Duanling Tian. I think so too. There's no need to rope in a low-level god emperor who hasn't grown up yet, right? Many people shook their heads in disgust. Be that as it may. However, I'm afraid you don't know the situation of the Jade Sun branch. It's said that Elder Jing Su, the only god emperor in the Jade Sun branch, was injured in the last heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid she won't last more than 8,000 years. Suddenly, someone whispered to the person next to him. Immediately, the people around him were in an uproar. At the same time, they also lowered their voices. Is this true? Really? If that's the case, then it's understandable. Although the group of people were whispering in low voices, with Huang Feng's cultivation, how could he not hear them? His face immediately darkened, and he glanced at the source of the voice. The group of people immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. However, they could not hold it in any longer and began to communicate through voice transmissions. Look at Elder Huang Feng's expression. It seems like this matter is most likely true. Is the Jade Sun branch planning to recruit Duanling Tian and cultivate him into the next god emperor? It should be. After all, Duanling Tian isn't even 3,000 years old, but he's already a low-level god emperor. In the past, he didn't have much of a background. Now that he's in the Chunyang school, if the Jade Sun branch spends a lot of effort to cultivate him, it won't be difficult for them to produce another god emperor within 10,000 years. At that time, even if the current god emperor of the Jade Sun branch falls under the heavenly tribulation, his branch will have another backer to rely on. They won't have to disband. In fact, Duanling Tian was shocked when Huang Feng from the Jade Sun progeny offered 2 million divine crystals. Were all the god emperors of the Chunyang school that rich? Previously, Zhen Pingfan had casually given him 10 million divine crystals. Now, the Jade Sun branch wanted to give him 2 million divine crystals. However, based on Huang Feng's words, it was obvious that his grandmaster, the only god emperor of the Jade Sun branch, was behind this. At this time, even Zhao Lu couldn't help but frown when he heard Huang Feng's words. He never expected the Jade Sun branch to be so determined. Chapter 3948. The Jade Sun progeny was treating Duanling Tian as their last straw of hope. For a moment, when Zhao Lu looked at Huang Feng again, the look in his eyes became complicated. In the history of Chunyang school, there were many branches that could only disband due to the lack of successors. The people in the branches all left the floating islands that they regarded as their home. Some stayed together and worked hard. Some of them turned to other branches. Some could not recover from the setback. The branches that were doing well were completely shattered. All because of the loss of their only god emperor. Of course, Zhao Lu did not feel much pity for them. This was the cruelty of the world. Only the strong could enjoy special treatment and set the rules. In Chunyang school, no branch was an exception. Duanling Tian, I hope you can consider it. This is my soul orb. Once you've made up your mind and have an answer in mind, contact me at any time. After Huang Feng finished explaining the conditions of the Jade Sun progeny, he gave his soul pearl to Duanling Tian. Before he left, He paused and sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian.
Duan Tian, if you join the Jade Sun progeny, apart from the things Grand Ancestor promised, I, Huang Feng, am also willing to give you half of my fortune.
After saying this, Huang Feng left with the young man behind him.
Before the young man left, he transmitted his voice to Duan Tian. Senior brother Duan, if you join the Jade Sun branch, we'll help you become a god emperor.
It's the best choice for you to join the Chunyang school. In the end, the young man introduced himself. He was Huang Feng's disciple.
After Huang Feng left, Zhao Lu and Duan Tian, who were about to leave, were stopped again.
This time, the person who stopped them was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion.
He wore a blue robe and had an amiable expression. As soon as he entered, he looked at Zhao Lu and said, Zhao Lu, I'd like to have a word with Duan Tian.
Senior Marshal Brother Lu, please. In front of this old man, Zhao Lu's attitude was clearly different. Puzzled, Duan Tian glanced at the old man's waist and found the answer from his identity token. He's Elder Yushu from Chunyang School. Chunyang School's Elder Jade Void was one of the strongest existences in Chunyang School below the God Emperor level. None of them were weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. They were definitely the best of the best among the high-level divine emperors. Duan Tian. My name is Lu Yuan. I'm from the tyrannical saber lineage.
The old man looked at Duan Tian and introduced himself with a smile.
My grandfather, the Void Peer Stage Elder Lu Jingtao, is the head of the tyrannical saber lineage.
As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, Zhao Lu's solemn voice rang in Duan Tian's ears.
Duan Tian, this is Lu Yuan, a Jade Void Elder from the tyrannical saber progeny. He's also the grandson of old ancestor Lu Jingtao, a Void Peer Stage Elder and the strongest person in the tyrannical saber progeny.
Zhao Lu's voice transmission and Lu Yuan's words resounded in Duan Tian's ears almost at the same time. Before Duan Tian could recover from his shock, the onlookers in the surroundings had just recovered from the shock of seeing Lu Yuan.
It's Elder Lu Yuan. Oh my god. Even Elder Yushu came personally.
Duan Tian. What a great honor.
The tyrannical saber lineage is actually tempted by Duan Tian. Is Duan Tian's temptation that great? Lu Yuan's appearance shocked everyone. In fact, there were also people from other lineages nearby.
However, after the leader of the Jade Sun lineage, Elder Su, Huang Feng, spoke up, they thought of the conditions that their lineage could offer and asked for the opinions of the higher-ups.
However, none of them showed up. It was because the things that they could offer were inferior to the Jade Sun lineage. Instead of showing up and being rejected, it was better not to show up. This way they could still save some face.
However, when they saw that the tyrannical saber lineage had come, and it was even Elder Yushu Lu Yuan, they were all shocked.
The tyrannical saber lineage values Duan Tian so much? In Chunyang School, there were a total of 19 lineages. Among them, 7 of the great lineages were overseen by Void Peer Stage Elders, while the other 12 lineages were overseen by Quiet Void Stage Elders. The tyrannical saber lineage was considered relatively strong among the 7 great lineages because it had 3 God Emperor experts. It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 7 great lineages. Elder Lu Yuan.
Now, while Duan Tian greeted Lu Yuan with a smile, he heard the discussions and whispers of the people around him.
He had a basic understanding of the tyrannical saber lineage. The tyrannical saber lineage was one of the stronger lineages in Chunyang School.
It was also one of the only 2 lineages that had 3 God Emperor experts among the 19 lineages in Chunyang School. As for the other lineage that had 3 God Emperor experts, Duan Tian guessed that Zhanping Fan, Qin Wuyang, Zhao Lu, and the Yun Peak lineage that he was in might be one of them. In the Yun Peak lineage, the God Emperor experts that he knew were Quiet Void Stage Elder Zhanping Fan, Void Peer Stage Elder Zhen Yunfeng, and Chunyang School's Sect Master. However, although the Chunyang School's Sect Master is from the Yun Peak lineage, can he still be considered a God Emperor expert of the Yun Peak lineage? Thinking of this, Duan Tian felt that he should not count the Chunyang School Sect Master as one of them. After all, he was the Sect Master of a sect. He controlled all the major lineages and could no longer be considered a member of any lineage.
Duan Tian.
Lu Yuan looked at Duan Tian and said with a smile, "It's not that our tyrannical saber lineage can't provide the conditions that the Jade Sun lineage mentioned, but it's very difficult for us to give it to you alone. However, although the material conditions that we can give are inferior to the Jade Sun lineage, Our tyrannical saber lineage can promise to let you become a disciple of one of the 2 quiet void stage elders. In addition, when the void pierce stage elders are free, they can also guide you. As soon as Lu Yuan said this, the scene immediately went into an uproar. A void pierce stage elder will personally guide him? At this moment, some of the people who were originally calm had their eyes bloodshot when they looked at Duanling Tian. Void pierce stage elders were the most powerful existences in the Chunyang school. They symbolized the supreme powerlessness of the Chunyang school. Usually they were elusive. It was difficult to even meet them, let alone get them to guide him. However, what made these people even angrier was, Duanling Tian in front of them still had a calm expression after hearing Elder Lu Yuan's promise from the tyrannical saber lineage. It was as if he was not surprised at all.
Wasn't this a surprise? This Duanling Tian is doing this on purpose, right? He's pretending to be calm to seek better conditions, right? Isn't this guy too greedy? Duanling Tian, consider it.
This is, Elder Lu Yuan said with a smile as he took out a lineage's soul orb from his storage ring. It was obviously his own soul orb. However, before he could pass the soul orb to Duanling Tian, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duanling Tian.
Elder Lu Yuan, there's no need to give me the soul orb. Today here in front of you, I'll make a statement. I, Duanling Tian, have already decided which lineage I will join just now. So I'm sorry. As Duanling Tian spoke, he smiled apologetically. Although Lu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this, he still took a deep look at Duanling Tian. Everyone has their own aspirations. Our tyrannical saber lineage won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Lu. After greeting him, he floated away. In the blink of an eye, his elegant back disappeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as Lu Yuan left, many gazes immediately landed on Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian has decided again? Now, he rejected Elder Lu Yuan's soul orb. However, he accepted Elder Huang Feng's soul orb just now. Could it be that he's planning to join the righteous Yang lineage? The righteous Yang lineage doesn't have a void pierce stage elder. So what if there's no void pierce stage elder? The righteous Yang lineage is in urgent need of nurturing another god emperor expert. The others in the righteous Yang lineage obviously don't have a chance. If Duanling Tian goes to the righteous Yang lineage, he will definitely be heavily nurtured. If I were Duanling Tian, I would also choose the righteous Yang lineage. Wouldn't it be better to become the leader of the righteous Yang lineage in the future? Hearing the discussions around him, even though Zhao Lu already had an idea, he still couldn't help but waver. Duanling Tian? Zhao Lu looked at Duanling Tian with a puzzled expression.
Duanling Tian smiled and said, Elder Zhao Lu, you and I will be members of the same lineage in the future.
Let's take care of each other in the future. Of course, Duanling Tian said these words on purpose. It was because he didn't want everyone, including the members of the righteous Yang lineage, to misunderstand him.
Zhao Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing his words.
Then he smiled and said, The Cloud Peak welcomes you to join us. The Cloud Peak lineage. Duanling Tian actually decided to join the Cloud Peak lineage? For a moment, everyone who originally thought that Duanling Tian wanted to join the righteous Yang lineage was dumbfounded. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? They actually made him give up on the righteous Yang lineage. The righteous Yang lineage is prepared to spend all their resources to nurture him. However, he didn't choose the righteous Yang lineage? I'm very curious. What benefits did the Cloud Peak lineage give him? It can't be that he directly chose the Cloud Peak lineage because the elders of the Cloud Peak lineage brought him back, right? I don't think that's the only reason. In this world, the strong are revered, and profit is the most important thing. A single misstep can cause one's strength to not be able to keep up and die under the Millennium Tribulation. Hearing the discussions around him, Duanling Tian looked at them and smiled faintly. If any of you know the righteous Yang lineage, please pass on my message. I, Duanling Tian, do not aspire to control any lineage in Chunyang School. I have confidence in becoming a great god. However, when that time comes, I won't be in Chunyang School anymore. At this moment, Duanling Tian seemed to have become much taller in the eyes of the Chunyang School students. At the same time, they deeply felt Duanling Tian's ambition. Duanling Tian's ambition was not limited to Chunyang School. He wanted to go even higher, even further. My apologies, Elder Huang Feng. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Huang Feng through the soul orb he'd left behind. He hadn't actually planned to accept Huang Feng's soul orb earlier. He'd only taken it because he'd been shocked by the righteous Yang lineage's generosity. Chapter 39-49. Duan Ling Tian knew very well. The reason why the Jade Sun faction had paid such a high price to recruit him was because the leader of the Jade Sun faction, Elder Jingxiu, Qi Yuyang, wanted to nurture him into a successor and protect the Jade Sun faction. And this was something that he could never do. If not for this, the Jade Sun branch's offer might have tempted him. However, he had already decided to join the Yun Peak branch. However, because of the Jade Sun branch's goal, even if he did not plan to join the Yun Peak branch, he would not join the Jade Sun branch. If he expressed that he would not stay in the Jade Sun branch in the future, the Jade Sun branch would not have paid such a high price to recruit him. His ambition was not in the Chunyang school. This was the reason why Duan Ling Tian had rejected the Jade Sun branch. It was a reason that no one could refute. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go. Duan Ling Tian called out to Zhao Lu and took the lead to walk out of the door. When Zhao Lu caught up to Duan Ling Tian, the others finally regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. A young man who's not even 3,000 years old actually has such great ambition. Is this arrogance or confidence? Based on his current achievements, it's more likely that he's confident.
If I were him and became a lower divine emperor at this age, I might think the same way.
Humph. Having a high cultivation base doesn't mean he's strong. Didn't you see the floating image pearl recording of him killing the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice? So what if I saw it? Who knows if the 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice were already injured and he took advantage of them? In the sect affairs hall, some of the Chunyang school disciples thought Duan Ling Tian was confident, while others thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. In any case, the people from the other branches did not show up. After the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch had shown up to invite Duan Ling Tian to join the Jade Sun branch and the Tyrannical Saber branch. First of all, they knew they were not as good as the Tyrannical Saber branch. Secondly, they didn't have the same conditions as the Jade Sun lineage. Furthermore, there were a few branches that had similar thoughts as the Jade Sun branch. They wanted Duan Ling Tian to join their branch and nurture him to become a God Emperor so that he could take over their branch's only God Emperor position in the future and continue to protect their branch. After leaving the sect affair hall, Zhao Lu glanced at Duan Ling Tian and smilingly said, Duan Lington, shall I show you around the island of versatility? The island of versatility is very big. Duan Ling Tian gently shook his head. Elder Zhao Lu, there's no need to rush. Bring me to the examination hall first. In less than an hour, Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lu entered the sect hall again. At this moment, the group of people in the sect affairs hall were still talking about what had just happened. They kept talking about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? Why is he here again? Didn't he just leave? The pure Yang sect's disciples who were still in a daze finally had an answer when they saw Zhao Lu bringing Duan Ling Tian to the registration counter and taking out a piece of paper. Duan Ling Tian became a true martial disciple? Oh my god! It's only been less than an hour and Duan Ling Tian has already become a true martial disciple? Since when did the true martial disciple test become so simple? In the history of our Pure Sun sect, the record of a lower godly emperor becoming a true martial disciple has always been. I think it took him 4 hours and a quarter of an hour to pass the true martial disciple exam, right? That means Duan Ling Tian broke the record for a lower god emperor true martial disciple in Chunyang school? It's obvious. Duan Ling Tian is too strong, isn't he? Could it be that the 2 middle-level god emperors he killed in the Tianlong clan were not injured middle-level god emperors? Could he really kill a middle-level god emperor? Humph. Don't forget. The old ancestor who set the record for the low godly emperor true martial disciple exam was over 8,000 years old. Not only was he a low godly emperor, but he was also over 8,000 years old. As far as I know, the examination of a true martial disciple is not only based on cultivation but also age. The younger the age, the easier the examination. So, Duan Ling Tian passed the examination so quickly because the examination was easy? That should be the case. Otherwise, how could it be so exaggerated? He's not even 3,000 years old, but the difficulty of the examination is not even half of that of the ancestor who set the record. In the beginning, when Duan Ling Tian was going through the formalities to become a true disciple,
Many people were shocked by the speed at which he passed the examination. After some people reminded them of Duan Ling Tian's age and the rules of the true martial disciples assessment, they finally understood that Duan Ling Tian must have passed the true martial disciples assessment so easily that any primitive divine emperor would be able to pass it. Hearing these people's words, Duan Ling Tian was calm. He ignored them and went through the formalities to become a true disciple. However, Zhao Lu, who was next to Duan Ling Tian, heard these people's words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth.
Simple? These guys.
I'm afraid they don't know that those guys in the examination hall gave Duan Ling Tian the most difficult examination of a lower god emperor true martial disciple. Although Duan Ling Tian is only a lower god emperor, with his strength, except for a few true martial disciples under 10,000 years old in Chunyang School, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. These were the thoughts that appeared in Zhao Lu's mind at this moment. He felt as though he was listening to a group of idiots when he heard the whispers behind him. However, Duan Ling Tian's temperament is really amazing. So many people look down on him, but he's still so calm. Zhao Lu could not help but sigh inwardly. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would have been arrogant and would not allow others to misunderstand him. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would have stepped forward and sneered at these people. Moreover, he would have told them the difficulty of the examination he had passed and asked them to go to the examination hall if they did not believe him.
Are all people from the Devata realms so calm? That's not right. I also have some people from the Devata realms around me, but they shouldn't be so calm when they were at Duan Ling Tian's age. Zhao Lu was unaware that the people from the Devata realms were all from the Devata realms. Most of the people around him who came from the Devata realms had grown up with silver spoons in their mouths. They had powerful backgrounds in the Devata realms. Naturally, their temperament could not be compared to Duan Ling Tian who came from the mundane realm. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was reincarnated.
Although he had only lived for about 20 years in his past life, he had traveled to the ends of the earth and seen all kinds of people in the world.
While Duan Ling Tian was going through the procedures to become a true martial disciple, a series of messages came from the examination hall on the island of all manifestations. Duan Ling Tian who came from the Tianlong clan is as strong as an ordinary elder Qing Su. Among the prodigies under 10,000 years old in Chunyang School, I'm afraid no one under 8,000 years old is a match for him. There are still 50 years before the Seven Mansions banquet that is held once every 10,000 years. If he can break through and become a medium divine lord in these 50 years, he'll definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet. Not only did these messages reach the people from the major branches of Chunyang School, but they also reached the ears of the decision-makers in Chunyang School. In Chunyang School, apart from the major branches, there was an independent group of people who were the decision-makers in Chunyang School. These decision-makers were mainly responsible for the management of Chunyang School. The decision-makers were led by the sect leader of Chunyang School. Below him were the vice-sect leaders and the other decision-makers. These people were from the major branches of Chunyang School. Almost every branch had someone in the decision-makers in Chunyang School. Decision-makers who are in Chunyang School, please come to the conference hall on the island of all manifestations. The sect master of the Pure Sun sect was a middle-aged man with a stalwart figure, handsome face, and indifferent eyes. After he sent out a message, the people who received his message immediately began to inform the other members of the decision-making team. When Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lu left under the watchful eyes of the people in the sect affairs pavilion, all the decision-makers in the Pure Sun sect gathered together and began a solemn meeting. The meeting centered around Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, you should know the significance of the Seven Mansions banquet to Chunyang School. In the conference hall, the Chunyang School sect leader stood at the head of the table with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the people below him and spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, if you have something to say, please say it directly.
Below him, an old man said with a smile.
At this moment, the Chunyang School sect leader continued. The Seven Mansions banquet will determine whether Chunyang School will have a chance to produce an upper great god emperor. The current upper great god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing was born after the Seven Mansions banquet. At that time, an outstanding prodigy from the state capital of Qing made it to the top 10 of the Seven Mansions banquet. The Chunyang School sect leader said in a low voice, "At first, I did not have high hopes for this Seven Mansions banquet. However, there is now a single person who has brought hope to the Pure Sun sect." The Chunyang School sect leader said. Sect leader. At this moment, another old man below him spoke up. I know this person you're talking about. He's from the Tianlong clan. Yun Feng brought him back to the sect and has already expressed his willingness to join Yun Feng. If that's the case, allocate more resources to Yun Feng to cultivate him. As long as he can become a middle-level great god emperor within 50 years, based on the strength he's shown so far, he'll definitely make it to the top 10 of the 7 Mansions banquet.
As the old man finished speaking, he looked at the people present with a smile.
Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? When the others heard the old man's words, they all smiled bitterly. Who didn't know that this old man was from Yun Feng, just like the sect leader? If it were any other time, they would naturally object to the idea of allocating more resources to Yun Feng since they were from other branches. But now, how could they object? Chapter 3950.
Duanling Tian followed Zhao Lu around the island of versatility after completing the procedures for becoming a true martial disciple in the sect hall.
Zhao Lu also introduced him to everything on the island of versatility.
For example, where was the law enforcement hall, the artifact hall, the divine pill hall, the free trade square, and the cultivation grounds of the non-branch disciples of the Chunyang school.
Along the way, Duanling Tian also saw the vastness of the island of versatility. It was like a large city with mountains and rivers mixed in it. In addition, some places on the island of versatility were heavily guarded. Duanling Tian could not help but click his tongue. Some elders of the spirit void realm were even dispatched. Duanling Tian even saw a jade void realm elder, who was known as the strongest person below the Emperor Immortal in the Chunyang school. Even Zhao Lu had to respectfully address him as martial uncle. However, he was not from the branch of Yun Peak. Duanling Tian. Just as Duanling Tian and Zhao Lu were about to leave the island of versatility and return to Yun Peak Island, Zhao Lu suddenly stopped and smiled at Duanling Tian, who also stopped with a puzzled look on his face. I have good news. Zhao Lu smiled brightly. I just received a message.
After you passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Martial Disciple assessment, the sect master led the decision-makers of the sect to gather for a meeting.
This meeting mainly revolves around you. Duanling Tian was stunned by Zhao Lu's words. Me?
Even if he had passed the most difficult Lower Divine Emperor True Disciple assessment set by the examination hall, it should not have caused such a big commotion.
Even the sect master of the Chunyang school held a meeting for him?
As for who the decision-makers of the Chunyang school were, Zhao Lu had mentioned it to him before, so he knew that it was an independent group that did not belong to the major branches. It was mainly responsible for managing the sect and managing the affairs of the sect.
In the decision-makers group, there were people from all the major branches. There were also many people from the Chunyang school who did not have any branches to rely on. In the Chunyang school, those who did not have any branches to rely on were also known as the Chunyang school's disciples. The meeting ended not long ago. Seeing Duanling Tian's shock, Zhao Lu's smile remained. During the meeting, the sect master mentioned something. The elders of Yun Peak were the first to agree, and then the rest of the higher-ups unanimously agreed on something. Do you know what it is? Asked Zhao Lu smiled. Duanling Tian shook his head. How could he possibly know? He didn't participate in that meeting. The meeting has decided that the sect will hand over a batch of resources to the Yun Peak lineage and use them on you. Zhao Lu grinned. I'm afraid you'll be able to get the resources in a few days at most. Zhao was sect's disciple. The sect master of Chunyang school had called a meeting of the decision-makers just to give him benefits? Although his performance in the examination hall was not bad, and he had even broken the Chunyang school's record for passing the true disciple assessment. Even so, it was not that bad, right? The Chunyang school's sect master was an emperor god, and there should also be emperor gods in the decision-makers group. Even if they were not emperor gods, they must be the best among the god emperors. Did this group of people gather for a meeting just to discuss benefits for him, a low-level god emperor? At this moment, even Duanling Tian subconsciously had a thought. Could it be that this was also the work of that elder Zhen Ping fan of the Jingshu sect? Thinking of this, Duanling Tian looked at Zhao Lu and said with a wry smile, Elder Zhao Lu, did Elder Zhen ask the sect master to do this? That's not very good, is it? Duanling Tian was really flattered to receive such treatment when he had just arrived. He could imagine that once this news spread, the eyes of all the true martial disciples in the Pure Yang sect would turn red with jealousy. Martial granduncle? After hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhao Lu was stunned at first. After a while, he regained his senses and realized what Duanling Tian meant. For a moment,
Zhao Lu could not help but shake his head and say, Duan Lingtian, you think too highly of Martial Granduncle.
Martial Granduncle's status in the sect is needless to say.
However, let alone him, even if he and the sect master's teacher, the leader of our Cloud Peak, could make the sect master make such a suggestion, the other members of the decision-makers would definitely reject it.
Don't forget, in the sect, other than our Cloud Peak, there are many other branches. Excluding our Cloud Peak, there are still 6 other branches that have Void Pierce stage elders overseeing them. In terms of strength, if the sect master is not included, our Cloud Peak won't be ranked in the top 2 among all the branches. If the sect master is included, we can be compared with the other 2 branches. When Zhao Lu said this, the confusion that had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart was resolved. From the looks of it, apart from the Ba Dao lineage, the other lineage that had 3 emperor gods wasn't from the Yun Peak lineage. Instead, there were other branches.
Under such circumstances, if Old Ancestor dares to make the sect master make such a request, the decision-makers of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan will definitely not agree. If the sect master insists on doing it, the old ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan might stand out and stop him. By then, it would be useless even if the old ancestors come out because the other party has 2 old ancestors. Moreover, not only the old ancestors of the Tyrant Saber clan and the Hidden Sword clan, but also the old ancestors of the other 4 branches that have Void Pierce stage elders. If the 6 old ancestors don't agree, do you think the old ancestors of our Cloud Peak can make the decision? In the end, Zhao Lu asked rhetorically. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. So, it wasn't Elder Zhan who asked the sect master to do that? Moreover, even the sect master himself could not make the group of decision-makers agree to give such high treatment to a disciple who had just entered the sect and had even entered the Yun Peak lineage.
Elder Zhao Lu, you mean, I, Duan Lingtian, am the one who asked them to unanimously make this decision? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As the saying goes, one would not wake up early if there was no benefit. The higher-ups of Chunyang School were actually willing to spend so many resources on him. He would not believe that they did not want anything from him. Are these people trying to dig a hole for me? Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed. In the end, he could not help but look around vigilantly and ask Zhao Lu. Elder Zhao Lu, do you know why they are willing to spend so many resources on me? I don't believe that they are doing this because they think I'm a genius. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu shook his head and said with a smile, Naturally, it's impossible that they're doing this because you're a genius. I'm afraid only the people from our Cloud Peak would agree to this. The people from the other progenies would never agree to this. They are doing this because you can affect the future of the Cloud Peak, Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Me? Affect the future of the Cloud Peak? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder Zhao Lu, is the Cloud Peak so optimistic that I can break through and become an Upper Divine Emperor? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the Chunyang School did not lack intermediate Divine Emperors now. Perhaps, only an Upper Divine Emperor could make the Chunyang School treat him so politely when he had just joined the Cloud Peak. Elder Zhao Lu, although I know that I will be able to step into the Upper Divine Emperor realm sooner or later, when that time comes, I will definitely not stay in the Pure Sun sect because I have my own matters to attend to. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with helplessness. Elder Zhao Lu, why don't you talk to the Cloud Peak and ask him to withdraw these resources? I really don't plan to stay in the Chunyang School for long. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overestimating yourself? I also admit that you might be able to break through and become an Upper Divine Emperor in the future. But the problem is, you are only a Lower Divine Emperor now. Even for you, a Lower Divine Emperor, to break through and become an Upper Divine Emperor, I'm afraid you will need a long time to accumulate. Moreover, you can't let anything happen to you halfway through. In the Chunyang School, it's not that there are no geniuses who have the potential to become Upper Divine Emperors, but most of them died halfway and failed to become Upper Divine Emperors. Do you think the Cloud Peak would give you so many resources when you are only a Lower Divine Emperor just because they think that you will become an Upper Divine Emperor? After saying this, Zhao Lu could not help but laugh. Then why? Duan Lingtian felt that Zhao Lu's words made sense, but he was even more confused now. Because of the 7 Prefectures banquet. Zhao Lu's smile suddenly disappeared, and he said solemnly, The 7 Prefectures banquet? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard these words.
This was not the first time he had heard these words. Long Qing-chong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had mentioned these words before. At the same time, Long Qing-chong had told him that the 7 Prefectures feast was only open to young prodigies under the age of 10,000. It was a feast that was held every 10,000 years by the 7 prefectures around Tonglang province. Because of this, Long Qing-chong felt that the 5 top god emperor forces in Tonglang province would definitely extend an olive branch to him after he killed the 2 medium divine emperors. They might even try to snatch him away. Later on, Long Qing-chong also told him that the other 4 god emperor forces in Tonglang province had sent people who were as strong as the Tianlong clan's golden dragon elder to the Tianlong clan to look for him. However, while these people were waiting for him to come out of the emperor battle realm at the Tianlong clan, Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school, a god emperor expert, Zhen Pingfan, had arrived and forcefully persuaded them to leave.
It was Long Qing-chong who had persuaded them to leave.
However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not as simple as persuasion.
There had to be some coercion involved. What is the 7 Prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked again. Although I heard the clan leader of the Tianlong clan mention it, he doesn't seem to know much about it. He only knows that it is a feast of great significance to the 5 top forces in Tonglang province, including the Chunyang school. Chapter 3951. The 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. Zhao Lu took a deep breath when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes lit up instantly. On the surface, it's a stage for the most outstanding young prodigies of the 7 prefectures to show off their strength. However, there's an opportunity behind the scenes. An opportunity for the forces behind the top 10 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet.
In that opportunity, one of the intermediate god emperors from those forces has a chance to advance to the next level and become an upper god emperor in a short period of time.
Of course, it's not 100%, but it's very likely. Throughout history, at least 2 intermediate god emperors have been promoted to upper god emperors in every 7 prefectures grand banquet. In the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, the prodigy from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state of Qing made it to the top 10. Not long after, an intermediate god emperor from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully advanced to upper god emperor. Since then, the Heaven's Roar sect has been recognized as the strongest force in the state of Qing. State of Qing. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of it. It was not the first time he had heard of the Heaven's Roar sect either.
Previously, when he was still in the Heavenly Dragon sect, in the Peace City of the Sovereign Battle Realm, a Celestial Emperor-level force of the Qing State Prefecture had sent a Celestial Emperor expert, Elder Silver Puppet, to recruit him.
At that time, Elder Silver Puppet had quarreled with an Emperor God expert from the 7 Kills Valley in Tonglang Province. The 7 Kills Valley expert had also mentioned that Puppet Villa was inferior to the Heaven's Roar sect. What kind of opportunity can allow an intermediate God Emperor to advance to upper God Emperor? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'm afraid only the Emperor God experts in the sects know about this. I don't have access to that level of knowledge yet. Zhao Lu said. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding when he heard this. If you really want to know, you can ask Senior Granduncle. Zhao Lu said. The Senior Granduncle he was referring to was Zhen Pingfan. It doesn't seem to be too long until the next 7 prefectures feast? Duan Lingtian asked Zhao Lu. Previously, he had heard the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing-chong, mention that the next 7 Manors feast wouldn't be too far away. Yes. Zhao Lu nodded. About 50 years. As for the reason why the sect is pouring resources into you now, it's because we hope that you can break through to the mid-level divine sovereign realm in these 50 years. That way, you will be able to obtain one of the top 10 rankings in the 7 prefectures grand banquet and fight for a chance to become a void peer stage elder of the sect. Zhao Lu said. 50 years. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he heard the Pure Sun sect wanted him to become an intermediate divine emperor within 50 years. A faint smile appeared on his face. Without the help of the Chunyang school, he was not very confident that he could break through to the mid-level divine emperor realm in 50 years. Now that the Chunyang school was preparing to pour a large amount of resources into him, he couldn't help but look forward to it. With the foundation of the Chunyang school, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to become a medium divine emperor in 50 years, right? Elder Zhao Lu, do you know what kind of resources the sect has given me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although he was confident in the Chunyang school, He didn't know what kind of resources the Chunyang school was going to give him. Therefore, he was a little uncertain. Based on what I know, as Zhao Lu mentioned the resources the Chunyang school was going to give to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up. Among the resources, there were some rare divine fruits that were priceless. There were also other treasures that could be consumed directly or refined into divine pills. Duan Lingtian was confident that he could refine some of the treasures into supreme divine pills with better effects. Apart from that, the Chunyang school had also given him some imperial-grade divine pills. These were the treasures that the Chunyang school had collected over the years. Normally, even true martial disciples wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain these treasures. Now, they were giving them to Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Duan Lingtian, it can be said that the sect is going all out to nurture you. If you don't break through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage in 50 years, you must rank in the top 10 in the 7 Mansions banquet. Even if that's not very likely. Otherwise, if these resources go to waste, Yun Feng won't blame you, but the other branches will definitely have other ideas. At that time, it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school. Zhao Lu paused for a moment before he continued. Of course, when I said it won't be easy for you to leave the Chunyang school, I didn't mean that the Chunyang school wants to imprison you. It's that the other branches want you to stay in the Chunyang school for a longer period of time and contribute to the Chunyang school. It's the same as asking you to repay your debt. Now that you're wasting resources on you, you're being forced to repay the debt. Zhao Lu said. At first, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Zhao Lu's words. However, when he heard Zhao Lu's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and smiled faintly. What? Aren't you worried? Zhao Lu asked. It's not that I'm not worried. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I can only say that I can completely understand what they're doing. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, if he were to waste his resources on a stranger and the stranger failed to live up to his expectations and did not accomplish what he wanted him to do, under such circumstances, he would not be happy if the stranger simply patted his butt and left. Elder Zhao Lu, how much do you know about the 7 Prefectures feast? Before Zhao Lu left, Duan Lingtian asked him many questions about the 7 Mansion banquet. Soon after, Duan Lingtian managed to find out everything Zhao Lu knew. It was also at this time that Duan Lingtian had a more comprehensive understanding of the 7 Prefectures feast. The 7 Prefectures feast was jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. It was a feast for the most outstanding young prodigies in the 7 prefectures. However, only the top forces in the 7 prefectures feast would participate. For example, only the top 5 forces in Tonglang province were qualified to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. Forces like the Tianlong clan and the Heaven Illumination sect, even if they were Emperor God forces, were not qualified to participate. However, is the 7 prefectures feast really only organized by the top forces in the 7 prefectures? Then why do the young prodigies in the top 10 forces in the 7 prefectures feast have a middle Emperor God expert, who has a chance of being promoted to an upper Emperor God? What's the secret behind this? Duan Lingtian was very curious about this and could not help but send a message to Zhen Pingfan. However, there was no response from Zhen Pingfan. His message was like a stone sinking into the sea. It seems like Elder Zhen is cultivating or is unable to receive a message. Usually, this would mean that Zhen Pingfan had not received a message. After all, it would not take much time for him to reply to a message if he received one, unless he needed to plan the content of the message. If he did not receive a message, it must mean that Zhen Pingfan was in a state where he could not be disturbed and there was a disk array around him to block messages. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry because he would have a chance to ask sooner or later. I'm really looking forward to the things that the Chunyang school gave me. Also, I can enter the Chunyang school's secret room freely? Does that mean that I can further comprehend the many laws I have mastered in there to a higher level? I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait until I break through to become a middle god emperor first. If I don't become a middle god emperor and stay in the secret room for so long, the decision-makers in the Chunyang school might not be willing. If I become a middle god emperor and stay in there until the 7 prefectures feast begins, I don't think they will say anything. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he thought of this. Also, it's not convenient to refine ultimate emperor divine pills in the Chunyang school, so I'll go out and do it. However, before that, I must guarantee that when I leave, my whereabouts will be absolutely secret. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that since he hadn't offended anyone in the Tianlong clan, he wasn't worried about being ambushed when he went out. However, after chatting with Zhao Lu for a while, he learned that Zhao Lu didn't have much of a choice.
Lan Shilin of the righteous faction, who was also the disciple of the Chunyang school who had captured the disciple of senior Yi Beiyuan of the Heaven Illumination sect and brought him back to the Chunyang school, was a vengeful person. At first, Duan Lingtian was puzzled as to why Zhao Lu understood Lan Shilin so well. Later on, Zhao Lu told him that he had been in the righteous light faction before. It was only then that he came to a realization. At the same time, he became more wary of Lan Shilin. Thinking back to yesterday, when he had faced Lan Shilin, although Lan Shilin had been smiling all the time, he still felt very uncomfortable.
Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate Lan Shilin. Although Lan Shilin only became a middle-level god emperor 100 years ago, his strength is almost on par with the best middle-level god emperors in the Chunyang school. I'm afraid he might not be weaker than you. He's also one of the young prodigies from the Chunyang school who participated in the 7 prefectures feast.
Among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, the highest cultivation base is currently a middle-level god emperor.
If we don't count you. Among the young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school, Lan Shilin's strength can be ranked in the top 5. This was also Zhao Lu's warning to him. Moreover, if Lan Shilin wants to deal with you, he might not do it himself. He's the only direct descendant of the Righteous Light faction's patriarch, Lan Zhengming. You can imagine how much his great-grandfather values him. Let's not talk about others, just Lu Hui by his side, the dignified elder Lingxiu, is like his shadow, inseparable from him. The most important thing is, Lu Hui is different from ordinary elder Lingxiu. In his eyes, the Righteous Light faction's patriarch is greater than the sky. If, and I'm saying if one day, he has to choose between the Righteous Light faction's patriarch and the Chunyang school, he will choose the Righteous Light faction's patriarch without hesitation. If the Righteous Light faction's patriarch dies, he might not even frown. Even though Zhao Lu did not mention anything else, he only spoke up to this point. However, Duan Lingtian understood the meaning behind his words. If Lan Shilin really wanted to deal with him, he did not even need to find someone else. He only needed to send elder Lingxiu, Lu Hui, who was by his side. Chapter 3952. Although he had not known Zhao Lu for long, Zhao Lu's character made him feel comfortable. In addition, Zhen Pingfan had asked Zhao Lu to take care of him when he first met him, which showed his trust in Zhao Lu. Therefore, Duan Lingtian approved of Zhao Lu from the bottom of his heart. Because of this, Zhao Lu's reminder and his own feelings made him believe that Lan Shilin was not a broad-minded person. Senior Yi. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought of someone and immediately sent a message. Although he felt that it was unlikely that Lan Shilin would attack Yi Beiyuan and his disciple before dealing with him, he still decided to remind Yi Beiyuan. No matter what, Yi Beiyuan was his savior. He could not imagine what kind of danger he would have encountered if he had not met Yi Beiyuan when he first arrived at the plain battlefield where the mystic Handle land was adjacent to another plane of gods. Before he met Yi Beiyuan, he was fine. Although luck played a part, the more important reason was that he did not meet many people at that time. In the plain battlefield, the closer one was to the military camp, the more people there were. There was no telling when he would meet a bloodthirsty person who would kill him with a wave of his hand. At that time, he had not even become a god. In the plain battlefield, no matter how weak they were basically existences at the godly king stage. One finger was enough to crush him to death. Little brother Duan? Yi Beiyuan quickly sent a message. Have you settled down in Chunyang school? Yi Beiyuan knew that Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Chunyang school, which was why he asked this. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Yes, I've settled down. You joined Yun Peak? After Yi Beiyuan asked with a smile, he added, I saw that you have a good relationship with Elder Zhen and Elder Qin. Elder Zhen even helped me because of you, so I thought it was impossible for you to join Yun Peak. In fact, Yi Beiyuan did not know much about the major branches in Chunyang school. Until this time, when his disciple was abducted by Lan Shilin, he asked many people and gained a certain understanding of the major branches of Chunyang school. At the same time, he also knew that Lan Shilin, who had kidnapped his disciple, Zhuozhongtong, was the crown prince of the righteous faction of Chunyang school. The only emperor god expert of the righteous light lineage, who was also the ancestor of the righteous light lineage, was his great-grandfather. At the same time,
He was the only surviving descendant of the righteous light sect's grand ancestor. At that time, after finding out about Lan Shilin's background, Yi Beiyuan was almost in despair. However, for the sake of his disciples, he braced himself in the end and risked his life to go to Chunyang School. Then, he was rejected and chased away by Lan Shilin. On the way out of Chunyang School, he met Duan Lingtian. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the young man he had casually saved in the planar battlefield would actually be of such great help to him at such a time. He knew very well that if not for Duan Lingtian, his disciples Wuzhongtong would have died without a doubt.
That's right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "It seems like Senior Yi is quite familiar with Chunyang School. You even know about the Yun Peak faction. Previously, in order to save my disciple, I specifically asked around." Yi Beiyuan sighed. "Is he all right now?" Duan Lingtian asked. "He's all right," Yi Beiyuan replied. "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, little brother Duan. The two of us, master and disciple, are truly unable to repay this great kindness. Senior Yi, you're too kind.
If not for you back then, I might not have been able to walk out of the planar battlefield,"
Duan Lingtian said repeatedly. At the same time, without waiting for Yi Beiyuan to speak, he went straight to the point. "Senior Yi, I've come to look for you this time mainly to remind you. If it's possible, it's best for you and your disciples to stay in the Heaven Illumination sect during this period of time. Don't go out easily." This time, Yi Beiyuan was silent for a while before he spoke again. "Are you worried that Lan Shilin of the Righteous Light sect from Chunyang School will cause trouble for us?" "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied. "That Lan Shilin. I've only just heard that he's a vengeful person. I'm worried that if he lets you guys go in front of Elder Zhan, he'll feel indignant and cause trouble for you guys afterward." "All right, I'll be careful." Hearing this, Yi Beiyuan's expression became slightly solemn.
In fact, when his disciple was in trouble earlier, he had already heard that the crown prince of the Righteous Light sect, Lan Shilin, of the Chunyang School was a vengeful person. Originally, after Chunyang School's elder Jing Su stepped forward to help him, he felt that Lan Shilin would not dare to take the risk of offending elder Jing Su and make a move on him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had reminded him, he felt that if Lan Shilin really wanted to deal with him and his disciples, he could have done so without alerting elder Jing Su.
"Little brother Duan, thank you for the reminder," Yi Beiyuan said solemnly. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's reminder, he would not have cared too much about this. "You're too kind, Senior Yi," Duan Lingtian said. "Little brother Duan." Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the communication between him and Yi Beiyuan was about to end, Yi Beiyuan suddenly called out to him. "After I returned to the Heaven Illumination sect, I heard that there's a genius divine emperor in the Tianlong clan. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he's already a lesser divine emperor. Moreover, he has the same name as you." In fact, Yi Beiyuan had just returned from the realm battlefield not long ago, so he was not very clear about what had happened recently.
Moreover, as soon as he came out, he found out that his disciple had gotten into big trouble.
Naturally, he was not in the mood to care about other things.
Later on, when he heard from his disciple that the genius of the Tianlong clan was Duan Lingtian, he wondered if it was the same person.
"It's me." Duan Lingtian heard Yi Beiyuan's question and answered directly. "It's really you." Yi Beiyuan was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The last time he met Duan Lingtian at the Chunyang School, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor. At that time, he was shocked for a long time. After all, when he met Duan Lingtian in the realm battlefield, Duan Lingtian was just a demigod. However, although he knew that Duan Lingtian was a lesser divine emperor, he did not expect him to be such a terrifying lesser divine emperor. He had killed 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. Yi Beiyuan was stunned for a long time. He did not even remember how he ended the communication with Duan Lingtian. He was in a daze. From a demigod to a lesser divine emperor in less than 100 years? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the various realms of gods? Yi Beiyuan's heart trembled. He could not calm down for a long time. A lesser divine emperor less than 3,000 years old? Is he really 3,000 years old? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's cultivation progress in the past few decades, Yi Beiyuan could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's age might not be real. He might be even younger. After all, there is a divine pill that can hide one's bone age. Outside the Chunyang School's encampment, In a spacious area. In the void, two beautiful figures stood there. One in front and one behind.
If one looked carefully, one would see that not far behind them in the sky, there was a tall and sturdy figure standing there, looking left and right from time to time. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance.
He even looked a little honest. However, he gave off the feeling of an iron tower, as if he was unshakable. In front of him, there were two beautiful figures, one in front and one behind. The person in front was a young girl. The person behind her was a beautiful woman. At this time, the young girl was looking in the direction of the Chunyang school reluctantly.
"Young miss, we should go,"
the beautiful woman said softly to the young girl.
"Aunt Xian, I want to see where my brother is now."
As the young girl spoke, she approached the encampment of the Chunyang school.
"Young miss, we can't go any further.
The people of the Chunyang school will find out." Seeing this, the beautiful woman frowned slightly, but she still followed her.
Almost as soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, a powerful aura swept out from the encampment of the Chunyang school. A moment later, a figure seemed to appear from the void in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the young girl and the beautiful woman.
"Who are you? Why are you spying on the Chunyang school?" The person who came was an old man with an identity token of Elder Lingshu hanging from his waist. He was frowning and staring at the two girls in front of him. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and directly scanned the two girls. However, just as his divine sense was about to touch the two girls, before it could touch them, it directly collapsed, as if it was crushed by an invisible force.
"How dare you!" A booming voice could be heard all of a sudden, like a clap of thunder. The next moment, the burly middle-aged man standing in the void behind them flashed and appeared in front of the young girl like a ghost, protecting her behind him.
An emperor god. The face of Elder Lingshu of the Chunyang school, whose divine sense had been shattered, instantly turned pale. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, his face was full of fear. There was a sincere fear in his eyes. He was just a high-level divine emperor. An emperor god could kill him like a dog.
Without any hesitation, Elder Lingshu immediately sent a message back to the Chunyang school, directly to the person in charge of patrolling the sect among the decision-makers of the Chunyang school, an Elder Jingshu of the Chunyang school.
An emperor god is spying on the Chunyang school outside? And this Elder Jingshu, after receiving the message, immediately flew out of the encampment of the Chunyang school.
In just 2 breaths, he had already appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school.
"Greetings, Uncle Master." As soon as this Elder Jingshu appeared, Elder Lingshu hurriedly bowed to salute.
Elder Jingshu nodded slightly, then looked directly at the burly middle-aged man standing in the void not far away. He frowned slightly and said, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do by spying on the Chunyang school?"
He also heard what had happened just now from Elder Lingshu. In general, Elder Lingshu's divine sense exploration was a little presumptuous. The other 3 people just appeared outside the encampment of the Chunyang school, looking in the direction of the encampment of the Chunyang school, and in fact, they could not see anything. Their divine senses did not extend over there. Because of this, he was more polite now. "What? You Chunyang school people are so overbearing that you don't allow others to breathe here?"
The beautiful woman stepped forward and said indifferently.
Chapter 3953. Breathe. When Elder Jing Su heard the beautiful woman's words, he was stunned at first and then shook his head.
"Miss, if you were me and stood in my position, would you believe what you said?"
The beautiful woman heard this and said lightly, "In short, we don't intend to enter the Chunyang school's encampment area, nor do we intend to do anything to the Chunyang school. Moreover, is your Chunyang school afraid of us 3? As she spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm in the beautiful woman's tone.
Elder Jing Su glanced deeply at the beautiful woman when he heard this, and then he glanced fearfully at the robust middle-aged man who was staring at him with an indifferent expression.
He felt threatened by the robust middle-aged man. The other party stared at him, giving him a feeling of being stared at by a beast.
It seemed that as long as he dared to make the first move, this beast would rush up and tear him apart without hesitation.
"Elder." At this time, the girl who had been silent spoke. When she moved out, the burly middle-aged man also flashed behind her, guarding her like a guard. The beautiful woman also came behind the girl at this time and stood side by side with the burly middle-aged man. Of course, instead of standing side by side, it was better to say that her head and the burly middle-aged man's shoulder were standing side by side.
At this time, The two elders of the Chunyang school naturally saw that the girl was the leader of the three people in front of them.
We have no malice toward the Chunyang school. The girl's voice was soft, like a spring breeze. If we have disturbed you before, I would like to apologize to you. We'll leave now. As her voice fell, the girl glanced reluctantly in the direction of the Chunyang school's encampment behind the two elders of the Chunyang school, sighed softly, and immediately turned to leave. The burly middle-aged man and the beautiful woman also left. The burly middle-aged man was the last to follow. Before he followed, he glanced at Elder Jing Su of the Chunyang school. Although his eyes were calm, they made Elder Jing Su feel a certain amount of pressure. This person is definitely not an ordinary inferior divine emperor. His heart trembled. He might not even be a lower god emperor. In the entire Chunyang school, he had only felt this kind of feeling from a few god emperors and a lower god emperor from Chunyang school. The lower god emperor of their Chunyang school was the publicly acknowledged #1 person below the middle god emperor, the son of the Yun Feng bloodline's ancestor, Zhan Pingfan. After watching the three people leave, Elder Lingshu couldn't help but look at Elder Jingshu and ask, "Granduncle, who do you think they are?" "That girl seems to be staring in the direction of our Chunyang school. I noticed her a long time ago. If she hadn't approached our Chunyang school, I wouldn't have shown up to intercept and warn her." When Elder Ling Su reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing with a bitter smile. "I originally intended to use my divine consciousness to investigate the young lady and the beautiful lady behind her. I never expected that divine emperor expert to make a move and directly destroy my divine consciousness." Hearing Elder Lingshu's words, Elder Jingshu shook her head gently. "I don't know either. However, at least I can be sure that they don't have any malicious intentions. Well, you continue patrolling. I'll go back first." As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Jingshu left. On the other side, not long after the young lady left Chunyang school with the beautiful lady and the burly middle-aged man, the young lady looked at the beautiful lady and said, "Aunt Xian, I don't want to fly anymore. Take out the spaceship." "Yes, Mississippi." Hearing this, the beautiful lady looked at the young lady with a doting smile and then took out a spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, the young lady and the beautiful lady sat cross-legged on the side, while the burly middle-aged man stood near the bow of the spaceship and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. "Miss, you don't have to worry." The beautiful lady smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ling Tian will be fine." "I know." The young lady nodded gently. "I just miss my brother. However, my brother has gone to Chunyang school now. It won't be long before I can see him again. Now, he doesn't know me. The next time we meet, he will definitely know me." As the young lady spoke, a smile finally appeared on her face. "That's natural." The beautiful lady nodded. "I'm really looking forward to it." The young lady's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. "At that time, my brother will no longer look at me like I'm a stranger." Chunyang School, Vengming Island. The news about Duan Ling Tian successfully passing the True Martial Disciple assessment and becoming a new True Martial Disciple, as well as receiving preferential treatment from the sect and being given a lot of resources, spread throughout Chunyang School and also to Zhengming Island. "That Duan Ling Tian has just entered the sect and received so many resources that I've been dreaming of?" After Lan Shilin heard the news, his face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. "I'm going to find my great-grandfather." Taking a deep breath, Lan Shilin suppressed the flames of jealousy in his heart with great difficulty. Then, he flew out and headed toward his great-grandfather, who was also the patriarch of the righteous lineage, where he cultivated. Behind him, Elder Lingshu Lu Hui shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, he did not say much and silently followed behind Lan Shilin. If he had followed Lan Shilin in the beginning, he would have said a few words to Lan Shilin and analyzed this matter for him. However, now that he had followed Lan Shilin for many years, he knew what kind of temper Lan Shilin had. Apart from the Grandmaster, he would not listen to anyone else. Not long after, Lu Hui followed Lan Shilin to meet the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming did not look like an old man. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a medium build and wore a light blue robe. He was handsome and had a long beard on his chin. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man. "Grandmaster." Lu Hui took the lead and bowed respectfully to Lan Zhengming. Lan Zhengming nodded and smiled at Lu Hui. "Lu Hui, has your cultivation been going well recently?" "It's been going well. Lu Hui responded respectfully.
Lan Zhengming nodded.
This kid Shilin has troubled you.
Grandmaster, it's what I should do,
Lu Hui hurriedly said. Lan Zhengming nodded again. At the same time, he looked at Lan Shilin with a smile on his face.
Shilin, you came to see your great-grandfather in such a hurry.
Did something happen?
Great-grandfather.
Lan Shilin was still suppressing his emotions at first. Now that he heard Lan Zhengming's words, he immediately exploded. Why? That Duan Lingtian has just entered the sect. What right does he have to receive the sect's resources?
If those resources were given to me, I would have the confidence to raise my strength to the next level before the 7 prefectures banquet.
Lan Shilin said in a low voice. I heard that this decision was unanimously passed by the decision-makers in a meeting. Even our righteous lineage's Grandmaster and Grandmaster in the decision-makers have agreed to this decision. Why? The current Lan Shilin was completely consumed by his jealousy. His expression was gloomy and ugly. However, in the face of Lan Shilin's loss of composure, Lan Zhengming remained indifferent. He maintained a faint smile on his face until Lan Shilin stopped talking. Then he slowly asked, Are you done? Great-grandfather, don't you think it's unfair? Lan Shilin asked with a frown.
Now, he could see that his great-grandfather obviously knew about this matter. However, he did not seem to find it inappropriate at all. What about his great-grandfather who doted on him the most?
Unfair? How is it unfair? Lan Zhengming still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Lan Shilin with interest and asked. Lan Shilin was already in a bad mood when he saw that his great-grandfather did not stand up for him. Now that he heard this, he was instantly furious. He's just a newcomer. What right does he have to receive such treatment?
He's a lower divine emperor. I'm also a lower divine emperor.
He's a true martial disciple. I'm also a true martial disciple. Why? Lan Shilin asked in a deep voice. Lan Zhengming, on the other hand, was not angered by Lan Shilin's overbearing attitude. Instead, he calmly said, Duan Lingtian, less than 3,000 years old, from a Devata realm. The first time he appeared was in the mountains east of the East Ridge Prefecture. After that, he went to Heavenly Wind City several times and entered the Hidden Fog Academy under the Hidden Fog sect, a divine emperor-level sect under the Tianlong clan. At that time, he was not even a god king. Now, it's less than 100 years since he became a god king.
In less than 100 years, from a god to a lower divine emperor.
Do you think you can do it? Lan Zhengming looked at Lan Shilin and asked with a smile. Less than 100 years? Lan Shilin's expression changed when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. How's that possible? Even the prodigies of those powerful godly venerable level sects wouldn't have such a cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian is just a nobody from a Devata realm. How could he do that? Moreover, he's almost 3,000 years old now. In other words, he was just an ordinary god 100 years ago. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time, right? Lan Zhengming nodded in relief when he heard Lan Shilin's words. At least his great-grandson was not blinded by jealousy. He was still rational. Of course, it's impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly.
Even the prodigies of those godly venerable level sects can improve so much because their parents are godly venerable level powerhouses.
Their bloodline is powerful and their innate talent is great. As for Duan Lingtian, he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, he doesn't have the bloodline of a native of a realm of gods. Even if he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible for him to improve so much. Unless it's an ultimate powerhouse who's good at alchemy and whose alchemy skills have reached a certain level and left him with a large number of ultimate divine pills, it's impossible for him to improve so quickly. Of course, the prerequisite is that his talent is not weak. Chapter 3954. The inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement? Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shilin's eyes widened. Greed gleamed in his eyes as he asked, Great-grandfather, do you mean Duan Lingtian obtained the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse who specializes in pill refinement? It's just a possibility. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. Apart from that, there are other possibilities. It's just that I can't think of any. The world is so big. There are many things that I don't know about. Duan Lingtian was able to achieve such a shocking feat in just 100 years. This means he's a person with great luck. At the same time, his innate talent and comprehension are not weak. Putting everything else aside, just the energy of the law that he has mastered is stronger than yours. When Lan Zhengming reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Lan Shilin and said, not only is his cultivation base comparable to yours, but the energy of the law that he has mastered is also stronger than yours. Although you're already a medium divine emperor, if you really fight him, you might not be able to defeat him. Upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words, Lan Shilin was displeased. Great-grandfather, you're underestimating me. Although I've just become a medium divine emperor not long ago, I think my strength is much stronger than ordinary medium divine emperors. It's easy for me to kill 1 or 2 ordinary medium divine emperors. I've seen the scryer recordings of Duan Lingtian killing 2 medium divine emperors in the Tianlong clan. If it were me, I could also kill those 2 people. Based on Lan Shilin's words, it was clear he was confident in his strength. I believe you. Lan Zhengming nodded. However, ask yourself, if it were you, would you be able to do it as cleanly as him? Although Duan Lingtian is young, I can see the shadow of an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years from his attacks. He must have been a veteran when he was in the Devata realm. Lan Zhengming's words seemed to confirm this. Great-grandfather, it seems like we're going off topic. Lan Shilin frowned. How could he not see through his great-grandfather's words? It was just that he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Duan Lingtian, who was not even 3,000 years old. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lived a few thousand years longer than others? Not really. Lan Zhengming smiled faintly. You came to me because you feel that Duan Lingtian took the sex resources and felt that it was unfair. I'm saying this mainly because I want you to see Duan Lingtian clearly, and at the same time, recognize yourself clearly. But now, it seems that you still haven't seen it clearly. Or perhaps, you're unwilling to see it clearly. Celine, sometimes, being able to see through others and recognize yourself is a good thing, not a bad thing. Don't ruin yourself because of that laughable bit of pride. This time, Lan Zhengming's gaze sharpened as he spoke, and his tone became more solemn in an instant. When Lan Shilin heard this, he was no longer as overbearing as before. His entire being seemed to have become much more obedient in an instant. Yes, great-grandfather. Seeing Lan Shilin's reaction, Lan Zhengming sighed and said, this time, your few martial granduncles and martial granduncles who are in the decision-making level have sent me a message to discuss the matter of the sect spending a huge amount of resources on Duan Lingtian. My opinion is to agree. Why? Lan Shilin had just found out about this matter and asked instinctively. However, he still suppressed his voice and did not overreact. It's an irresistible trend. In an instant, Lan Zhengming's eyes became deep and profound. It's because the 7 branches that have void-pierced stage-old ancestors, including the Cloud Peak, will support this decision. Under such circumstances, the other branches can only go with the flow. If anyone rejects this decision, they might be seen as not thinking for the sect. That person's intentions are punishable. When Lan Shilin spoke up to this point, he saw Lan Zhengming opening his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, Lan Zhengming did not allow him to speak as he continued. The innate talent and comprehension ability that Duan Lingtian displayed was too shocking. Therefore, they've completely placed their hopes on Duan Lingtian in the 7 Mansions banquet 50 years later. You should also know that, including you, even the few true martial disciples who are stronger than you have a slim chance of getting into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. However, Duan Lingtian has a slim chance. And this slim chance depends on whether he can reach the middle divine emperor realm within 50 years. Judging from his combat power as a low divine emperor, if he reaches the middle divine emperor realm, he will definitely get into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Lan Zhengming's gaze towards Lan Shilin was filled with affection. Lan Shilin, ask yourself, when you were a low divine emperor, could you withstand a full-powered attack from him? As soon as Lan Zhengming said this, Lan Shilin became silent. After a while he said, Great-grandfather, Lan Shilin understands. Lan Shilin didn't consider this matter thoroughly and was blinded by jealousy. The current Lan Shilin looked like he was admitting his mistake. You, Lan Zhengming shook his head and sighed. It's also because I spoiled you too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel wronged because of this matter. When Lan Shilin lowered his head after hearing this,
Lan Zhengming continued. I also heard that Duan Lingtian went to look for you with my junior brother Zhan when he just arrived at Chunyang School.
I hope that this matter will end here. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or the two from the Heaven Illumination sect, you shouldn't act rashly.
At this point, Lan Zhengming looked at Lu Hui who was standing at the side and said, Lu Hui, if he asks you to deal with Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect, reject him directly and inform me through a message.
Yes, Grandmaster. Lu Hui hurriedly responded.
At the same time, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that from today onwards, he could no longer blindly listen to Lan Xilin on some matters.
Great-grandfather, are you afraid of Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Lan Xilin's arrogance seemed to have returned. He had accepted that Duan Lingtian had obtained those resources.
But now, his great-grandfather actually asked him not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian and the two from the Heaven Illumination sect?
I'm not afraid.
Lan Zhengming shook his head.
It's a question of whether it's worth it or not.
Now that Duan Lingtian has high hopes placed on him by the sect will definitely not allow anything to happen to him before the Seven-Mansion banquet. If you make a move on him at this time, no matter if you succeed or fail, as long as there are traces left behind and you didn't do a clean job, the sect won't let you go.
By that time, the few Void Peer stage elders might want you dead. Do you think that your great-grandfather, a clear Void stage elder, can save you at that time? As soon as Lan Zhengming said that, Lan Xilin immediately fell silent. Also, Lan Zhengming continued, for people like Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert or had other heaven-shaking fortuitous encounters, all in all, he is a person with great luck. This kind of person, unless you can be sure that you will destroy him. Otherwise, as long as he has the slightest chance of survival and escapes from your hands, what awaits you will be his revenge after he rises to power. Lan Xilin, listen to your great-grandfather's advice. There is actually no conflict between you and him. There is no need to ruin yourself just because of a moment of anger.
As Lan Zhengming spoke, his expression became more and more serious.
Yes, great-grandfather.
Although Lan Xilin was still a little unconvinced in his heart, he hurriedly agreed because he could see that this great-grandfather of his was serious now. This great-grandfather of his usually spoke to him softly. It was rare for him to be so serious. If you can let it go, having one more friend like him is better than having one more enemy like him. When Lan Zhengming said that, the gaze he used to look at Lan Xilin became much sharper, as if he could see through Lan Xilin's heart. Don't try to seize his fortune and luck. Some things are suitable for him but not necessarily for you. Even if he has treasures in his hands, you won't be able to get anything even if you kill him after he destroys his own storage ring. Besides, you can't be sure if he has the confidence to do so. Don't think about taking such a risk. For Duan Lingtian, his days at Chunyang School were definitely the most relaxed and comfortable since he came to the mystic Handle Land in the Plains of Gods. Other than the large amount of resources that Chunyang School gave him, the son of the Yun Peak's ancestor, Jingshu Elder Zhen Pingfan, also told him that he could tell him if he needed anything. He said that if his father received him, the Yun Peak would do their best to satisfy his needs. Under such circumstances, no matter what Duan Lingtian wanted, the Yun Peak would cooperate and give it to him. Unless it was something that the Yun Peak's bloodline could not obtain. In addition, if Duan Lingtian wanted to go out to refine pills, Zhen Pingfan would personally accompany him. Zhen Pingfan did not barge in to refine pills. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had tampered with the pill tribulation caused by refining 2 Pinnacle King-level divine pills at the same time to cover up the pill tribulation caused by refining 1 Pinnacle King-level divine pill, he would not discover anything. Just like that, the days passed. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base continued to improve. Duan Lingtian. One day, Duan Lingtian received a message from Qin Wuyang. The divine artifact master from Yun Peak that I mentioned to you earlier has returned. The materials required to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle have been prepared. I'll ask him to refine the space-piercing divine shuttle for you now. I've asked him, and he'll give you 3 space-piercing divine shuttles within a month. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Wuyang's message. He could finally return to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Naturally, it was his clone that returned. Although his clone could return to the Mystic Handle Land through the space-piercing divine shuttle, it might not necessarily return to the Mystic Handle Land. There were more than a dozen realms of gods. The probability of him returning to the Mystic Handle Land was not high. Moreover,
He did not want to take the risk. Most importantly, it was enough for his clone to return. Chapter 3955. With the godly space-piercing shuttle at hand, Duan Ling Tian thought of his master, Feng Qingyang. I wonder if master has managed to free himself from Mi Xian. If he has, he should have returned to solitary destructive heaven by now. If he hasn't, I'm sure he hasn't returned. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought of this. At this moment, the soul pearl in his hand that belonged to his master, Feng Qingyang, had completely dissipated. Due to this reason, he could not confirm whether his master was still alive or not. Master will definitely be fine. However, if master still hasn't returned and his soul is still suppressed by Mi Xian and his body is still occupied, I'll have to make a trip to the netherworld. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he frowned. However, even if I enter the netherworld and look for master, it won't be easy for me to force Mi Xian's soul out. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian's face was filled with worry. However, he soon thought of something and his eyes narrowed. How could I have forgotten about Elder Zhen? He's the quiet void elder of Chunyang School and an emperor god expert. He must be more knowledgeable than I am. He might have a way. When he thought of Zhan Pingfan, Duan Ling Tian could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He left his residence and went to Zhan Pingfan's residence. He had found out about Zhan Pingfan's cultivation place some time ago and had been there several times. Elder Zhen. However, when he arrived outside Zhen Pingfan's cultivation place, Duan Ling Tian still sent him a message to greet him. Otherwise, the formation that enveloped Zhan Pingfan's cultivation place would prevent him from entering. Duan Ling Tian? When he received Duan Ling Tian's message and heard the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice, Zhen Pingfan could not help but ask, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Elder Zhen, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I'm outside your cultivation area right now, Duan Ling Tian said. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air above the mansion located in a valley in front of him. Then, the scene inside changed quite a bit. Then, a figure shot out like a ghost and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. What? Did someone bully you in Chunyang School? Don't worry. As long as you're in the right, I, Zhen Pingfan, will let him know the consequences of bullying me, Zhen Pingfan. As Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. His aura also underwent a great change in an instant. The originally peaceful aura became incomparably violent in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Ling Tian knew Zhen Pingfan had misunderstood him. He smiled wryly and said, Elder Zhen, no one bullied me. I'm looking for you because I have some private matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's violent aura disappeared, and he became as gentle as before. I see. What is it? Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. Something happened to my master in a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. He directly told Zhen Pingfan about his master, Feng Qingyang, and the origin of Mi Xian, who had taken over his master's body. Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian mention that Mi Xian was from the Dead Spirit clan. At the same time, he was hesitant to speak. However, he did not interrupt Duan Ling Tian in the end. Only after Duan Ling Tian had finished speaking did he ask in an urgent tone, Are you sure the spirit life form you mentioned is a member of the Spectre clan from the Netherworld? Moreover, he's a divine emperor from the Dead Spirit clan? Zhen Pingfan's eyes shone brightly when he spoke. However, this caused Duan Ling Tian to be puzzled. He did not know why Elder Zhen would suddenly become so agitated. However, he still nodded affirmatively. I can confirm this. That person from the Dead Soul race once attacked me when he was still a God King. I heard him say with my own ears that he destroyed the Dead Spirit clan and devoured all of them. That's how he could reach the godly emperor realm. Duan Ling Tian said. You said he tried to possess someone else's body, but you destroyed his body and his soul escaped? Zhen Pingfan asked again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was very sure of this. It seems that because of this, he used up the one and only chance of perfect possession in the Dead Spirit clan. As a result, although he possessed someone else's body, he was unable to use his full strength and was greatly restricted. My master was only a higher God King, and he was unable to kill him. Duan Ling Tian, you've given Chunyang School a great gift this time, Zhen Pingfan said with a grin. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Zhan Pingfan meant. Elder Zhen, I don't understand what you mean. You'll understand soon. As long as you can find that person from the Dead Spirit clan, Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Little Fan. Just as Duan Lingtian was at a loss, an old but powerful voice rang in his ears. At the same time, it also reached Zhan Pingfan's ears. I've already informed your martial uncle Yi. Now, bring Duan Lingtian with you. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Zhan Pingfan looked at him and said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, my father asked me to bring you over. It just so happens that you haven't met my father yet. Let's meet him together this time. Today, I'll bring you to meet 2 Void Peer stage elders. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said that, Duan Lingtian was unsurprisingly shocked. Just now, when he heard how that voice addressed Zhen Pingfan, he had already vaguely guessed that the other party should be the Void Peer stage old ancestor of Yunfeng's lineage whom he had yet to meet. And according to what the other party said, he would be able to meet him later. And now, according to what Zhen Pingfan said, he would actually be able to meet another Void Peer stage elder later? Is it the martial uncle Yi of Elder Zhen Pingfan, whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned just now? Just as he thought of that, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible force assaulting his body. In the blink of an eye, it brought him along with the wind. It was none other than Zhen Pingfan, who personally brought him to meet the old ancestor of Yunfeng's lineage after seeing him in a daze. Elder Zhen, the person whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned just now. Could it be the one from the hidden sword lineage? On the way, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and asked curiously at the same time. Among all the Void Peer stage elders in our Chunyang school, he's the only one with the surname Yi. Zhen Pingfan nodded in response. After receiving confirmation, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he was a calm person, his heart could not help but palpitate a little at this moment. Void Peer stage elders were the existences with the highest status in Chunyang school. In the entire Chunyang school, there were only 7 of them on the surface. As for whether there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian did not know. However, even if there were more in secret, Duan Lingtian felt that there would not be many of them. Later, he would meet the 2 Void Peer stage elders of Chunyang school in one go. We're here. As Zhan Pingfan brought him to a stop, Duan Lingtian discovered that they had arrived at the depths of Yunfeng Island where Yunfeng's lineage was located. It was inside a huge canyon. The canyon was very big. It was filled with greenery everywhere. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers were everywhere. There was also smoke rising in spirals from kitchen chimneys. It was like a paradise. Duan Lingtian followed Zhan Pingfan and went deep into the canyon, startling a flock of birds. After a while, Duan Lingtian followed Zhan Pingfan and landed on a spacious stone platform in the canyon. On top of the stone platform, there was a spacious mansion. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the air above the mansion. One was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The other was a handsome young man with straight eyebrows. The old man was wearing a grayish-white long robe. There were several complicated patterns embroidered on the robe. At least, Duan Lingtian could not tell what those patterns were and what they symbolized. As for the young man, he was wearing a light golden long robe. Every corner of the long robe was embroidered with silver edges. There were also swords embroidered on the silver edges. At first glance, the 2 of them looked like 2 extremes. Father. After Zhan Pingfan brought Duan Lingtian closer, he first bowed respectfully to the old man. Then, he looked at the young man beside the old man and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yi. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had already guessed who the 2 of them were. The old man was undoubtedly the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, the Void Peer stage elder, Zhan Yunfeng. The young man was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, the Void Peer stage elder, Yi Chunfeng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the 2 Void Peer stage elders in front of him did not pay much attention to Zhen Pingfan when he bowed. Instead, their gazes fell on him. Greetings, Elder Zhen and Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhen Pingfan and bowed slightly to the 2 elders. Duan Lingtian. As Yi Chunfeng spoke, Duan Lingtian felt as if there were 10,000 swords in front of him. They were incomparably sharp. However, just as his expression changed and he was about to raise his hand to defend himself, that awe-inspiring sword intent vanished in an instant. However, Yi Chunfeng had already arrived in front of him at this moment. A pair of glittering eyes looked straight into his eyes. Duan Lingtian, are you sure that this is a Divine Emperor Realm Ghost Clan member of the Dead Spirit Clan who used his one and only chance of perfect possession in his life? Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chunfeng to suddenly come close to him. He also did not expect that he would ask such a question. However now, he finally understood why the old ancestor of the Yun Peak clan, Zhan Yunfeng, suddenly wanted to see him and why the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword clan, Yi Chunfeng, would appear here. It turned out that it was all because of the words he said to Zhan Pingfan before. Elder Yi, I can be sure of this. Duan Lingtian nodded with great certainty. It's not the first time I've dealt with him. However, Elder Yi, he is just a Divine Emperor Realm Ghost Clan member of the Dead Spirit Clan. Is he worthy of your attention? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, that Dead Spirit Clan member was just a spiritual life form. In terms of combat power, he was not a match for ordinary mid-level Divine Emperors. Yet, it was this spiritual life form that alarmed 2 Void Peer Stage Elders and 2 God Emperors of the Chunyang School. Moreover, they were 2 mid-level God Emperors. Chapter 3956. Duan Lingtian asked Zhan Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny and the Void Peer Stage Elder, in disbelief. Duan Lingtian, you've given Chunyang School a great gift. From the looks of it, Zhan Yunfeng's request to see him and Yi Chunfeng's appearance were most likely related to Zhan Pingfan's words. Mi Xian is a great gift to Chunyang School? Duan Lingtian was even more confused now. Mi Xian was just the soul of a medium Divine Emperor. What was the use of Mi Xian to Chunyang School? If he were in the Devata realms, he could understand. After all, many souls in the netherworld could be enslaved and injected into prominent celestial weapons to turn them into weapon spirits. However, things like artifact spirits could not be attached to divine artifacts. The pressure of divine artifacts was enough to easily crush them. Divine artifacts usually had their own artifact souls. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed Mi Xian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen in Yi Chunfeng's eyes. At the same time, his voice became gentler as he said, Duan Lingtian, to ordinary people, a Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit Clan is nothing special. However, it's very important to the Hidden Sword progeny. The Hidden Sword progeny has a unique Divine Sword soul-nourishing technique. The Divine Sword in my hand can only be considered as a half-complete sword soul. A Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit Clan is a great nourishment for it. However, it's basically impossible for a Divine Emperor from the Dead Spirit Clan to appear. Moreover, even if it appears, as long as it doesn't use its once-in-a-lifetime perfect possession opportunity, it's useless to me. But if it were to use up that opportunity, I am extremely confident that it would become the best nourishment for the sword soul of my Divine Sword, allowing it to completely take form. A hint of excitement could be heard in Yi Chunfeng's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhan Yunfeng and Zhan Pingfan were still calm. Obviously, they had known about this for a long time. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Yi Chunfeng's words, his pupils shrank as his heart surged. Of course, he knew what Yi Chunfeng was implying. In other words, even though the sword soul in Yi Chunfeng's divine sword had been born, it wasn't complete yet. However, once Yi Chunfeng used the unique divine sword soul nurturing art of the Hidden Sword lineage and injected Mi Xian, a god emperor of the dead spirit race, into his sword soul would be complete. Once the sword spirit in Yi Chunfeng's godly sword was fully formed, it would become a top-grade godly sword on the same level as his 7 orifices exquisite sword. That was because it was a high-grade divine sword that had given birth to a complete sword soul. Moreover, the power that Yi Chunfeng could unleash was not something that his 7 orifices exquisite sword could compare with. I can't believe that the Zongjia lineage of Chunyang School has such a magical sword soul-nourishing method. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This had already overturned some of his previous understandings. Nothing is too strange in this vast world. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian, if you help me find the dead spirit clansmen at the Divine Emperor stage, I, Yi Chunfeng, the Hidden Sword progeny, and the Pure Sun sect will owe you a favor. Yi Chunfeng added, in total, I'll owe you 3 favors. To be honest, Duan Lingtian didn't care about favors because it was his duty to get rid of Mi Xian. If Mi Xian could be of some use to Yi Chunfeng before he died, he would be more than happy to do him a favor. However, There was one thing Duanling Tian wanted to confirm. It was a rather important thing.
Elder Yi, if that dead soul clansman becomes nourishment for the sword soul of your divine sword, will his memory and consciousness still exist?
Hearing this, Yi Chen-feng smiled faintly. Of course not. To put it bluntly, he's just nourishment for the sword soul of my divine sword. The sword soul of my divine sword hasn't fully developed, but it already has a basic consciousness. You don't have to worry about that. In the future, you won't have a sword soul as an enemy for no reason.
Moreover, even if his consciousness is still there, as the sword soul of my divine sword, I'll still be the master.
Yi Chen-feng shook his head and smiled as though he knew what Duanling Tian was worried about. Duanling Tian smiled awkwardly when Yi Chen-feng saw through his thoughts. Then he asked curiously, Elder Yi, do you plan to return to the Devata realm with me?
Yes.
Yi Chen-feng nodded. Although the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, I can still return with you through the void-piercing divine shuttle.
Elder Yi.
Duanling Tian smiled wryly and said, Originally, I didn't have to worry about anything with you making a trip.
However, as far as I know, the natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed as soon as they leave the realms of gods, right?
Duanling Tian still remembered what his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him. Back then, the Yun clan's vile slave who chased after his master, Feng Qingyang, and forced his master, Feng Qingyang, to enter the Azura Hell was unable to kill his master, Feng Qingyang, because his strength was suppressed.
Otherwise, with his identity as a member of a godly venerable clan in the divine offering land, even if he was just a slave, his strength would not be weak.
It was said that the realms of gods were formed from the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. The natives of the realms of gods who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would have their strength suppressed by the law set by the supreme powerhouse when they left the realms of gods for the lower realms of gods. The law was set by the supreme powerhouses to control their little worlds at will. It was similar to the heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods. It could also be understood as a kind of seal. Those who carried the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse would be able to travel to different planes of gods. In other words, they would be able to travel to different minor worlds within the bodies of supreme powerhouses. However, if they wanted to go to the lower realms of gods, their strength would be sealed. This was a rule set by the supreme powerhouses to prevent the natives of the realms of gods from going to the lower realms of gods to cause trouble. Most of the supreme powerhouses, including the earliest group of supreme powerhouses, came from the lower realms of gods. They regarded the lower realms of gods as their hometowns. Naturally, they did not want their hometowns to be destroyed. Haha, before Zhen Pingfan could say anything, Zhen Pingfan burst out laughing. Duanling Tian was confused by Zhen Pingfan's laughter. He looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. Could he be wrong? However, he remembered that the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed when they went to the lower realms of gods. There should be no mistake. Duanling Tian. Zhen Pingfan smiled when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him in confusion. Don't tell me you think you're the only one who came from the Devata realm? Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duanling Tian looked at Zhen Pingfan in surprise. Elder Yi, why you're from the Devata realm as well? Yi Chen-feng smiled faintly. To be precise, I'm from the mundane realm. Mundane realm. Upon hearing Yi Chen-feng's words, Duanling Tian was filled with respect. As someone who came from the mundane realm, it was not easy for him to reach where he was today. And this person in front of him, who had walked out from the mundane plane, was already an emperor god expert. Duanling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the mundane realm as well, right? Yi Chen-feng asked with a smile.
Why do you think so, Elder Yi?
Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Yi Chen-feng smiled and said, I've seen the scryer recording of you killing the 2 intermediate god emperors in the Tianlong clan. Although you didn't attack much at that time, your calmness shows that even if you're not a veteran, you're very experienced in battle. You're so experienced that even ordinary god emperors can't compare to you. That's why I'm guessing you're from the mundane realm as well. Yi Chen-feng said. Yes, I'm from the mundane realm. Duanling Tian nodded. The Saint Realm and the Yen Huang realm are both considered my hometowns. The reason why he mentioned his hometowns was that Duanling Tian thought that if Elder Yi was also from one of the 2 mundane realms, he might be able to take care of him in the future. I didn't expect you to be from the Yen Huang realm. Yi Chen-feng said in surprise. It said that our Chunyang school's ancestor came from the Yen Huang realm. At this time, Even Zhan Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfen looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian and their Chunyang school's ancestor came from the same mundane realm. Our Chunyang school's ancestor is surnamed Lu? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly, and then he asked subconsciously. Yes, his surname is Lu.
Yi Chunfeng nodded, and then said in surprise. Could it be that you've heard of our Chunyang school's ancestor? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, in one of my hometowns, the Yanhuang realm, there's a legendary figure there. His Taoist title is Pure Sun, and his name is Lu Dongbin.
That's our ancestor. Zhan Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and then he sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect that the genius that our Chunyang school recently accepted is from our ancestors' homeworld. Moreover, it might affect the upcoming 7 prefectures banquet. Could it be that our ancestors are protecting our Pure Sun sect from the unseen world? When Zhan Yunfeng said this, even Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng's eyes lit up. During this process, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the 2 Void Peer stage elders of the Chunyang school became closer. After receiving confirmation, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He did not expect his speculation to come true. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like many of the figures in the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life were real. He had heard and seen many of them since he was in the Devata realms. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Yi Chunfeng and asked, Elder Yi, do you plan to send a clone with me, or do you plan to go with me? Chapter 3957. Should he send his avatar or his true self? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Yi Chunfeng had his reasons. If his avatar went, he would either bring his high-grade divine sword with him and use Mi Xian to nourish the sword's soul in the lower realm, or find a way to bring Mi Xian back to the Chunyang school. Regardless, his avatar would have to return to the Chunyang school. If his true self went, it would be the same. Moreover, it would be safer on the way back to the Chunyang school. As for the Chunyang school, he could leave his avatar behind. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about the difficulty of Yi Chunfeng returning to the Mystic Gangland using the space-piercing divine shuttle. With Yi Chunfeng's strength, even if he went to another realm of gods using the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would still be able to return to the Mystic Gangland and the Chunyang school. Previously, when he was in the Linghu family, he learned from Linghu Renjie that Linghu Renfeng, the god emperor, had returned to the Mystic Gangland from the Divine Offering Land through a realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the Mystic Gangland was not formed by a collision with the Divine Offering Land, so it was impossible to go from the Divine Offering Land to the Mystic Gangland through the realm battlefield. However, there was a spatial connection between the realm battlefields. Space was a very mysterious thing. The various planar battlefields were actually separated by a very long distance, but there was a connection between them that was similar to teleportation. One could go through one planar battlefield and enter another planar battlefield. It was not difficult to enter the realm of gods. Any god emperor could do it. However, if one wanted to go to the other realm of gods through the realm battlefield, one would have to rely on luck. If one was unlucky, it would take a lot of effort. This was because one would only know which realm of gods it was connected to after arriving at the other realm battlefield. One would have to ask someone in the other realm battlefield to find out. Duan Lingtian only knew this from Linghu Renjie. Of course my true self will go. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, Yi Chunfeng smiled and said, sending a clone is not very safe. I am also worried. Even if I were to go, under extremely bad luck, I would be able to make it back before the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Yi Chunfeng said, you can't be careless. At this time, Zhan Yunfeng looked at Yi Chunfeng and said, there is no lack of upper god emperors and hierarch realm existences in the various battlefields. If you encounter them, be humble and tell them where you come from. Killing you won't give you any military merits. I'm sure they won't hold it against you. Hearing this, Yi Chunfeng could not help but smile bitterly. Senior brother Zhen, you don't need to remind me of this. I am not a child. I haven't lived long enough. Don't forget, the last tribulation thunder of my last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was still destroyed by my sword finger. I didn't even use my divine sword. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Yunfeng's face froze. Then he cursed, get lost. Stop showing off your age and strength in front of me. Zhen Pingfan, who was at the side, saw Duan Lingtian looking at his father, Zhan Yunfeng, and his martial uncle Yi Chunfeng in astonishment. He could not help but explain through telepathy with a smile. Duan Lingtian, this martial Uncle Yi of mine is actually younger than me. He is also recognized as the #1 genius of the Chunyang school in the past 100,000 years. During the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, if you can fight your way into the top 10, the Chunyang school will be able to get 2 spots that have the potential to advance to the Upper God Emperor realm. One of the spots will be reserved for martial Uncle Yi. As for the other spot, it will require the other Void Pierce stage elders to discuss and even compete for it. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was naturally shocked again. This elder Yi, who came from the mundane world just like him, was actually such a genius? Since one of the 2 spots was reserved for him, it meant that the other Void Pierce stage elders did not have any objections. It was obvious that his level of genius had definitely been recognized by the other Void Pierce stage elders. Elder Yi, when do you plan to depart? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chunfeng and asked. I need to find 2 void-piercing divine shuttles first. Yi Chunfeng said while shaking his head. Previously, I rarely return to the lower planes when the planar battlefield is open. Besides, I can get void-piercing divine shuttles everywhere. Therefore, I didn't store them. Otherwise, if I store more of them, I might not even need to go through the planar battlefield to come back. Duan Lingtian naturally understood the meaning of Yi Chunfeng's words. What he meant was that if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use one to return to the lower planes and the other to return to the planes of gods. The former and latter were both indiscriminate teleportation. Under such circumstances, if he had enough void-piercing divine shuttles, he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes after teleporting to the other planes of gods. Then, he could use the void-piercing divine shuttles to return to the lower planes and teleport to the planes of gods again. This cycle would repeat endlessly. It would continue until he was lucky enough to return to the profound Handle land. After all, there were only a dozen or so planes of gods. There would always be a time when he was lucky. Of course, he needed enough void-piercing divine shuttles to do this. Elder Yi, if you don't have any void-piercing divine shuttles, I have a few for you. I'll give you one when the time comes. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chunfeng with a smile. Although Yi Chunfeng was planning to follow him back to the lower planes to nurture the soul of his divine sword, he had to deal with Mi Xian first before he could do that. Previously, when he sent his clone back, he could not do anything to Mi Xian. However, with Yi Chunfeng, a medium god emperor, following him back, dealing with Mi Xian would be a piece of cake. I'm really curious. I wonder what Mi Xian's expression will be if he sees me bringing a god emperor to him. It will definitely be interesting. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. All right, Yi Chunfeng replied. At the same time, he took out a soul orb and exchanged it with Duan Lingtian. When you depart, just send me a message. Also, if you encounter any problems in the Chunyang school in the future, as long as you're not in the wrong, just let me know and I'll solve them for you. Yi Chunfeng said, if the matter has nothing to do with those old fellows, even if you're in the wrong, I can still solve it for you. Although Yi Chunfeng's words were irresponsible and did not seem to be able to distinguish right from wrong, he dared to say this mainly because he knew Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would make things difficult for him. Moreover, the Chunyang school had investigated Duan Lingtian, and he knew the results of the investigation. Because of this, he knew Duan Lingtian's character in the profound Handle land very well. If it were a reckless and brainless troublemaker, even if the other party could nurture his divine sword's soul, he would definitely not make such a promise. Thank you, Elder Yi. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian knew he would have another backer in the Chunyang school from today onward. If you're free, you can also visit the Hidden Sword Progeny. Most of the people in the Hidden Sword Progeny are from the Devata realms. Yi Chunfeng continued to say, you're also a non-native who came to the realms of gods from a lower secondary realm. I'm sure you'll have many things to talk about. I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Lingtian hurriedly replied. He would definitely visit the Hidden Sword Progeny in the future. Who knew, if he went to the Hidden Sword lineage, he might be able to gain a few more backers. According to what he knew, the Hidden Sword lineage also had 2 other God Emperor powerhouses, and they were both the Pure Sun Sect's elders Jingxiu. A month later, Duan Lingtian's clone that had comprehended the law of space and Yi Chunfeng set off at almost the same time. However, due to the fact that only one person could enter the space-piercing divine shuttle at a time, the space-piercing divine shuttle would collapse if 2 people entered the space-piercing divine shuttle at once. Their next destination was also completely different. Elder Yi, let's meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since Duan Ling Tian knew they would meet at different places, he had informed Yi Chunfeng beforehand that they would meet at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There were only 81 Devata realms in the world. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was not difficult to find the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as well.
All right.
Yi Chunfeng nodded before he activated the space-piercing divine shuttle. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian opened a space-piercing divine shuttle and entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, the duo disappeared from the Chunyang school's estate. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's clone that had left was only his clone. His main body remained in the Chunyang school. As for Yi Chunfeng, it was the exact opposite. His true body had left while his clone remained in the Pure Sun sect. In the undead world, among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, the undead world had the most souls. Due to the fact that it was not particularly dangerous, many powerhouses from the Devata realms would come here to capture souls and turn them into weapon spirits for their prominent celestial weapons. For this reason, powerhouses from the Devata realms were often attracted to the undead world. Naturally, many powerhouses from the Devata realms were unlucky enough to encounter the powerhouses from the undead world and were trapped in the undead world forever. After all, the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Although the undead world was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell, it was still filled with unknown dangers. At this moment, in the depths of the undead world, where powerhouses from the Devata realms did not dare to enter, there was a series of bloody mountains that were connected in a complicated manner. When looked at from afar in the sky, this expanse of Blood Mountain was like a mountain range that had been casually created by the creator. There was no pattern to it, and it was randomly distributed everywhere. However, there was a large group of people gathered in this place. They were the rare beings in the undead world who possessed fleshly bodies. Most of these beings were similar to humans. However, their skin color, body shape, and some of their features were slightly different. Some of them even resembled the aliens in the Earthlings' fantasies. In the belly of a relatively large blood mountain, in a huge cave, a magnificent palace was crouching there like a giant beast. At this moment, in a quiet room in the palace, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged. He was muttering to himself in a strange tone. He muttered to himself, "Feng Qingyang, you should know that if this continues, it won't do you any good to me."
Chapter 3958.
Humph. As soon as the handsome young man finished muttering to himself, his expression changed. It was no longer sinister. Instead, his expression became more natural. However, as his expression returned to normal, the handsome young man suddenly let out a cold snort.
Then let's continue to waste time.
As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, a sinister expression appeared on his face.
Feng Qingyang, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I didn't notice your soul is still growing stronger? You're thinking of breaking free from me after you've broken through to the Divine Emperor stage, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he chuckled. If that's what you think, then you're really too naive. Do you think you'll be able to break through and become a Divine Emperor? I'm sure you've sensed it in the past 2 months. Your soul that's close to breaking through to the Divine Emperor stage can no longer grow stronger, right? Perhaps you think your soul has reached a bottleneck. But is that really the case? The handsome young man's originally evil face now had a sinister smile. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't match his handsome face at all. It gave people a feeling that it was a waste for such a soul to stay in such a good body. You're the one who did this?
The handsome young man asked in a low voice after his expression returned to normal. At this moment, the 2 people talking to each other were none other than Feng Qingyang and Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who had taken over Feng Qingyang's body but did not fully control it. Previously, Mi Xian had entered Feng Qingyang's body in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he could have killed Feng Qingyang by paying a certain price, he did not do so. This was because he was interested in the fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian was certain there was something good in the Azura Hell. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was able to come out of the Azura Hell unscathed every time. This meant he had a way to survive in the Azura Hell.
Mi Xian was very curious about Feng Qingyang's secret.
Of course, he wanted to know if Feng Qingyang's secret would be of any help to him. In other words, he wanted to see if he could seize this fortune of Feng Qingyang's. A low divine king had become a high divine king in just a few decades. Moreover, He was very close to becoming a divine emperor. Naturally, he wouldn't believe that there wasn't a huge secret behind this. Not bad.
Mi Xian indifferently said, 2 months ago, I had someone set up a soul sealing array to envelop the area we are currently in.
You should know that this is the netherworld. What exists here are mainly spiritual life forms.
Looking at the entire world, I'm afraid there's no place that understands the soul better than the life forms here.
You, Feng Qingyang, want to play with souls in front of me, Mi Xian? You're still too young.
Don't forget that I'm not just a member of the dead spirit race, but also the former patriarch of the dead spirit race.
Mi Xian's face was filled with disdain and mockery as he spoke. This time, Feng Qingyang didn't respond to Mi Xian. However, Mi Xian clearly didn't intend to give up so easily. Feng Qingyang, I'll give you 1 more year. If you still don't cooperate after a year, don't blame me for being merciless. After I kill you, I'll take control of your body, disguise myself as you, and kill all of your subordinates. Even your disciple, Duan Ling Tian, may not be able to see through my disguise. Who knows, I might even be able to kill him. Don't doubt it. I've become very familiar with your soul in this period of time. I can imitate the aura of your soul.
Almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, his originally eerie face suddenly became calm and gentle. His eyes also became incomparably calm. In the blink of an eye, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change.
How is it? Does it look like me?
With a faint smile on his face, Mi Xian's voice was sharp at the beginning, but the latter half of his words completely transformed into Feng Qingyang's voice.
Mi Xian, if I fight you to the death now, even if you don't die, you'll definitely be crippled.
Inside his body, Feng Qingyang's soul emitted waves of cold aura.
If this was when I had just returned to the netherworld, perhaps. But now if you really want to die, I'll only be lightly injured at most. Half a year ago, my subordinates gave me this thing in the spatial ring. Mi Xian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, a faint halo appeared around his soul. At first glance, it looked like a shield. The shield was light gold and surrounded by a halo of light. There were talismans, characters, and many complicated diagrams mixed together and constantly rotating. A soul defensive divine artifact. Feng Qingyang's voice sounding somewhat unwilling and cold. Not bad. At least you have some knowledge. Mi Xian sneered. Feng Qingyang. Remember, I'll only give you 1 year. Think about it carefully for the next year. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, you won't just be making a mistake for yourself, your subordinates, and even your disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of everything that had happened in the netherworld. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still cultivating in the Chunyang school in Tongling province in the Shengang land. Of course, this was his true body.
As for his spatial law clone, he had once again used the space-piercing divine shuttle to cross the void in space and arrive at a lower plane.
This time, he appeared in a mundane plane. In this world, the number of mundane planes exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. They could be described as endless. This time, Duan Ling Tian arrived in a mundane plane that was completely unfamiliar to him. However, it was very similar to a mundane plane he had come into contact with before. Yanhuang Plane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the boundless starry sky, Duan Ling Tian stepped out of a spatial rift that appeared out of thin air. At the same time, cannonballs whistled in the air as they crossed the starry sky and arrived at the other end.
Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and saw a huge body that resembled an astral behemoth hovering in the starry sky not far away. This body was somewhat similar to some of the unpopular warships that Duan Ling Tian had encountered in Yanhuang Plain, but it was more terrifying. Boom! Rumble! When the cannonballs landed on the planet in front of him, the entire planet shook violently. Smoke and dust rose into the air. At first, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. In the next instant, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that there was almost no life on the planet. The reason he said almost no life was because there was only one person on the planet. That person was constantly dodging the cannonballs that were locked onto him. One person attracted a warship? Duan Ling Tian shook his head lightly. He did not intend to meddle in this matter. He narrowed his eyes and extended his divine consciousness to search for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. As long as he could find the weak point, he would be able to break through the barrier and enter the mundane realm. Just as Duan Ling Tian was scanning the area with his divine consciousness, a signal that resembled an ultrasonic wave swept across the starry sky and landed on Duan Ling Tian. In the next instant, a commotion broke out in the warship.
Reporting.
There's an unidentified human in front.
Reporting.
The other party traveled through the starry sky with his physical body. It's obvious he's a super powerhouse as well.
Could he be a helper of that person?
Reporting.
Should we attack him?
Soon after, a tall figure appeared in the cockpit of the warship. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His short, dark red hair was spiky, and he looked extremely resolute.
Turn on the loudspeaker. I want to talk to him.
As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned on the warship's loudspeaker. Then he said, "The purple-clad man in front, if you're not a helper of our target, please retreat 10 miles away. Otherwise, we'll treat you as a helper of that person and kill you as well." Duan Ling Tian heard the middle-aged man's words. However, he was not bothered by it. He had no intention of leaving since he was still searching for the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Soon after, the commander of the battleship saw Duan Ling Tian's indifference and finally fired a few cannonballs at him. The cannonballs were like meteors as they locked onto Duan Ling Tian.
Boom! Rumble!
However, when the cannonballs exploded and the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The purple-clad young man stood there unscathed. Not even a crease could be seen on his robe. As for the explosive force of the cannonballs, they were blocked by the spatial storm in front of him. It was like a spatial wall that blocked all the attacks from the warship. For a moment, silence filled the cockpit of the warship. More than a dozen people looked at the monster-like figure outside the cabin's mirror. Some of them sucked in a breath of cold air, and some of them swallowed hard.
"Sir Commander, should we launch another attack?" One of the people controlling the warship asked in a low voice. Smack!
In the next moment, the middle-aged man slapped him on the head.
"I'll kill anyone who dares to act rashly."
At the same time, the middle-aged man said through the loudspeaker, "Sir, we've misunderstood you.
We're willing to compensate you."
Please, however, before he could finish speaking, he saw the purple-clad figure had vanished into thin air like a ghost. The people in the cockpit were stunned.
Where did he go? Is he a human or a ghost?
Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not bother with the people from the mundane realms. Even if the attacks landed on him, they would not be able to harm him at all. However, his robe would be affected since it was a real robe and not one formed from divine energy. Compared to a robe formed from divine energy, Duan Ling Tian preferred to wear a real robe. It was made of cotton and was very comfortable.
Chapter 3959.
Naturally, the Duan Ling Tian who had come to the mundane realm was only a law clone. However, before the law clone left, Duan Ling Tian had dressed it in a real robe with just a thought. Naturally, the robe could not be connected to the body of his law clone. However, since his law clone was destined to stay in the lower realms, there was no need for him to worry about that. I finally found it. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness for a while before he finally found the weak point in the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Devata realm. Then, he broke through the barrier and traveled to the nearby Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian had been to this Devata realm in the past. Back then, he had traveled to almost all the Devata realms in search of his family. He had only missed a few Devata realms. Another small place? Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he discovered his law clone had returned to a remote place in the Devata realm. There was no transportation formation in this remote place at all. It seems like it'll take some time before I can reach the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian sighed helplessly as he made his way to a more prosperous place with a transportation formation in the Devata realm. While Duan Ling Tian was searching for a Devata realm transportation formation to head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a voice suddenly rang out. However, someone had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven ahead of him. Compared to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven that had been reduced to rubble, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been refurbished. Whether it was the landmark buildings or the entrance, everything had been restored. This was done under the supervision of the elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven.
Swoosh!
Outside the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, two elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven,
who were guarding the entrance suddenly saw a figure in front of them.
It was a young man dressed in a long golden robe.
The young man had sharp eyebrows and was as handsome as jade. He had a graceful bearing. He looked in the direction of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After a while he muttered to himself, "It seems like Duan Lingtian hasn't arrived yet. In that case, I'll wait for him here." The young man sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate.
Upon seeing this, the two elders who were guarding the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven frowned.
"Who's that?
Why is he meditating outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?
What's he doing here? Is he looking for someone? Is he waiting for someone?"
"I don't know. Let's wait and see." The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven did not to interfere with the young man Lingtian's. Perhaps, he was looking for someone. However, as time passed, more than an hour had passed, and they saw that no one had come out to meet the golden-robed young man. They immediately felt even more strange.
He is not looking to look for someone to search heavenly to medto Lingtian to medto the heavens to be heavens to's heavenly heavens is the heave?
He heaven be to waits. A moment later, one of the elders on duty flew out and was about to approach the golden-robed young man to warn him to leave. However, the moment he moved, the golden-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes.
With just an indifferent glance, he caused the elder on duty to instantly stop. At the same time, he felt his entire body being pressured by an invisible force, causing him to almost suffocate. At the same time, he discovered that the celestial origin energy in his body had been completely suppressed. He could not use it at all.
It was even to the extent that the reason he was able to remain in midair was all thanks to the invisible energy that had been extended by his opponent.
Otherwise, he who couldn't utilize his celestial origin energy would have fallen from the sky a long time ago. "Lord Meng Luo, I've been attacked outside the mountain gate. Help."
The elder who was on duty immediately sent a message to the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven.
The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He was one of Meng Luo's admirers.
Previously, he had rushed to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, after hearing that Meng Luo was personally taking charge of the recruitment. At this moment, the other elder on duty in front of the mountain gate also discovered that something was amiss.
What's going on? This guy, why is he frozen in the void?
In just a blink of an eye, a figure with a majestic aura shot out of the mountain gate like a cannonball and appeared outside the mountain gate in just a blink of an eye. When the elder on duty saw this person, his eyes lit up immediately.
Then, he hurriedly bowed respectfully at the newcomer. "Greetings, Lord Meng Luo." The newcomer was none other than Meng Luo. Meng Luo stood outside the mountain gate and looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged in the distance. In the beginning, he only frowned slightly. However, his expression soon turned solemn. The young man's surroundings seemed to have turned into a forbidden zone.
His divine consciousness could not get close to the young man at all.
"Sir, who are you? Why have you come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked politely.
Although he did not know if the young man was using the formation disc or if the young man was using the formation, he still asked politely. At the same time, the young man raised his hand and tossed the elder on duty in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Meng Luo like a piece of trash. When the elder on duty discovered he could control his celestial origin energy, he hastily bowed at Meng Luo and said, "Lord Meng Luo, I'm sorry for troubling you." Meng Luo nodded slightly at the elder.
"You may leave for now."
After the person in front of him left, Meng Luo once again looked at the golden figure not far away.
He felt slightly uneasy.
At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of bitterness in his heart. Initially, he thought he was quite strong and that there were not many people who were stronger than him in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not expect a powerhouse whom even the heavenly emperor whom he respected the most could not do anything to would appear. Then, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven showed up and displayed strength that was even stronger than the heavenly emperor. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was not as strong as him in the past. In less than 100 years, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven had grown so strong that he could kill him with just a sneeze. Now that the golden-clad young man had appeared out of nowhere, not only was he unable to see through the young man, but he also felt an inexplicable pressure. He was certain the young man was not pressuring him. However, he still felt an inexplicable pressure when facing the young man.
He did not know if it was just his mind playing tricks on him. I mean you no harm. The golden-clad young man remained seated with his legs crossed.
His expression remained unchanged as he looked at Meng Luo indifferently and said lazily, "I'm here to wait for someone."
That person will leave when he arrives.
The young man replied.
Are you waiting for someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Luo asked.
He thought the young man was here to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was already wondering how he should answer if the young man asked about the heavenly emperor's whereabouts.
I don't know.
The golden-clad young man shook his head.
A slight frown appeared on Meng Luo's face when the young man spoke again. His name is Duan Lingtian. Do you know him?
Duan Lingtian. Meng Luo was stunned when he heard the young man's words.
Then, he sighed in relief.
A smile appeared on his face as he said, "So you're a friend of the young master of the solitary destructive heaven.
Did you arrange to meet the young master of the solitary destructive heaven here?" It was as though Meng Luo had changed into a different person. He was much friendlier now. Upon seeing this, the elder from the heavenly palace who worshipped Meng Luo was shocked.
He did not expect the usually cold heavenly savage celestial emperor to have such a side to him.
Duan Lingtian is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven? The golden-clad young man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He rose to his feet and shook his head as he said, "That brat didn't tell me this. If I knew he's the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, I would have gone in and asked for a cup of tea instead of waiting here. However, no matter how slow he is, he should have arrived by now." As soon as the golden-clad young man finished speaking, swoosh, a figure appeared in the distance with just a few teleportations. He's here.
The golden-clad young man smiled faintly as he looked in the direction of the figure. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as well.
Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo bowed respectfully when he saw Duan Lingtian.
Even the two elders from the heavenly palace who were on duty at the entrance of the solitary destructive heaven quickly followed suit and bowed as well.
Greetings, young master of the solitary destructive heaven.
Senior Meng Luo, you're here as well?
Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Meng Luo. I heard there's a guest, so I came out to welcome him. Meng Luo said awkwardly as he looked at the golden-clad young man. Earlier, he had come in a hurry.
If he did not know the golden-clad young man was not to be trifled with, he would have attacked him.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-clad young man and smiled apologetically. Elder Yi, I appeared in a mundane realm. After I arrived in the Devata realm, I arrived at a small place that's quite far from the transportation formation.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Meng Luo was confused by Duan Lingtian's polite words.
It seemed like the golden-clad young man was even more extraordinary than the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the young master of the solitary destructive heaven was a divine emperor. Who was this golden-clad young man whom he addressed as Elder Yi? It's all right, I've only waited for a short while. The golden-clad young man was none other than Yi Chenfeng, a void peer stage elder from the Pure Sun sect who had returned with Duan Lingtian from the Mystic Starland. He smiled indifferently as he said, "However, you didn't tell me you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven."
As the host, shouldn't you brew a pot of tea for a guest who has come from afar? Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. Chapter 3960.
Meng Luo was stunned when he entered the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the two figures in front of him.
His heart was filled with shock and awe.
Earlier, his young hallmaster had introduced him to the golden-robed young man, and he had also introduced the golden-robed young man to him.
The golden-clad young man was a void peer stage elder from the Chunyang school.
He had no idea who the golden-clad young man was.
However, he instinctively assumed the golden-clad young man was from a hidden force in a Devata realm.
Moreover, he was certain the golden-clad young man had a high status.
However, when his young palace master, Duan Lingtian, told him through voice transmission what kind of force the Pure Sun sect was and what the other party's cultivation base was, he was shocked. The Chunyang school was a god-emperor force in a realm of gods with many god-emperors. Moreover, the golden-clad young man was a god-emperor? Although Meng Luo had never been to a realm of gods, he had heard about the god-emperors from his heavenly emperor,
Feng Qingyang. Even in a realm of gods, god emperors were considered top-notch powerhouses. Naturally, celestial emperors from the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength restricted in the lower realms of the realms of gods. For example, the person who had hunted his heavenly emperor down in the realm of gods had said that he could kill his heavenly emperor with just a breath if his strength was not restricted. However, even if his strength was restricted, his heavenly emperor was still no match for him. In the end, his heavenly emperor was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in a Devata realm. Initially, Meng Luo had thought his heavenly emperor was doomed. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would return in the end. However, it did not affect his understanding of how terrifying the experts in the realm of gods were. If their strength was restricted, how terrifying would they be if their strength was not restricted? According to the young palace master, this elder Yi isn't a native of the realms of gods. In other words, his strength as a god emperor won't be restricted when he leaves the realms of gods, Duanling Tian said. This is an existence much stronger than the young palace master. Right now, Meng Luo was completely frightened by Yi Chunfeng's strength, and was somewhat distracted. Duanling Tian brought Yi Chunfeng to the place where he used to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in ruins and had to be rebuilt, Hua Lao had personally overseen the restoration of the place. Young Palace Master. Duanling Tian and Hua Lao chatted in the courtyard while Meng Luo stood guard outside. Not long after, Hua Lao appeared, wearing a fiery red robe. Hua Lao, of course, it was Meng Luo who greeted him. As for the others, he didn't call them over. Even if the higher-ups of the Heavenly Emperor Palace noticed Duanling Tian's return, they were dismissed by him. He didn't want them to disturb the young palace master and the divine emperor. Hua Lao. Duanling Tian rose to his feet when he saw Hua Lao. With a smile on his face, he introduced Hua Lao to Yi Chunfeng. Duanling Tian had always treated Hua Lao as a senior. Even if Yi Chunfeng addressed himself as a servant, Duanling Tian had never treated him as such. Back in the mundane realm, Hua Lao and the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda had saved his life countless times. Duanling Tian had survived countless dangers with the help of the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda and Hua Lao. Hua Lao, Senior Meng Luo, please carry on with your work. Elder Yi and I will stay here for a while before we leave. Duanling Tian said to Elder Hua and Meng Luo. Also, the reason Elder Yi followed me here is to enter the netherworld and rescue Master. I'm sure it won't be long before you can see Master again. Upon seeing Meng Luo, Duanling Tian was relieved to know that his master, Feng Qingyang, was still alive. It was fine as long as he was alive. His mere clone might not be able to do anything to Mi Xian. However, Yi Chunfeng, who had followed him back from the profound Handle Land, was his original body and a god emperor. How strong was a god emperor's soul power? At least, Duanling Tian knew that his original body's soul power was not even 1/100th of Yi Chunfeng's soul power. The safety of Feng Qingyang, the Lord Heavenly Emperor, was undoubtedly a worry for Meng Luo and Hua Lao. When they found out that Yi Chunfeng was a god emperor, they wondered if he was a helper that their young palace master had found to go to the netherworld to rescue their Lord Heavenly Emperor. Now that their young palace master had confirmed it, they were overjoyed. Before leaving, they all bowed and expressed their gratitude to Yi Chunfeng. After the two left, Yi Chunfeng looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "The two of them are loyal to your master." Duanling Tian nodded. Senior Meng Luo has been with Master since a long time ago. He's a loyal follower. As for Elder Hua, although he hasn't been with Master for a long time, it was Master who gave him a new life. Therefore, he also sees Master as his savior. He feels that serving Master is the same as repaying the favor. Duanling Tian said, "Both are rare." Yi Chunfeng nodded. "When do we leave?" "Any time." Duanling Tian said, "However, I'm not familiar with the netherworld and don't know how to get there. I have to do some homework first." "You don't have to do any homework." Yi Chunfeng smiled. "I've been to the netherworld once before I became a god. I know how to get there. Now what you have to do is to see if you can find out where your master is in the netherworld. Or rather, how to find that dead spirit clansman in the netherworld. The netherworld is not small. Going there to find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yi Chunfeng shook his head as he spoke. Duanling Tian frowned slightly. "Then we can only try and see if we can find any clues about where he is in the netherworld." At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly regretted killing Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall of the title temple. Since Wu Hongqing was able to ask Mi Xian to deal with his master after his master, Feng Qingyang, returned, it meant that Wu Hongqing might know where Mi Xian was in the netherworld. Of course, it was also possible that Wu Hongqing didn't know and was only communicating through soul orbs.
Elder Yi, please stay here for a while. I'll go and ask around.
After bidding farewell to Yi Chunfeng, Duan Ling Tian left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then, he teleported to the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven through a nearby transportation formation. The current hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch was a new hall master. Moreover, he was a close confidant of Zhuang Tianheng, the current hall master of the tidal temple. Zhuang Tianheng had appointed Duan Ling Tian as the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch because he was worried that someone would offend Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, Zhuang Tianheng could order his close confidants to treat Duan Ling Tian with respect. After all, Zhuang Tianheng had the support of Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had killed Wu Hongqing and made Zhuang Tianheng the hall master of the main temple. Young master. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was led by the hall master of the solitary destructive heavens branch of the tidal temple to the tidal temple's main temple through a transportation formation. Zhuang Tianheng had long since familiarized himself with his new identity. His attitude was much more dignified than before. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, he bowed humbly and asked, "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush as he asked, "Is there anyone in the tidal temple who was close to Wu Hongqing in the past?" Although Zhuang Tianheng did not know why Duan Ling Tian asked such a question, he smiled wryly and said, "That's all. Those who were close to Wu Hongqing were all killed by you, lord. I've also killed the rest." "My lord, do you need them for something?" Zhuang Tianheng asked. "I don't really need them." Although Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed, he did not show it on his face. After obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Zhuang Tianheng, he decided to leave. Previously, before he parted ways with Zhuang Tianheng, he had instructed Zhuang Tianheng to continue collecting cultivation resources that were useful to his family. After so many years, he had accumulated quite a number of cultivation resources. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to contact Elder Hua of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I've already exchanged soul pearls with both of you. If there's anything I can do for you, I can help you, Duan Ling Tian said to Zhuang Tianheng before he left. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Zhuang Tianheng would not dare to disobey him, he felt it was better to give Zhuang Tianheng some benefits if he wanted Zhuang Tianheng to work for him. "Yes, my lord." As expected, when Zhuang Tianheng heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he nodded respectfully with a smile on his face. Then, he watched as Duan Ling Tian left. "Safe journey, my lord." After leaving the tidal temple, Duan Ling Tian returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After meeting up with Yi Chunfeng, he said, "Elder Yi, I'm afraid we've run out of leads. However, I have an idea that might work." Duan Ling Tian said to Yi Chunfeng. "What is it?" Yi Chunfeng asked curiously. "Luring the snake out of its hole." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said bluntly, "Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Yi to bring me to the netherworld. I want to send a message there." "All right." At this moment, Yi Chunfeng knew he could only rely on Duan Ling Tian to capture the Nether Spirit Clansman. If he relied on himself, he would be able to find the Nether Spirit Clansman after spending some time. However, the process of finding the Nether Spirit Clansman was like searching for a needle in a haystack to him. If he had a choice, he would not want to search for the dead Spirit Clansman in the Netherworld. Moreover, who knew if the Nether Spirit Clansman would kill Duan Ling Tian's master while he was searching for Duan Ling Tian's master? Then, he would switch to another body and continue to live on. If the dead Spirit Clansman concealed his identity, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 3961. The Netherworld also existed in an independent dimension. The way to go there was similar to going to the Azura Hell. Back then, it was Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, who had brought him to the Azura Hell. Today, it was Yi Chunfeng who had brought him to the Netherworld. After entering the Netherworld, Duan Lingtian finally understood why it was said that the Netherworld was not that dangerous. The moment they entered the Netherworld, it was peaceful, no different from the outside world. Although they could occasionally see some spiritual life forms,
These spiritual life forms were obviously very timid. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Yi Chunfeng from afar, they all avoided them. I didn't expect the netherworld to be so peaceful. Duan Lingtian sighed. The periphery is like this. Yi Chunfeng smiled. When you enter the netherworld, you will be in the periphery. Moreover, at different times, after entering the netherworld, you will appear in different places in the periphery. Unless you enter at the same time, like you and me. Back then, before Yi Chunfeng had become a god, he had entered the netherworld to capture spiritual life forms that could serve as the weapon spirits of high-grade divine weapons for his family. After so many years, coming here again, he was rather emotional. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he finished what he had to do next in a short time. After that, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chunfeng, Senior, I'm not sure if my plan will work. I feel that we can wander around the netherworld for a while and gather some information. Yes. Yi Chunfeng had no objections. Although he was looking forward to this trip, he knew there was no such thing as absolute certainty. Even if Duan Lingtian could bring him to the Nether Spirit Clan's clansmen, who knew if the Nether Spirit Clan's clansmen would be killed first? Nothing was absolute. Therefore, although he was looking forward to it, he still maintained a calm heart. For the rest of the trip, Duan Lingtian began to ask around for the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. After a few days, he successfully found the old site of the Dead Spirit Clan. The former encampment of the Dead Spirit Clan had long been reduced to ruins. Not even a blade of grass grew. Furthermore, as a race of spiritual life forms, there were no exquisite buildings to begin with. Even if they were standing on top of the ruins, they could imagine that even if they weren't in ruins, they wouldn't be much better. Duan Lingtian, I have an idea. Yi Chunfeng suddenly said. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chunfeng in confusion. I feel that instead of searching for clues here, why don't we find the powerful races nearby and ask them if they have any clues about the Dead Spirit Race clansman? The birth of a godly emperor realm Dead Spirit clansman. As long as he doesn't intend to hide from the world, the other clans will have some news about him. Yi Chunfeng expressed his thoughts. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately lit up at Yi Chunfeng's thought. At the same time he smiled bitterly. I forgot. With Elder Yi, a god emperor powerhouse, there's no need to worry about those clans in the netherworld not giving you face. A god emperor expert, and a medium god emperor at that. Most importantly, he had come in person. Even if such an existence was not considered the strongest in the netherworld, it would definitely be considered as one of the more top-notch powerhouses. Not to mention others, just the Dead Spirit Race. In the past, if Yi Chunfeng had come to the Dead Spirit Race, he could have easily wiped them out by himself. Even those clans whose strongest experts were only godly emperors would find it difficult to stop Yi Chunfeng. You've been thinking of your own methods. It's normal that you've neglected me. Yi Chunfeng smiled slightly. Anyway, your method of luring the snake out of its hole is scheduled for many days later. During this time, let's try my method. Who knows, we might be able to find that person. Unless that person can keep his composure, he'll definitely leave behind some clues. In an ordinary place in the netherworld, the appearance of a godly emperor is no small matter. Yi Chunfeng actually knew more about the netherworld than Duan Lingtian. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally had no objections. Then we'll follow Elder Ye's method first. If we really can't find that Mi Xian, we'll go out and wait for him to walk right into our trap. The Silver Horn clan was one of the few clans in the netherworld that did not have souls. Moreover, this clan was not much different from humans. However, they were more like the primitive people on Earth. They were between apes and humans and looked somewhat uncivilized. In fact, their intelligence was no different from that of humans. In fact, because they spent most of their time in the netherworld and lived in the environment of the netherworld, their souls were stronger than those of humans of the same cultivation level. Most importantly, there was a special feature. This race also had a very obvious characteristic. They all had a single silver horn on their heads. The horn was extremely sharp and could be considered one of their weapons. If it was tempered to a high-grade immortal artifact, it was even stronger. This is the Silver Horn clan. It's said that they're a close relative of humans. They're the offspring of humans and immortal beasts. At this moment, Yi Chunfeng brought Duan Lingtian to the place where the Silver Horn clan resided. Within a huge valley among the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, Yi Chunfeng stood in the air and looked down at everything as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. The Silverhorn clan is scattered all over the netherworld. Most of them are branches. This Silverhorn clan should only be a branch. The strongest one is only a mid-level divine emperor, Yi Chunfeng said. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian and Yi Chunfeng were standing openly here, the Silverhorn clan members who were passing by did not seem to see them at all. This was, of course, Yi Chunfeng's method. Let's go. Let's go meet the strongest person of this branch of the Silverhorn clan. After calling out to Duan Lingtian, Yi Chunfeng led him out of the Silverhorn clan. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the depths of the Silverhorn clan's residence and entered a building that looked like a temple. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he realized that Yi Chunfeng had brought him into a huge room. Although the room was huge, the furnishings inside were very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed. At this moment, a very old Silverhorn clan member was sitting on the bed. This Silverhorn clan member was very different from the Silverhorn clan members outside. He was more like a human. Moreover, there was only a little Silverhorn left on his forehead. It seemed like it would disappear completely at any time. In the Silverhorn clan, the stronger the existence, the more they'll be like a human. When they reach the Emperor God realm, the Silverhorn on their forehead will disappear completely. At the same time, they'll look no different from a human. Yi Chunfeng said to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. All right, now that we've revealed ourselves, he should be awake by now. As soon as Yi Chunfeng finished his sentence, the concealment technique that was covering him and Duan Lingtian was instantly removed. Both of them were completely exposed. As soon as they were exposed, the Silverhorn clansman on the bed sensed their auras. Horror dawned on him as soon as he opened his eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Yu Luo, his divine energy surged out of his body. In the next moment, he was extremely agitated. It was as though he was about to attack. Humph! However, as Yi Chunfeng snorted coldly, a strong invisible energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, it crushed the divine energy on the Silverhorn clan member and suppressed his divine energy completely. In the next moment, the Silverhorn clan member's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, an old and terrified voice came from the depths of his throat. Emperor! Emperor God! Emperor God expert! You're quite observant, Yi Chunfeng said indifferently. At the same time, he withdrew his energy. It was as though he was no longer worried that the Silverhorn clan member before him would act rashly. As for the other party, he did not act rashly. To be precise, he did not dare to act rashly. The Silverhorn clan member took a deep breath. In the next moment, he got off the bed and bowed respectfully to Yi Chunfeng. Greetings, Master Emperor God. Yi Chunfeng nodded lightly. I have no ill intentions towards you or your Silverhorn clan. I'm here mainly to ask for your help. I want to see if you can help me find someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chunfeng raised his hand. A pill bottle appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the divine pill in the pill bottle whizzed out and floated in mid-air. It was a divine pill that was surrounded by purple lightning. It emitted an alluring pill fragrance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recognized the divine pill with just a glance. It was a divine pill that would not increase his cultivation level if he were to consume it now. Moreover, the one in Yi Chunfeng's hand was an ultimate divine pill. It was an ultimate emperor-level divine pill. As for Qi Lu, when he saw the divine pill, his pupils shrank rapidly. Even his breathing became hurried. Ultimate Purple Lightning Divine Pill? Purple Lightning Divine Pill was a divine pill that could help divine emperors cultivate. The higher the quality, the better the effect. An Ultimate Purple Lightning Divine Pill was 10 times more effective than an ordinary Purple Lightning Divine Pill. Most importantly, no matter if it was an Ultimate Purple Lightning Divine Pill or an Ultimate Purple Lightning Divine Pill, after consuming 3 or more, it would no longer have any effect. At that time, one would develop a resistance to the medicinal effect. Part of the reason Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was able to advance so quickly was because he had consumed 3 extreme-grade violet electricity divine pills. Yes, he had personally refined them himself. Find that person, and this divine pill will be yours, Yi Chunfeng said. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said this, Qi Lu's eyes turned red. Master, who are you looking for? Not only can I find him myself, but I can also ask the Silverhorn clan for help. I can even ask the subordinate clans of the Silverhorn clan to help. Qi Lu was the high priest of the Silverhorn clan. He was also the strongest expert of this Silverhorn clan branch. Even the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan was only his disciple. Mi Xian of the Dead Spirit clan. Yi Chenfeng said. Mi Xian. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Qi Lu's pupils shrank.
Then, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Master, you're looking for Mi Xian? You and Mi Xian. Qi Lu looked at Yi Chenfeng with a somewhat doubtful gaze. Seems like you know him. Yi Chenfeng looked deeply at Qi Lu. Do you know where he is? Chapter 3962.
I don't know him. Qi Lu shook his head and said, but I've heard of him. This person is very ruthless.
He used to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. Like the previous patriarchs of the Dead Spirit clan, he kept a low profile until he left the Netherworld. He became a completely different person. After he was chased out of the Dead Spirit race, he returned to the clan a few times and devoured all the clansmen of the Dead Spirit race. During this period, the elders of the Dead Spirit race once went to invite the God Emperors who were on good terms with the ancestor of the Dead Spirit race. But when the God Emperors arrived, he ran away. Later, he entered the God Emperor realm and killed the God Emperors that the Dead Spirit clan had invited to deal with him. He even wiped out that clan. In our region, he has become a celebrity.
It is said that he has now become a middle God Emperor.
When Qi Lu mentioned Mi Xian, there was a hint of fear in his tone. Even though he was also a middle God Emperor, he was still wary of the ruthless who rose quickly. If possible, he really did not want to provoke such an existence. Do you know where he is now? Yi Chenfeng asked bluntly. I do. While Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were staring at Qi Lu nodded. After Mi Xian entered the middle God Emperor realm, he occupied a piece of land and became the king of it. He gathered many non-soul life forms like us from the Netherworld and created a force called the Xianling Alliance. He even recruited a group of subordinates. His subordinates are also people who have committed all kinds of crimes in our area. They all go to him to seek his protection. Medium-level divine emperors. In our area, high-level divine emperors and above don't come out. They can be considered as overlords. Qi Lu said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qi Lu's words. He did not expect to find Mi Xian's whereabouts so easily. To think that he had come up with a plan to lure the snake out of its hole out of worry. Now, it seemed that it would not be necessary. Yi Chenfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Lu and asked again. Where is the Xianling Alliance? Do you know? I'm not too sure. However, my disciple, the current clan chief of the Silverhorn clan, should know about it. As soon as Qi Lu finished speaking, he added, I just sent a message to ask him. He knows. My lord, why are you looking for Mi Xian? Qi Lu asked. He didn't know if the person in front of him was Mi Xian's friend or foe. Even though it seemed more likely that the person in front of him was an enemy, Qi Lu still felt some fear in his heart. What? Are you afraid that he'll take revenge on you? This time, Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Lu as if he could see through Qi Lu's thoughts at a glance. Qi Lu smiled awkwardly. Although I'm not afraid of him, I'm inferior to someone who doesn't have a bottom line in all aspects. Who knows if he'll break through and become a higher God Emperor if given some more time. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you're worried that he'll take revenge on you, there's no need for that. As long as he's targeted by us, he'll definitely die. This time, as long as the Silverhorn clan helps us find him, I'll give the Silverhorn clan 10 Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pills. The Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pill was an Ultimate King-grade Divine Pill. It was also a Divine Pill that assisted God Emperors in their cultivation. Although in terms of value, it was inferior to the Extreme Purple Electricity Divine Pill, which was an Extreme Emperor Grey Divine Pill, the 10 of them added together were still more valuable than the Extreme Purple Electricity Divine Pill. Moreover, the Ultimate Spiritualism Divine Pill's medicinal properties were relatively mild. Basically, one would only develop resistance after taking 5 pills. In this aspect, it was still stronger than the Ultimate Purple Electricity Divine Pill. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian. He had long heard that Duan Lingtian could refine Ultimate King-grade Divine Pills. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. A lower God Emperor who can kill ordinary God Emperors, less than 3,000 years old, and can refine Ultimate King-grade Divine Pills.
Even those powerful hierarch forces might not have such a monstrous genius, right? If someone as young as Duan Lingtian had such a force, Yi Chenfeng would believe that some hierarch forces would have such a force. However, on this basis, coupled with the fact that he could refine ultimate king-grade divine pills, Yi Chenfeng felt that it was unlikely that any hierarch forces in the current era would have such an existence.
Many thanks, my lord. Qi Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Don't worry, my lord. I've already asked my disciple to come over.
Once he's here, he and I will personally bring both of you to Mi Xian.
As the saying went, money makes the world go round. In front of 10 ultimate king-grade divine pills and 1 ultimate emperor-grade divine pill, Qi Lu completely dispelled any thoughts of hesitation and fear.
Moreover, this lord who was traveling with a god-emperor expert had said that as long as they found Mi Xian would undoubtedly die. If it was just a god-emperor or even a high-level god-emperor, Qi Lu wouldn't dare to be 100% certain that they could kill Mi Xian.
Mi Xian was too cunning. Even if a high-level god-emperor was stronger than him, they might not be able to kill him. However, the person in front of him was different. A god-emperor expert wanted to kill Mi Xian. So what if Mi Xian was cunning? With a single thought, Mi Xian would be suppressed.
He had once been to the main clan of the Silverhorn clan, and witnessed the methods of the god-emperors of the Silverhorn clan.
That was only a lower god-emperor, but he could kill a few high god-emperors like killing dogs. The other party didn't even have a chance to escape. Teacher. Soon, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan arrived. He was a sturdy single-horned ape-man.
The single horn on his head seemed to be retracting, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit.
This is Lord God Emperor. With Qi Lu's introduction, the patriarch of the Silverhorn clan immediately bowed humbly at Yi Chenfeng.
He did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian as he bowed respectfully and called out, Lord.
Now, bring us to Profound Spirit Alliance and find that Mi Xian. Qi Lu looked at his disciple and said indifferently, Yes. Teacher. Sirs, please come with me, Li Mu said. As the patriarch's voice fell, he led the way. Duan Lingtian and the other two immediately followed. With his disciple leading the way, Qi Lu naturally didn't dare to walk in front. He respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. During this process, he was also observing Duan Lingtian.
A person with a god-emperor expert was definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, he discovered that the other party was indeed extraordinary.
Although he wasn't a god-emperor expert, he was still a god-emperor. Although he was only a lower god-emperor, he still gave him a sense of danger. Profound Spirit Alliance was located within a Blood Mountain range. Looking from afar, it gave off a sinister and strange feeling when contrasted with the gloomy sky of the Netherworld. Lords, this is the encampment of Profound Spirit Alliance.
If we continue to go deeper, we might be discovered.
That Mi Xian recruited an extremely famous array master in our area. Anyone below the God Emperor level who intrudes into his array will be discovered by him immediately. Mi Xian values him greatly and appointed him as the only Vice Alliance Master of Profound Spirit Alliance. His position is only below one person and above all others. Of course, Profound Spirit Alliance doesn't have that many people, at most a few hundred. The patriarch of the Silverhorn clan stood outside the Blood Mountain range and respectfully said to Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chenfeng. As for Yi Chenfeng, he had already extended his powerful consciousness the moment the other party finished speaking. In the blink of an eye, he had locked onto the entire Blood Mountain in front of him. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yi, you found it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A high god king's body with 2 souls. It should be correct. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Duan Lingtian's face was immediately filled with joy, but after a while, he became somewhat worried. Elder Yi, I haven't asked you how you plan to deal with that Mi Xian. If possible, I hope you won't harm my master's body and soul. This was also Duan Lingtian's only concern. You don't need to worry about this. Yi Chenfeng was clearly in a very good mood.
If I, Yi Chenfeng, failed to deal with the soul of a mere middle god emperor, then I would have lived for almost 20,000 years in vain.
The moment Yi Chenfeng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. This elder Yi was less than 20,000 years old? Even in the Tianlong clan, it was difficult to find a golden dragon elder younger than 40,000 years old.
Although he knew Yi Chunfeng was young, he didn't expect him to be this young. At this moment, Duan Tian was not the only one who was shocked. Even the two men from the Silverhorn clan were dumbfounded. This God Emperor expert was less than 20,000 years old? One had to know that even the younger disciple, a lower-level Divine Emperor, was almost 30,000 years old. A God Emperor expert less than 20,000 years old?
Who is he?
At this moment, the master and disciple of the Silverhorn clan saw the sincere shock in each other's eyes. At least in the netherworld, they had never heard of a God Emperor expert less than 20,000 years old.
Whoosh! Yi Chunfeng raised his hand and a divine pill appeared.
In the blink of an eye, it floated in front of the Silverhorn clan's high priest, allowing him to take it.
Seeing this, Duan Tian also took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Qi Lu. After receiving the divine pill in the bottle, Qi Lu was overjoyed. He thanked Duan Tian and Duan Tian profusely. "Thank you so much, thank you so much."
However, when he bowed and stood up, he found that the two people in front of him had already disappeared.
"This time, I've earned a lot." Qi Lu grinned and took out 5 divine pills from the bottle.
Together with the ultimate purple electricity divine pill, he threw them all to the disciple who had been staring at the divine pill in his hand for a long time.
"Out of the 10 ultimate spirit electricity divine pills, I'll give you 5. No matter how many I give you, it's useless. This ultimate purple electricity divine pill is also for you."
The disciple shook his head hurriedly. "Master, I can't take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill.
With it, you'll definitely be able to pass the next heavenly tribulation smoothly. Take it as you're told. I know my situation best. Even if I take this ultimate purple electricity divine pill, I'll only live for 1 or 2,000 years at most." Chapter 3963.
Little Tian?
Although Feng Qingyang's soul was suppressed, he was not in any danger for the time being. However, he was slightly taken aback when he received a message from his disciple, Duan Tian.
"Master, I'll wait for you and Mi Xian at the entrance of the Azura Hell with a God Emperor in a month. Just tell him that there's something good in the Azura Hell and lure him here. As long as you are here, the God Emperors beside me will take action and directly extract Mi Xian's soul from your body." These were the exact words of his disciple, Duan Tian. His first reaction was that his disciple, Duan Tian, had gone to the netherworld to save him after he had not returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time. Initially, Duan Tian did not approve of Duan Tian's decision. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could receive Duan Tian's message, but he could not send a message to Duan Tian since Duan Tian's soul pearl was still in his spatial ring. Now that Mi Xian had taken over his body, Mi Xian would react if he used his spatial ring. A God Emperor? Although Duan Tian did not know where his disciple, Duan Tian, had found a God Emperor, he did not doubt his disciple's words. He knew Duan Tian would not lie to him. In the next few days, Feng Qingyang intentionally showed signs of loosening his stance and began to negotiate with Mi Xian. For example, Mi Xian had to leave his body before the Azura Hell. Duan Tian would share his fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell with Mi Xian. Naturally, Mi Xian would not agree to this. However, when Mi Xian saw that Feng Qingyang had begun to negotiate terms with him, he saw a glimmer of hope even though Feng Qingyang's conditions were unacceptable. He wanted to replicate Feng Qingyang's fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell and seize the opportunity to obtain it. In the blink of an eye, many days passed. Feng Qingyang, who had been negotiating with Mi Xian every few days, also made concessions time and time again. "Mi Xian, I'll take you to Azura Hell, but you have to leave my body before we reach our destination. Otherwise, I won't deactivate the spell formation for you. If you don't agree, then we don't need to talk anymore." Mi Xian had been very concerned when he first heard Feng Qingyang say that, but now, he didn't care at all. That was because Feng Qingyang would say the same thing every time they talked about conditions recently. He was tired of hearing it. "Feng Qingyang, why don't you state some more realistic conditions?" Mi Xian said indifferently. What a joke. If he left Feng Qingyang's body at that time, he didn't know what would happen to Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang was most familiar with that place, but he wasn't. "Master." On this day, Feng Qingyang, who had just rested for a day and hadn't discussed conditions with Mi Xian, received a message from his disciple,
Duanling Tian. Feng Qingyang was a little confused.
Little Tian. Didn't he say he'd take that god emperor to the gates of Azura Hell to wait for us?
He even asked me to meet half a month later. Why is he here again?
For him to be able to send a message meant that his disciple, Duanling Tian, was also in the netherworld. When he thought of the message his disciple, Duanling Tian, had sent him half a month ago, he didn't understand. During this time, he had been planning to negotiate with Mi Xian for another half a month before compromising and taking Mi Xian to Azura Hell. He hadn't expected his disciple, Duanling Tian, to come in before the time was up. But this time, Duanling Tian quickly gave him an answer. Master, Elder Yi and I have already found our way here.
Elder Ye's consciousness has already locked onto Mi Xian. We'll be there soon.
But before that, you must be careful. Don't give Mi Xian an opportunity to destroy your body or hurt your soul.
In the end, Duanling Tian's message became solemn and serious. Elder Yi?
That God Emperor expert?
Feng Qingyang's heart trembled.
He'd never imagined that his disciple, Duanling Tian, would come to him with that God Emperor and lock onto Mi Xian.
Be careful of Mi Xian's counterattack. Feng Qingyang became vigilant.
He didn't dare to relax because he didn't know when his disciple, Duanling Tian, and Yi Chen Feng, would arrive.
Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang thought this, a thunderous voice came from outside.
It seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, causing the sand and dust in a large area of the Blood Mountain to move rhythmically.
In some places, there was even a small sandstorm. Mi Xian, get out here.
Feng Qingyang recognized the voice as belonging to his disciple, Duanling Tian.
If he could recognize it, so could Mi Xian. Mi Xian opened his eyes, his gaze cold. A cold smile appeared on his lips.
Feng Qingyang, it seems that you and your disciple are truly master and disciple.
He actually found the netherworld for you, and even came to find Meme.
Does he really think that I and my Xianling alliance can't do anything to him? Before Feng Qingyang could respond, Mi Xian's figure flashed, leaving the belly of a blood mountain and soaring into the sky.
Lord Alliance Lord.
Lord Alliance Lord. When Mi Xian's subordinates heard Duanling Tian's arrogant words, they flew toward Duanling Tian angrily. When Mi Xian arrived, he saw a familiar purple figure in the distance surrounded by a group of his subordinates, who were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey.
Duanling Tian.
Mi Xian walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Duanling Tian mockingly as he said, "You couldn't do anything to me when we were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Could it be that you, a low-level godly emperor, can do anything to me?" As he said this, the mocking smile on Mi Xian's face instantly turned into a mocking smile.
Mi Xian, you can try and see if I can do anything to you.
Duanling Tian had a brilliant smile on his face.
Alliance Lord, leave him to me.
An old man appeared behind Mi Xian in the blink of an eye. He stared coldly at Duanling Tian and said, "Today, I'll take his head as the Alliance Lord." The old man was dressed in long gray robes. He was thin and had a cold expression on his face.
He looked no different from a human.
As soon as he finished speaking, divine power radiated from his body. Then, different formation discs were suspended in the void around him by divine power. This old man was none other than the only Vice Alliance Lord of the Profound Spirit Alliance.
He was also Mi Xian's right-hand man.
A formation grandmaster with a cultivation base of a lower divine emperor.
Don't underestimate him, Ta Yuan. Mi Xian's eyes flashed.
He's not simple. Let's work together and kill him.
Use your formation to help me kill him.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's divine energy surged out of his body. Even though he hadn't fully occupied Feng Qingyang's body, he was familiar with it. His divine energy whizzed out of his body like an extension of his arm. Moreover, as his soul energy vibrated, soul attacks began to form one after another before he charged toward Duanling Tian.
Yes, Alliance Lord.
Although the old man felt that his Alliance Lord was being overly cautious, he did not hesitate. Almost as soon as Mi Xian moved, he charged toward Duanling Tian. During this process, the formation discs around him flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers and scattered above Duanling Tian's head. One formation after another was about to be set up. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. In the next moment, whether it was the old man himself or the spectators, they all clearly saw that the dozens of formation discs in the air had actually been swept away by a gust of wind and turned into dust that filled the air.
"Who's there?" the old man cried out in alarm, his expression changing drastically. He knew his own formation discs very well. Even a high-level divine emperor might not be able to destroy all of his formation discs so easily without showing himself. These formation discs were all formation discs that he had nurtured with his soul energy for many years, and he had even infused them with his blood essence. They were far from ordinary formation discs. "Who's there?" The expressions of the other onlookers from the Xianling alliance also changed. At the same time, Mi Xian, who was attacking Duanling Tian, quickly sensed the situation and his pupils constricted. "There's someone else." Duanling Tian found a helper. Almost as soon as Mi Xian had this thought in mind, a voice rang out in his head. Whoosh! A faint golden figure appeared behind Mi Xian in the blink of an eye like a ghost. Moreover, Mi Xian did not seem to notice his appearance. Only Duanling Tian and the others saw this person appear like a ghost. "Alliance Lord, be careful." The old man, Mi Xian's right-hand man in Xianling Alliance, the only vice-alliance lord of Xianling Alliance, Ta Yuan, instantly paled and cried out in alarm. Mi Xian froze. "What's going on? Is there danger? But why didn't I notice anything?" While Mi Xian was in a daze, the golden-robed young man who had appeared behind him finally made his move. With a lift of his hand, an invisible force swept out and entered Mi Xian's body through the top of his head. In the next instant, a faintly discernible illusory hand appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it forcefully pulled a soul out of Mi Xian's body. To be precise, it was Feng Qingyang's soul. The eyes of that body dimmed for a moment, but in the next moment, they regained their clarity. At the same time, the aura of that body greatly changed. "Master." Seeing this, Duanling Tian was overjoyed. He immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He felt like he was dreaming. How did he manage to take back his body so easily? At the same time, his gaze fell on Mi Xian's soul. At this moment, Mi Xian's soul was being grabbed by the golden-robed youth's illusory hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Chapter 3964. Who are you? In truth, Mi Xian was also in a state of shock. He never imagined that he would be pulled out of Feng Qingyang's body in the blink of an eye. As a soul, Mi Xian was still lively even after being pulled out. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't move at all in front of the golden-robed youth. His soul was completely suppressed, and his opponent's divine sense seemed to carry a frighteningly powerful pressure. Mi Xian stopped struggling. Duanling Tian looked at Mi Xian and said indifferently, "Do you think you can escape in front of a God Emperor expert?" A God Emperor expert. When Duanling Tian said this, not only did Mi Xian's soul tremble violently, but even Mi Xian's subordinates, including Ta Yuan, the vice-alliance leader of Xianling Alliance, were shocked. Their alliance leader had provoked the return of a God Emperor expert? Just a moment ago, they were still wondering who could toy with their alliance leader, a middle God Emperor, in the palm of his hand. Now that they knew the other party was a God Emperor, they no longer had any doubts. A God Emperor expert naturally had the strength to do so. "My lord, what benefits did Duanling Tian give you for you to help him deal with me?" Mi Xian's voice began to tremble when he looked at Yi Chunfeng again. "I, Mi Xian, am willing to pay a greater price as long as my lord is willing to spare my life." Now, Mi Xian recognized the truth. The golden-robed youth in front of him was undoubtedly a God Emperor expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to toy with him so easily. Duanling Tian. However, almost as soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Yi Chunfeng looked at Duanling Tian. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Yi." As Duanling Tian repeatedly thanked Yi Chunfeng, 2 rays of sword light shot out of his eyes. It was a soul attack that shot toward Mi Xian. Before finding Mi Xian, Duanling Tian had mentioned his crime to Yi Chunfeng, hoping that he could kill Mi Xian with his own hands. As for Yi Chunfeng, he did not care who killed Mi Xian. It was because the moment Mi Xian died, it was enough time for him to collect Mi Xian's incomplete soul and use it as nourishment for his high-grade divine sword soul. No. As for Mi Xian, he could only watch as Duanling Tian launched a soul attack at him. He wanted to defend himself, but he found that he couldn't use his soul power at all. At this moment, he was suddenly enlightened. This Duan Ling Tian was in a hurry to kill him because he wanted to silence him. At the same time, he quickly came up with an answer in his mind. This Duan Ling Tian must be worried that I'll expose the fact that he possesses 5 divine elements. My lord, in the blink of an eye, Mi Xian reacted and looked at Yi Chen Feng. This Duan Ling Tian has 5. In the end, Mi Xian did not finish his words. As soon as the word seed left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's soul attack had already killed Yi Chen Feng before he even had the chance to react. Yi Chen Feng had only just reacted and had no time to think. When he saw that Mi Xian had been killed, he hurriedly took out a very special black bottle and raised his hand, collecting Mi Xian's soul that was on the verge of collapse. After collecting Mi Xian's soul, Yi Chen Feng shook the bottle and revealed a smile. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Yi Chen Feng repeatedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. As for what Mi Xian wanted to say, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian had some treasure that Mi Xian was interested in, it wouldn't tempt him too much. Mi Xian was just a puny god emperor. Yi Chen Feng, on the other hand, was a middle god emperor. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had helped him greatly this time. It could be said that he was greatly indebted to him. Not to mention he did not know what his benefactor's belongings were. Even if he knew, he would not snatch them away. These were Yi Chen Feng's inner thoughts. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know. Even if he did, he wouldn't regret his thunderous attack. After all, only a dead man's mouth was sealed. Back when Duan Ling Tian killed the Tidal Temple's main hallmaster and took control of the Tidal Temple, he had deliberately asked around. Wu Hongqing didn't reveal that he had the 5 divine elements. Clearly, Wu Hongqing wanted to keep them to himself. Mi Xian was probably the same. No one would be willing to casually tell others that they knew who had the 5 divine elements because they wanted to steal the other party's 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were rumored to be the key to becoming a supreme expert. Moreover, those who possessed the 5 divine elements were usually stronger. If they used them well, they would be unrivaled in the same realm. In fact, they might even be able to fight those of a higher realm. Elder Yi, I should be the one thanking you. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely. Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses and thanked Feng Qingyang. Elder Yi, thank you for saving my master. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move without any warning. Swoosh! A sword ray streaked across the sky. At the same time, everyone from the Mystic Spirit Alliance, including the Vice Alliance leader of the Mystic Spirit Alliance and the Lesser God Emperor Ta Yuan, suddenly froze. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 The sword ray whistled past. Apart from Ta Yuan, who reacted in time and broke through the force that imprisoned him, Feng Qingyang only managed to sever one of his arms. Everyone else was killed by Feng Qingyang. The law of time? Sword Dao. Feng Qingyang casually pointed his finger, and a sword ray whistled past, killing Ta Yuan, who was trying to escape after his arm was severed. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang in surprise. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was also looking at Yi Chen Feng. This was because he realized that this Emperor God expert had also mastered the Sword Dao. It was not the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao, but the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. Of course, compared to his Sword Dao, it was obviously much weaker. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of mastery of the Sword Dao in the Devata realm. Yi Chen Feng looked at Feng Qingyang and sighed emotionally. I, Yi Chen Feng, have walked for nearly 20,000 years, but I've never seen anyone who can surpass me in the Sword Dao. You're the first person to do so. A genius in the Sword Dao. This was Yi Chen Feng's first impression of Feng Qingyang. It was an unforgettable impression. Yi Chen Feng had once thought he might meet someone who had extraordinary attainments in the Sword Dao one day. However, he did not expect he would meet such a person outside the realms of gods. Moreover, this person was younger than him and had a lower cultivation base than him. At the Divine Emperor stage, it was easy for him to detect a person's bone age with his divine consciousness. Naturally, it was impossible to detect a person's bone age in such a manner. However, he was certain Feng Qingyang was only slightly older than 10,000 years old. You're also the first person I've seen who has mastered the Sword Dao apart from me and my disciple. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was looking at Yi Chen Feng with a surprised expression on his face. The Sword Dao. This Sword Dao was completely different from the Sword Dao he had mastered. Although his Sword Dao was different from his disciple, Duan Ling Tian's,
Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was different. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly before he relaxed his brows. He did not expect his master would reveal his attainments in the sword Dao in front of Elder Yi. After all, in the realms of gods, such a thing could easily cause trouble. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of narrow-minded experts. How would they feel if they found out Yi Chunfeng had mastered the sword Dao at such a young age while they had not? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt his master should not reveal his sword Dao. However, he soon changed his mind. With Yi Chunfeng's character, it would not be a big deal even if he found out. However, he was surprised to find out that Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was not a secret. He did not expect the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang School had mastered the sword Dao as well. Although the sword Dao contained in Yi Chunfeng's sword Dao was not as good as his, it was the real deal and not the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Yi Chunfeng was the first person he had met who had mastered the four Dao of heaven and earth since he arrived in the Mystic Gangland. Before this, he had never met anyone who had mastered the embryonic form of the four Dao of heaven and earth. Your master and disciple? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Yi Chunfeng smiled and said, "You're talking about Duan Lingtian, right? Duan Lingtian has only mastered the embryonic form of the sword Dao. It's not the real sword Dao in the realms of gods." The embryonic form of the sword Dao? Feng Qingyang was about to refute when Duan Lingtian sent him a voice transmission to stop him. "Master, I didn't reveal the embryonic form of the sword Dao in the realms of gods." Feng Qingyang was not stupid. He quickly regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I see." However, in the Devata realms, many people regard the rudimentary form of the sword Dao as the true sword Dao. "I know." Yi Chunfeng nodded. "I'm also from the Devata realms." At this moment, Feng Qingyang finally regained his senses. He smiled wryly and said, "Elder Yi, I forgot that you revealed your strength as a celestial emperor earlier. Those who don't come from the mundane realms or Devata realms will face certain restrictions when they return from the realms of gods." Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chunfeng would take a liking to his master after he revealed his sword Dao to him. Yi Chunfeng followed them back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and stayed there for a long time before he was ready to leave. Based on what Yi Chunfeng knew, Yi Chunfeng had been talking to him about the sword Dao almost every day. Yi Chunfeng was not the only one who benefited from the discussions. Even his master had benefited a lot from it. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yi Chunfeng and Feng Qingyang would become good friends after spending some time together. "Qingyang." Before Yi Chunfeng left, he smiled at Feng Qingyang and said to Duan Lingtian, "If you ever come to the Mystic Gangland, you can come to the Chunyang School and join the hidden sword progeny." Yi Chunfeng smiled and said, "As long as you are willing, I can even accept you as my junior brother on behalf of my teacher." Chapter 3965. Big Brother Yi, I'll definitely look for you at the Chunyang School if I go to the land of profound handle. Feng Qingyang did not reject Yi Chunfeng's goodwill. When Yi Chunfeng saw this, he nodded. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, he took out a space-piercing divine shuttle and left solitary destructive heaven. Even Yi Chunfeng himself had no idea which realm of gods he would end up in. Even before he left, he did not greet Duan Lingtian. He only greeted Feng Qingyang because there was no need for him to greet Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian only had one of his clones in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's true body was still in the Chunyang School. Yi Chunfeng was the old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage in the Chunyang School, one of the few void peer stage elders in the Chunyang School, and one of the mid-god emperors. He could see Duan Lingtian at any time. There was no need for him to bid farewell to him. Big Brother Yi is a straightforward person. After Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang smiled at him. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade divine sword that Duan Lingtian gave him before he left. In Yi Chunfeng's eyes, even if Feng Qingyang did not lack divine weapons, he would definitely lack high-grade divine weapons. After all, he was someone who had never been to a plane of gods. As a matter of fact, Feng Qingyang was indeed lacking high-grade divine weapons. Although he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, there was no divine artifact or anything like that left behind for him in the inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the current him to only have this bit of strength.
Of course, after Duan Ling Tian returned from the land of profound handle, Feng Qingyang would not lack high-grade divine weapons. However, since Yi Chunfeng gave him a high-grade divine weapon, he owed Yi Chunfeng a favor. Of course, it couldn't be considered a favor. During this period of time, he and Yi Chunfeng had been exchanging sword principles. Although both of them had received a certain amount of help, it was obvious that Yi Chunfeng had received more help. After all, although Yi Chunfeng had mastered the sword Dao, his sword Dao was not as good as Feng Qingyang's. This was also the main reason why he thought highly of Feng Qingyang, and even said that he was willing to accept Feng Qingyang as his junior brother on behalf of his master. Feng Qingyang was qualified to make him do that. She is indeed straightforward. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but at the same time, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Master, if you go to Chunyang school, I'm afraid you'll become many people's martial granduncle, and even be respected as ancestor. Although Elder Yi is young, his status in Chunyang school is very high. He belongs to the highest generation. In truth, Feng Qingyang only knew that Duan Ling Tian was a celestial emperor from a sect in the realms of gods. However, he did not know Yi Chunfeng's status in the sect. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, he finally realized Yi Chunfeng's status in Chunyang school. Master. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to recall something inside. You shouldn't have revealed your sword Dao so easily. There are many experts in the realms of gods, and many of them are narrow-minded. Of course, I'm not saying that Elder Yi is that kind of person. Although I haven't known Elder Yi for long, I can tell he's not that kind of person. It's just that there are many people we can't predict. Duan Ling Tian said. I was in a hurry at the time. Feng Qingyang chuckled. Although Mi Xian didn't reveal your 5 divine elements, others still heard his last words. There are too many people, and I don't think Big Brother Yi will be able to guess anything. On the contrary, I'm worried that people will make wild guesses if they spread the news. If I want to kill them, I can't do it without using my sword Dao. Feng Qingyang sighed. Master, you could have asked me to do it through voice transmission. However, now that I think about it, it's normal for you to send me a voice transmission because you were in a hurry. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that since it had happened, there was no turning back. Based on the current situation, it was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, the patriarch of the hidden sword progeny in Chunyang school had befriended Yi Chunfeng. In the future, when Yi Chunfeng's master went to the Xiangang land, he would be able to enter Chunyang school and become a patriarch. Forget it. What's done is done. Let it be. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, It's been a long time since the two of us got together. This is a good opportunity for us to catch up. Tell me what happened to you in the realms of gods over the years. I really didn't know you went to the realms of gods and became a divine emperor. You're even stronger than me now. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength had surpassed Feng Qingyang's, Duan Ling Tian did not feel uneasy. However, Feng Qingyang did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt gratified. This time, Elder Yi came back with me, and even took up a lot of Master's time. Indeed, the two of us, Master and disciple, didn't have time to chat. Now that he's gone, I should tell Master about my experiences in the past few decades. Following that, Feng Qingyang went to Duan Ling Tian's cultivation place in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian told Feng Qingyang about his experiences in the Xiangang land. Since his master, Feng Qingyang, was aware that he possessed the 5 divine elements, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back when he told Feng Qingyang about his experiences. Although Duan Ling Tian's clones had returned to the Devata realms and the mundane realms, he did not meet his family because he did not want them to be separated again. Previously, he did not know when his clones would return since he did not think it would be easy to obtain the space-piercing divine shuttle. However, this time, since the space-piercing divine shuttle was not difficult to obtain, he wondered if it was time for him to meet his family. After all, as long as he had the space-piercing divine shuttle, he would be able to return whenever he wanted. Although it was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to obtain more space-piercing divine shuttles through Qin Wuyang, according to Yi Chunfeng, the hidden sword progeny would be able to obtain a batch of space-piercing divine shuttles if they had enough time. As for the time that he spoke of, it was at most a few decades. Furthermore, he would be able to produce a batch every once in a while. Perhaps it's time for me to return and meet my family. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Feng Qingyang listened to Duan Ling Tian's recount of his experiences in the Xiangang land. Initially, His expression was calm. However, when Duan Ling Tian said he was in danger, his expression changed drastically. Naturally, during this process, he had also analyzed some things with Duan Ling Tian. For example, Duan Xiaoyu, who suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and acted affectionately toward Duan Ling Tian, said, "He has the same surname as you, and he calls you Big Brother. He even said you look like his big brother." It sounds like a coincidence, but is it really a coincidence? You said it yourself. The way she looks at you doesn't look like she's looking at someone who looks like her brother. Instead, it's like she's looking at her brother. Let's make a bold guess. Is it possible that this has something to do with the law of time? You should know that there are celestial weapons that contain the law of time in the Devata realms. The flow of time in the celestial weapons is different from the flow of time in the Devata realms. However, the flow of time in the celestial weapons is only effective for those with a low cultivation base. If a person with a high cultivation base enters the celestial weapons, the flow of time in the celestial weapons will be affected. Now that I think about it, you've cultivated in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with Hua Lao as the soul of the celestial weapons artifact. You should know about it, Feng Qingyang said. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. His eyes widened when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning the law of time. Master, are you saying my encounter with Duan Xiao you might be related to the flow of time? That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. You should know that I obtained the Supreme Powerhouse's legacy. It's the legacy left behind by a Supreme Powerhouse who's skilled in the law of time. Although he didn't leave me anything, he left behind a lot of useful information. According to his description, when one uses the law of time to a certain extent and has a special environment, one might be able to travel through time and space for a short period of time. Naturally, it's only a short period of time. Could it be that, at some point in the future, you inadvertently traveled through time and space to a point in the past where you didn't even exist, such as 700 years ago? Did you meet her at that time? Did she acknowledge you as her big brother? It had to be said that Feng Qingyang's guess was extremely bold and exaggerated. It was so audacious that Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. Is this possible? Although the probability is very low, it's possible. Even the Supreme Powerhouse who left me the inheritance didn't experience traveling through time and space. What he said is only his speculation. Feng Qingyang said. It was precisely because of this that he made such a bold guess. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Although he did not think it was possible, when he thought about how the flow of time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was different from the outside world, he was certain it was true. It was only after he arrived in the Devata realms that he learned the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had different effects on those who had not become celestials and those who had become celestials. Moreover, the more powerful a celestial was, the less they could enjoy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's ability to slow down time. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian met Hua Lao, the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hua Lao had told him that the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's ability to slow down time was created to nurture juniors with low cultivation bases. Yes, I'll find out in the future. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he asked, "Have you met your family during these 2 times you've been back? I thought you were with them. I didn't expect you to go to the realms of gods." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before he said, "I had some misgivings earlier, but they're gone now. I'll meet them later." Chapter 3966. Is it because of the space-piercing divine shuttle? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Previously, I obtained a space-piercing divine shuttle by chance. It was only after I went to Chunyang School that I realized the crafting of the space-piercing divine shuttle isn't that difficult. Now, as long as I want to, I can get some space-piercing divine shuttles from Chunyang School. He had told Feng Qingyang about the divine void-piercing shuttle. Therefore, Feng Qingyang was aware that the divine void-piercing shuttle was a unique divine weapon that was not exclusive to the natives of the realms of gods. Little Tian, do you have any extra space-piercing divine shuttles with you? Feng Qingyang asked Duan Ling Tian as his eyes gleamed. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Feng Qingyang's question. Master, are you planning to go to the realms of gods as well? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. He did not deny it. Master. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Why don't you wait until you've broken through to the Divine Emperor stage before you consider going to the realms of gods? The realms of gods aren't that safe. Even if you plan to go to Chunyang School with the space-piercing divine shuttle, you might not be able to reach the Chunyang School's profound gangland.
Even if you're lucky enough to arrive at the profound handle land, you might not necessarily appear in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture where the Pure Sun sect is located. And on the way to the Pure Sun sect, you might encounter an accident at any time.
Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've thought of all these. However, I don't plan to go to Chunyang School when I go to the realms of gods. If I go to Chunyang School, I'm sure Brother Yi won't let me be an ordinary disciple.
If I were an ordinary person, I'd be more than happy to have a big tree like him to rely on.
But I'm different. I don't want to rely on him, nor do I want to rely on anyone else. I, Feng Qingyang, want to walk my own path.
Even if I go to a realm of gods, no matter which realm of gods the divine void-piercing shuttle sends me to, I'll stay there and carve out a world of my own.
As for the Divine Emperor realm, with the divine pellet you gave me, I can easily break through in a few years. After breaking through to the Celestial Emperor stage, I'll head to the realms of gods. Naturally, I'll leave a Law of Earth clone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang said.
Duan Lingtian knew very well that his master was a very opinionated person.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be where he was today.
Regardless of whether it was his rise from the mundane realm to the Saint Province realm, his domineering rise in the solitary destructive heaven to become a heavenly emperor, or his narrow escape from the Azura hell to obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, one could see that his master did not lack courage and determination.
It would be cruel to keep such a person trapped in one place. Master, I don't have a space-piercing divine shuttle with me right now. Other than my clone using a space-piercing divine shuttle, I gave the rest to Elder Yi. Once you've broken through to the Celestial Emperor stage, I should be able to obtain more divine void-piercing shuttles. At that time, I'll return with another Law of Earth clone and give you the divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Qingyang. All right. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, since you've decided to reunite with your family, you should hurry. I'll take this opportunity to cultivate and break through to the Celestial Emperor stage as soon as possible. I've been looking forward to going to the realms of gods for a long time. When Feng Qingyang mentioned the realms of gods, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, he had entered the Azura hell because he was hunted down by a powerhouse from the Divine Offering Land. Although the powerhouse's strength was restricted, he was still able to force his way into the Azura hell. In the end, he had no choice but to flee to the Azura hell. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he did not feel grateful to the powerhouse at all. All he felt was killing intent. Moreover, the powerhouse had attacked him because of his disciple, Duan Lingtian. Whether it was to avenge himself or to eliminate the threat to his disciple, Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of letting the powerhouse who had attacked him go. It would be difficult for him to catch up to the powerhouse in the Devata realms, unless he could go to the realms of gods. However, since the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed, he could not go to the realms of gods even if he wanted to. Now that he knew there was a divine artifact like the divine void-piercing shuttles, he was eager to seize the opportunity to go to the realms of gods. Little Tian, send your Law of Space clone to reunite with your family. Send another Law of Space clone to bring a divine void-piercing shuttles as soon as possible. Over the years, I've made some new discoveries in the place where the Supreme Powerhouse left his legacy behind. After the place was destroyed, there were many scryer recordings of the Law of Time. I've been immersed in them for decades. Not only has my cultivation base improved rapidly, but my comprehension of the Law of Time has also surpassed the Law of Destruction that I was most proficient in. Send another Law of Space clone here. I'll share my insights with you. I'm sure it'll be beneficial to your Law of Time as well. Although Feng Qingyang was in a hurry to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, he still wanted to help Duan Lingtian improve his Law of Time. All right. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He chatted with Feng Qingyang for a while longer before he left. When Duan Lingtian left, Feng Qingyang also returned to his place of cultivation. After returning to the mundane realm where his family had settled down, Duan Lingtian, who had decided to reunite with his family, could not help but feel a sense of homesickness. He had felt the same way before. However, after he decided not to show himself that time, the feeling of homesickness disappeared. This time, however, he was prepared to show himself and reunite with his family. Father, mother. The first people Duan Ling Tian went to see were Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they were naturally overjoyed and asked about his well-being. Li Ro kept asking Duan Ling Tian about his experiences in the realms of gods. With his past experience, Duan Ling Tian did not mention anything dangerous. He did not want his mother, Li Ro, to worry. Mother, my journey was very smooth. First, I met a powerhouse from a god-emperor sect. When he saw my cultivation base at such a young age, he took me to a sect called the Heaven Illumination Sect. After that, I performed outstandingly in the Heaven Illumination Sect and was lucky enough to join a powerful sect called the Chunyang School. Now I, your son, am a godly emperor. With my current cultivation base, I can rule over some of the more remote places in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian only revealed the good news and left out the bad news. Duan Ruffing sat at the side and listened to Duan Ling Tian's story. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. He knew his son's journey in the realms of gods would not be so smooth. Moreover, how could he become a god-emperor in such a short time? Duan Ling Tian would not believe his son did not encounter any dangers in such a short time. He would not believe his son did not become a god king, and a god-emperor. When one's strength rose rapidly, it was always accompanied by great risks. Duan Ling Tian, who had experienced this before, knew this very well. Let's not talk about anything else.
Back when he was in the mundane plane, it was precisely because the powerful soul that possessed his body had controlled his body for many years that he was able to regain control of his body after many years and possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, even if he was considered a genius in a small place, he would not have been able to achieve so much in such a short time.
Duan Ling Tian knew his son was only saying this to comfort his wife. He could only sigh at his son's thoughtfulness. At the same time, he made up his mind to ask his son what he had been through all these years when they were alone. He wanted to know the truth. After spending some time with his parents, Duan Ling Tian was urged to meet his wife, Li Fei, and his children. Duan Ling Tian went to see Li Fei first. When the couple saw each other again, they hugged for a long time. Li Fei was so emotional that tears streamed down her cheeks. However, since it was only a clone, Duan Ling Tian did not do anything that crossed the line. He did not intend to do anything because he found it strange and uncomfortable. He decided to wait for his main body to return before he did anything that could not be explained. Li Fei was not the only one who felt the same way. Huan felt the same way as well. After spending some time with Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian went to see Huan Huan had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful and alluring as before. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, she laid quietly in his arms and told him how much she had missed him over the years. Duan Ling Tian listened to her quietly. Huan cultivation base was already high to begin with. After years of hard work, she was now a demigod. She was only a step away from becoming a god. After spending some time with Huan Duan Ling Tian went to see Feng Tianwu, his children, Han Xuanai, Feng Wu Dao, and the others. They were overjoyed when they learned that Duan Ling Tian would stay by their side with his clones from now on. My clones can stay here and guide them in their cultivation. Apart from that, I can also obtain cultivation resources from the Devata realms through the Tidal Temple. As for the cultivation resources in the realms of gods, I can use my clones to deliver them to them. With this thought in mind, a bright smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. It's a good thing I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to form a law clone. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that it was indeed a good thing to have a law clone. After some time passed, Duan Ling Tian, who had obtained the 2 space-piercing divine shuttles, did not hesitate.
He quickly formed a Law of Time clone and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in one of the Devata realms.
After handing the space-piercing divine shuttles to Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian returned to his master, Feng Qingyang, and patiently listened to Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Law of Time. Chapter 3967. Thanks to Feng Qingyang's unreserved sharing, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense the Supreme Powerhouse's attainment in the Law of Time. Although his comprehension of the Law of Time was not as fast as his comprehension of the Supreme Powerhouse's quintessence, it was not slow at all. If this continues, I'm afraid the Law of Time will become the second Law of Time I'm most proficient in after the Law of Space. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied with this and looked forward to it.
The law of time was also known as the first of the four supreme laws because it could affect space to a certain extent, making it more mysterious than the other three supreme laws.
Currently, Duan Ling Tian was most proficient in the law of space. Next was the law of life. Next was the law of time, which was improving rapidly.
The reason why the law of life was so fast was because of the secret chamber. However, the law of life did not have an advantage over the other laws. The second reason was because he needed to sense the energy of life to refine divine pellets, which was of great help to his comprehension of the law of life. It could even be said that when he sensed the energy of life, he was comprehending the law of life. Moreover, there was a complete divine tree of life in his small world that could provide him with an endless supply of the law of life. Under such circumstances, he was constantly in contact with the energy of life. Even if he did not deliberately comprehend the law of life, his comprehension of the law of life would subtly improve.
Now, Duan Ling Tian felt that the law of time shared with him by his master, Feng Qingyang, would allow his comprehension of the law of time to surpass that of the law of life. It was obvious how much he had benefited from it. Now, I've comprehended a total of 9 laws.
The 5 elemental laws and the 4 supreme laws, I've comprehended all of them.
Among them, the law of space is the strongest, followed by the law of life and the law of time. As for the other 6 laws, they're about the same and can't be considered weak, but they can't be compared to the other 3 laws. My current focus should be on comprehending the law of space. As for the other laws, I'll comprehend them at most in my free time.
However, based on the current situation, my law clone seems to be able to comprehend the law of time on its own.
However, it seems that a law avatar can only comprehend one law. This is completely different from the main body. For example, the law of life clones can only comprehend the law of life.
The avatars of the laws of space can only comprehend the laws of space.
If it weren't for the fact that my temporal law clone went to look for my master and shared his insights with me, allowing my comprehension of temporal law to improve rapidly, I wouldn't have noticed this at all. A law avatar can actually comprehend the laws? Upon realizing this, even Duan Ling Tian's main body could not help but wake up from his cultivation. He immediately sent a message to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, did you know that non-native law clones can leave the main body and comprehend the corresponding laws independently? On the other side, Zhen Pingfan quickly responded, isn't this common sense? You don't know? Common sense? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Could it be that his great discovery was actually common knowledge that everyone knew? At the same time, Zhen Pingfan continued to send a message to Duan Ling Tian. This world is fair after all. The natives of the realms of gods possess the power of bloodline. Naturally, some of them can't activate the power of bloodline because they lack the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. There are strong and weak bloodlines as well. Those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse won't be able to activate the power of bloodline. However, they can still form law clones. Not only can a law clone be used to assist in battle, but it can also be used to comprehend the laws independently. In fact, those who aren't natives of the realms of gods and don't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse have an innate advantage over the natives of the realms of gods. Naturally, people like you can't compare to us in terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources. After all, most of us were born in the realms of gods. From the moment we were born, we've enjoyed cultivation resources that you can't even imagine. On the other hand, very few people like you are able to make it to the realms of gods. Even if you have great potential, very few of you are able to reach the pinnacle. Naturally, once you reach the pinnacle, you'll be at the pinnacle. For example, the stronger ones among the ultimate powerhouses are basically people like you. They don't have the bloodlines of other ultimate powerhouses in their bodies. It's also because of this that they have law avatars that can help them comprehend the corresponding law. Of course, it doesn't mean that people like us are weaker than all of you at the same cultivation base. There are many people with extremely powerful bloodlines. Some people's bloodlines can not only assist in battle, but they can also help improve their comprehension of the laws and speed up their cultivation. Zhen Pingfan explained a lot to Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian learned a lot from him. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's conclusion was similar to Zhen Pingfan's. The world was fair after all. In the end, people like them had an advantage over people like Zhen Pingfan. After all, those who could reach the realms of gods had more heaven-defying bloodlines than those like Zhen Pingfan. There's still more than 30 years until the 7 prefectures feast. I know you've been urging little Yang Yang to help you collect more divine space-piercing shuttles, and the Hidden Sword sect often sends you divine space-piercing shuttles. I believe you have your own thoughts and plans. However, if it affects your cultivation, I hope you can stop for the time being. Your top priority is to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. There's nothing more important before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. If you can't break through by then, the sect might not be able to make you cough up all the resources we've spent on you. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave Chunyang School in the future. If you were the sect leader of Chunyang School, I'm sure you know what you'd do if you were in his shoes. Zhan Pingfan's tone was solemn when he said the last sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhan Pingfan's words, he realized Zhan Pingfan had been paying attention to him. It was as though Zhan Pingfan was worried Duan Lingtian would take a wrong turn. Don't worry, Elder Zhan. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhan Pingfan. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor, I'll definitely break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. When Zhan Pingfan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he sighed in relief. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, if you can really break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years, you'll be able to make it before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. It'll be held by the 5 top Celestial Emperors in Tonglang Province. At that time, you can go with Yun Peak to the Grand Banquet. Of course, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, Yun Peak won't give you a place. As he finished speaking, Zhan Pingfan's indifferent tone once again became serious. The Grand Banquet? Duan Lingtian sounded confused. Is the Grand Banquet a place where the 5 top forces trade with each other? It's not just about trading. Zhan Pingfan said, every Grand Banquet is held 10 days before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. This time, it'll be held in the Seven Kills Valley. The Grand Banquet is not only about trading, but also about learning from each other and gambling. Of course, it's mostly about learning from each other and gambling for the younger generation. In addition, there'll be an auction where the 5 top forces will gather all the rare treasures they've collected. Zhan Pingfan paused and said, in short, if you can go to the Grand Banquet, you'd better go. Maybe you'll get something unexpected. However, you'll have to break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm first. Otherwise, even if I'm willing to let you go, my father won't allow it. I can help to decide who will go to the Grand Banquet, but my father will have to look at it and confirm it a second time. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look forward to it when he heard Zhan Pingfan's words. As for the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm, he was more than 90% sure that he could break through to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm within 20 years. That was if there were no accidents during this period. Righteous Island was the place where the people of the righteous lineage cultivated. The righteous lineage was just a relatively ordinary lineage among the 19 lineages of the Chunyang School. There was only one immortal Emperor realm expert in the lineage. Moreover, he was just a quiet void elder. Lan Zhangming, the old ancestor of the righteous lineage, was only ranked in the upper middle among the group of quiet void elders in the Chunyang School. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't as strong as the strongest ones. However, when it came to stability, there were very few quiet void elders who could compare with him. Even when those void pierce stage elders in the sect mentioned Lan Zhangming as a junior, there was no lack of praises in their words. They didn't praise him for his great talent and high comprehension ability. Instead, they praised him for his shrewdness and intelligence. Lan Zhangming actually came from a very ordinary background. The reason why he could get to where he was today was not only because of his own diligence and hard work, but also because he knew how to take advantage of others. He even relied on his intelligence many times to avoid calamities one after another. There was once when he brought his son and grandson along with him during a calamity. It was supposed to be a trap to kill him, but he still managed to escape. However, at that time, his son and grandson had both died. Among the 3 generations of the righteous lineage, only his great-grandson Lan Shilin was left. Recently, someone from the hidden sword lineage frequently went to the Cloud Peak to contact Duan Lingtian. It seems like they are delivering something to him? Lan Zhangming, who had just received the news, had a glint in his eyes. That Duan Lingtian hasn't gone out since he returned to the Cloud Peak Island from the Myriad Island. Why would he be related to the hidden sword lineage? Lan Zhangming didn't place anyone in the Cloud Peak. Firstly, it was unnecessary and meaningless. Secondly, once he placed someone in the Cloud Peak, it would destroy the relationship between the righteous lineage and the Cloud Peak. In comparison, he naturally knew how to make a choice.
The reason why he knew this news was that he got it from the disciple who was in charge of patrolling around the Cloud Peak Island recently.
Chapter 3968.
Moreover, the people from the Hidden Sword progeny who went to Yun Peak to look for Duanling Tian aren't ordinary people.
Lan Zhengming could not figure it out.
Even if the sect thought highly of a brat who had just entered the sect, it did not make sense for the Hidden Sword progeny to be so friendly with him, right? Could it be that Junior Uncle Yi from the Hidden Sword progeny thinks that if Duanling Tian can enter the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet, he'll definitely get a spot? Is that why he asked his people to send some help to Duanling Tian?
When Lan Zhengming thought of this, he felt relieved. If that's the case, it makes sense.
It seems like they think highly of Duanling Tian. Lan Zhengming muttered to himself before he sent a message to Lu Hui, the righteous progeny's elder Ling Su. Has the little fellow been behaving recently? At this moment, Lan Zhengming was worried that his great-grandson, Lan Shilin, would look for trouble with Duanling Tian for no reason. Even if he did not look for Duanling Tian directly, he was worried that Lan Shilin would look for trouble with the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect.
Grandmaster, Shilin hasn't gone out during this period. Lu Hui replied through the voice transmission. Okay.
Lan Zhengming sighed in relief when he heard that. Then he added, if he goes out, you can't let him go alone. Also, if he wants to make a move on Duanling Tian or the 2 people from the Heaven Illumination sect, you must stop him.
If he doesn't listen, send me a message. I'll tell him personally.
Lan Zhengming's tone became much more solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Before Lu Hui could reply, he added, right now, it's not only the sect that sees him as their hope, but the Hidden Sword progeny also sees him as their hope.
Junior Uncle Yi must have instructed his people to send him a few resources. You should know what this means, Li Tianlan said.
Before the 7 prefectures banquet begins, not only will the sect not allow anyone to go against him, but the Hidden Sword progeny will not allow it as well. The sect might care about my reputation, but the Hidden Sword lineage might not.
You also know that person from the Hidden Sword faction. He wants to do things his own way. Of course, he has the qualifications to do so.
After all, he is the most promising person in the sect to enter the Upper Divine Emperor realm, or even the Supreme God realm.
Originally, Lu Hui was surprised by Lan Zhengming's words. He didn't expect that the Duanling Tian of Yun Peak's lineage would make his grandmaster so apprehensive.
Now, when he heard the last part of his grandmaster's words, his expression turned serious. At the same time, he vowed solemnly, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I definitely won't let Celine mess around.
With you in charge, I can rest assured,"
Lan Zhengming said again before cutting off the communication with Lu Hui. Ping Shang's branch was also one of the branches that had void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. Although this branch had a mid-divine emperor like a void-pierced stage elder, there was no other divine emperor under him. It was also the only branch that didn't have a quiet void elder among the 7 branches that had void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. However, even though there was no lower divine emperor or quiet void elder in Ping Shang's branch, there was a jade void elder. His strength was very close to the God Emperor realm and he could become a lower divine emperor at any time. He was also recognized as the most promising person in Chunyang School to become a God Emperor. His name was Yuan Hanjin. He was the adopted son of the old ancestor of Ping Shang's branch, the void-pierced stage elder Yuan Pingxing. Even though he was adopted, Yuan Pingxing, who had never married or had children, treated him like his own son. He taught him everything without holding back anything. As for Yuan Hanjin, he also had a status that was only below one person and above thousands of people in Ping Shang's branch.
"Master, are you looking for me?"
In a courtyard in a quiet valley, a tall and handsome young man was standing in front of a pavilion. He respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting indifferently in the pavilion. The middle-aged man had a medium build. His appearance was ordinary and resolute. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was the first Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School and the son of the old ancestor of Ping Shang's branch, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin looked at the young man and asked indifferently, "You should have heard that Duanling Tian, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, has joined the sect, right?" Hearing his master's question, the young man was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said yes. At this moment, Yuan Hanjin added, "I've only recently heard that Duanling Tian has quite a bit of enmity with the Myriad Devil sect. Many of your elders even died because of him. Among them,
There are two people you see as your own brothers, Du Pajuan and Du Qianjun. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at the young man and said, "Are you thinking about how to avenge them?"
I dare not.
Hearing this, the young man's expression changed.
He hurriedly bowed his head, but his body was trembling.
"Even if you dare, you are no match for him," Yuan Hanjin said indifferently. The young man was the son of the myriad devil sect leader, Yang Chenya. When he heard his master's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, even if he wanted to take revenge for his former elders, for his childhood friend whom he viewed as his own brother, he didn't have the strength to do so even if he was given the chance. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he knew that he was far from being a match for him. "How's your cultivation recently?" Yuan Hanjin asked.
How far do you think you have traveled from the lower divine emperor to the middle divine emperor?
Yang Chenya replied quickly, "I am useless. I have only traveled less than 1/5 of the way." "Too slow." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. Yang Chenya was silent.
"Originally, I didn't expect you to rank highly in the 7 prefectures banquet," Yuan Hanjin said slowly. "After all, your strength is still lacking. Among the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet, you can only rank at the bottom. After all, the prodigies of the 7 prefectures banquet are all at least divine emperors."
Yang Chenya lowered his head even more when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. "I am useless. I have embarrassed you, master." Yuan Hanjin shook his head. "To be able to become my disciple, you naturally have your own strengths. Your strength has not caught up to mine because you have limited cultivation resources in the past. Didn't your strength increase by leaps and bounds when you entered the Chunyang school? As for that Duan Ling Tian, there's no need for you to compare yourself to him. Based on my understanding of him, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much in such a short time." Speaking of which, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Chenya sharply.
"Originally, I had the resources to help you become a medium divine emperor before the Feast of the 7 Mansions, and improve the Dharma principles you are good at.
However, I wasn't confident you would be able to pass the test. Do you know, how did the senior brothers and senior sisters before you die?" Yang Chenya's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan Hanjin's first sentence.
However, when he heard the second sentence, his brows furrowed slightly.
Now, after hearing the last sentence, his expression changed instantly. "Senior brothers and senior sisters, could it be that they died in the trial that Master mentioned?" Yang Chenya had always thought he was lucky. He entered the Chunyang school and became the disciple of Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder. Although Yuan Hanjin was not a quiet Void Elder, a divine emperor, he could become a quiet Void Elder at any time. After becoming his disciple, he also heard that there were actually not only 2 senior brothers before him, but also a few other senior brothers and senior sisters, but all of them died prematurely. All of them had died when they were lower divine emperors. As for the reason, there were many different opinions in Ping Shang's lineage. However, no one had a definite answer. "That's right." Yuan Hanjin nodded. At the same time, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. "I discovered that place in the early years. At first, it was open to those below the middle divine emperor level.
Later, the resources there were lost, and it could no longer withstand the power of those above the middle divine emperor level.
Only lower divine emperors and those weaker could enter. The weaker the person, the more dangerous it is in there. Your senior brothers and senior sisters died in there one after another. One of them almost succeeded. However, he was just one step away from death." When Yuan Hanjin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret and pain could be seen in his eyes. After all, they were all his disciples. "Was it worth it?" Yang Chenya asked in a low voice. "Even if there were great opportunities in such a dangerous place, was it worth risking one's life for? Was it worth it?" Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Chenya with a deep gaze. "Whether it was worth it or not depends on the person. Your senior brothers and senior sisters entered the place willingly. Even for you, I'm just mentioning it to you. I won't force you to enter. Although I hope that my disciples can become dragons and phoenixes, I don't want them to die. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. After a few experiments, I've discovered that if one doesn't have a strong will and isn't afraid of death, it's very difficult to come out alive. I only mentioned this to you because I found out about the hatred you might have for Duan Ling Tian. If you don't hate the Duan Ling Tian, I won't support you entering. It's too dangerous." However, if there's a seed of hatred, it might strengthen your will and give you a chance. Yuan Hanjin said. When Yang Qianya heard this, his eyes flashed a few times.
Then, he asked in a low voice, Master, does that place only allow me to improve my cultivation and comprehension of the law?
In his opinion, if that was the case, it was only a matter of time. He did not care if he became a medium divine emperor earlier or later. Even if he became a medium divine emperor, he might not be stronger than the Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension ability were obviously better than his. It would be difficult for him to catch up with the Duan Lingtian. If that's all, I wouldn't have let my disciples enter so many times. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, although your senior brothers and sisters died outside, they still sent me a message in time. According to 4 of the 6 of them, they discovered that their potential had increased. Their cultivation speed has increased, and their comprehension of the law has also increased. However, they didn't make it and died inside. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. Chapter 3969. Master, what kind of place is that? Although Yang Qianya's eyes lit up, his face was filled with confusion. He could not imagine such a place existed. It was fine if it could improve one's cultivation and laws, but it could also improve one's talent and comprehension. Do you find it unbelievable? Yuan Hanjin asked as he looked at Yang Qianya. Yes. Yang Qianya nodded. He did find it unbelievable that such a place existed in this world. Even a godly venerable expert might not have the means to create such a place, let alone an emperor god. No. In other words, even a godly venerate expert might not have the ability to create such a place. Unless there was some kind of treasure that could provide certain conditions and the godly venerate expert used his own strength and methods to create such a place. At first, I found it unbelievable too. Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, but in the end, your senior brothers and sisters died one after another. The experiments they did as pioneers told me. It's just that unbelievable. Over the years, I've been studying various ancient books. Not only did I study the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago, but I also studied the history of millions of years ago and even earlier. A few years ago, I came across an incomplete record in one of the ancient books. It was the thing in that record that made me think that the place I discovered might be that thing. As he spoke, Yuan Hanjin's breathing became a little hurried. What thing? Yang Qianya asked. At the same time, his eyes lit up because he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. Yuan Hanjin stared at Yang Qianya, then raised his hand and threw out a few formation plates. A few soundproof formations enveloped the 2 of them. Seeing this, Yang Qianya's face became more solemn. He knew that if it was not a secret, his master would not act like this. One had to know that this was Ping Shang's lineage, the territory of his master's biological father. The disciples who cultivated here were all his master's martial brothers and their disciples' juniors. His master was being so careful in such a place. It showed how cautious he was. After carefully setting up a few soundproof formations, Yuan Hanjin said word by word, the most powerful spiritual abode. The most powerful divine abode. Yang Qianya was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He knew about the supreme experts. He had heard of omnipotent god weapons before. He knew that they were high-grade god weapons that had been nurtured by omnipotent experts for many years. Moreover, it was said that only high-grade god weapons with weapon souls could be promoted to omnipotent god weapons. However, this was the first time he had heard of the divine abode of a supreme expert. However, since it was related to the word strongest, it seemed that the strongest divine dwellings were most likely related to the strongest. Master, could this omnipotent divine abode be related to the omnipotent? Yang Qianya took a deep breath and asked. If it was related to the strongest, then it would naturally not be an ordinary item. Even if it could increase a person's talent and comprehension, it would be normal. Utmost powerful beings were the strongest existences in this world. This was especially true for the supreme experts who controlled the realms of gods. Each realm of gods was just a minor world in their bodies. For this reason, the rules in the realms of gods were set by the supreme experts. Whether it was the heart demon blood oath or the natives of the realms of gods leaving their realms of gods, if their destination was a lower realm of gods, their strength would be suppressed. This was the rule set by the supreme experts. In response to Yang Qianya's question, Yuan Hanjin said unhurriedly, it's related to the supreme experts. Moreover,
The supreme experts have gathered all kinds of rare treasures and gathered many venerable grade divine weaponsmiths to forge something similar to a divine artifact.
Naturally, the supreme experts do not possess offensive or defensive abilities.
The only thing they possess is the ability to nurture the younger generation and improve their talent and comprehension. It can be said that they have the ability to defy the heavens and change their fate.
Supreme-level divine dwellings are usually prepared by supreme-level experts for their juniors, Yuan Hanjin said. The moment Yuan Hanjin's voice fell, Yang Chenya's breathing quickened, but at the same time, he had an even bigger question.
Master, if that's really the case, since the divine abode was prepared by the ultimate masters for their juniors, why would it still be dangerous?
That's impossible. In Yang Chenya's opinion, if he was a supreme expert, the divine abode he prepared for his descendants would not be dangerous.
However, his senior brothers and sisters had all died at the hands of that thing that seemed to be the most powerful divine dwellings.
Upon hearing Yang Chenya's words, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Chenya with a hint of relief in his eyes. The fact that you're able to think of this in time shows that you're more rational than Lung Qing. The supreme divine abode is an item that can defy the heavens and change the fate of their descendants. Naturally, it's impossible for them to harm their descendants. However, there's a situation that's different. That is, after every omnipotent spiritual abode is formed, the omnipotent experts will place a restriction on it. Once he dies, the restrictions hidden in the divine abode will be activated. This is to prevent other ultimate experts from taking advantage of the situation and giving the divine abode he prepared for their descendants. Once a supreme expert dies, his descendants will not be able to escape death as well. There's no point in keeping the supreme divine abode. Therefore, when the supreme expert creates the supreme divine abode, they will leave something behind. That move also turned the most powerful divine dwellings into a hot potato. Of course, although the restriction in the supreme divine abode has been activated, and the energy and resources it contains are constantly declining.
However, if it's someone with a strong will and can endure a certain amount of pain, they will be able to use the supreme divine abode as long as they can endure it. However, such people are few and far between. At the very least, it's unlikely that there's such an existence among the descendants of other supreme experts. Even if there is, the supreme expert won't let them take the risk. It's better to create a new supreme divine abode for them. Therefore, after a supreme expert kills another supreme expert and takes the supreme divine abode from him, they will abandon it as soon as they discover that there's a restriction in it. If I'm not wrong, the place I discovered back then might be the supreme divine abode that the supreme expert of the profound handle land that we're in now casually abandoned. The reason he threw such a supreme divine abode into the small world in his body, which is the profound handle land, is because he wants to give the people in his small world a good fortune. This good fortune may cause some people to die, but they are not his direct descendants, so he doesn't care.
Yuan Hanjin said, "The danger is great, but the opportunity is also great. It's a pity that your senior brothers and sisters didn't make it in the end." Yuan Hanjin sighed. A supreme divine abode is created by a supreme expert at a great cost. Its value is actually higher than that of a high-quality divine artifact with an artifact soul. Of course, the supreme divine abode that I discovered should belong to the kind that has been dilapidated for many years. Now, it can only accommodate existences below the level of a lower-level divine emperor. As far as I know, a supreme divine abode can normally accommodate existences below the level of a god emperor. From a higher-level divine emperor to an ordinary divine spirit, anyone can enter. Yuan Hanjin's words gave Yang Chenya a deeper understanding of the supreme divine abode. A supreme divine abode was very dangerous. However, if one could survive it, he could be reborn, and defy the heavens to change his fate. Now, I've told you everything that I should tell you. As for what you think, it's up to you. However, even if you don't plan to go in, I hope that you will keep your mouth shut and not leak this information. When Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, his gaze became sharper as he looked at Yang Chenya. Also, even if you want to go in and take the risk, you have to ask yourself, is your will strong enough? Are you really not afraid of death? Are you really forced into a desperate situation? After asking, Yuan Hanjin's tone became stern again. Yang Chenya fell silent again when he heard this. Let's go back. Yuan Hanjin raised his hand and sighed. Actually, I don't want my disciples to go to that place anymore. That lousy place. After a few more years, perhaps even a lower divine emperor won't be able to enter. At that time, it will be completely destroyed. Although Yuan Hanjin was just mumbling the last two sentences, Yang Qianye heard it clearly. "Master, I'll take my leave." Yang Qianye took his leave, but he could not calm down for a long time. The Supreme Divine Abode. It was a divine object that the Supreme Experts prepared for their juniors. It could defy the heavens and change their fate. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to go in.
However, when he thought about the dangers hidden within and how his senior brothers and senior sisters whom he had never met had died in there, he shrank back in his heart.
He wanted to avenge his 2 childhood friends and a few elders. That's right. However, he had not thought about risking his life for this. Even if I have to die together with the Duanling Tian to avenge them, I don't think I'll be willing to do that, right? Yang Qianye thought to himself as he left his master's place of cultivation. After Yang Qianye left, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hanjin's eyes. Perhaps I can try again. One last time. Just one last time.
Although this disciple's talent and comprehension are not as good as the others, his tenacity is far greater than theirs. However, the hatred in his heart is not strong enough.
Chapter 3970. For Duanling Tian, the Chunyang School was his blessed land. Ever since he came to the Chunyang School, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. This was partly due to his own efforts, and partly due to the Chunyang School. He was responsible for refining supreme divine elixirs. Some rare herbs that could not be obtained in the Tianlong clan could be obtained in the Chunyang School. This allowed him to refine even more precious divine elixirs. In addition, the Chunyang School provided him with a large number of practical resources, and Yun Feng spared no effort to help him. His cultivation had improved by a small margin almost every once in a while. Elder Zhan said that if I can become a middle-level divine emperor in 20 years, I can go with him to the trade fair held by the 5 top divine emperor forces in Tunglang province. Based on my current cultivation speed, I should be able to do so a few years earlier. Duanling Tian cultivated in his own place. Occasionally, when he was done, he would walk out of his room and take a deep breath before continuing his cultivation. On top of that, if he felt that cultivating was too boring, he would refine some divine pellets and use the Supreme Master's Godhead, as well as the floating image pearls that the Pure Sun sect had lent him, which recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in space law, to further his comprehension of space law. His comprehension of the law of space had improved rapidly. He believed that he had surpassed all the clear void elders in the Chunyang School and caught up with most of the spirit void elders in the Chunyang School. Of course, he was only catching up with the ordinary spirit void elders. Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu were the best of the Chunyang School's spirit void elders. Duanling Tian knew that his current attainments in the law of space were not as good as theirs. The Chunyang School's law chamber was also open to Duanling Tian, but it was no longer of much help to his law. This was because the Chunyang School's law chamber was on the same level as the Tianlong clan's law chamber, except that the spiritual energy supplied to the law chamber was more abundant. The Chunyang School was one of the top 5 God Emperor level powerhouses in the Tunglang province. The amount of God stones and God crystals it possessed was definitely not something a God Emperor level powerhouse like the Tianlong clan could compare to. Of course, the law chamber was useless against Duanling Tian's law of space, but it was still useful against other laws. However, Duanling Tian also knew that if he only went to the space law chamber, even if he stayed inside until the 7 prefectures feast began, no one in the Chunyang School would say anything. However, if he stayed in the other law chamber for too long, there would definitely be people who would object. After all, the Chunyang School was generous to him in the hopes that he would rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. The law of space was helpful in increasing his strength, but it was obvious that other laws could not be improved to the point where they could help him rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast in such a short time. No one was a fool. It was also because of this that although Duanling Tian had the privilege of entering the law chamber granted to him by the Chunyang School, he did not squander it. If I let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space now, there will definitely be many people who will object. However, once I rank in the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast and let the rest of my law doppelgangers go to the law chamber to comprehend the law of space, no one will dare to say anything. Duanling Tian was now thinking the same thing. Although he was not afraid of gossip, he did not want Zhen Pingfan to be put in a difficult position. He hadn't spent much time with Zhen Yunfeng, but he was quite familiar with Zhen Yunfeng's son, Zhen Pingfan. Not putting Zhen Yunfeng in a difficult position was the same as not putting Zhen Pingfan in a difficult position. Time flew by as he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chunyang School was calm and peaceful. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate day after day. He rarely went out because he no longer needed to refine other supreme divine pills to aid his cultivation. The divine pills in his possession were enough for him to reach the intermediate divine emperor realm. All he lacked now was time. Ping Sheng's branch. It was also the branch of Yang Qianya, the son of the myriad demon sect's sect master. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky.
It was a middle-aged man of medium build, dressed in an unremarkable blue robe.
His features were ordinary and resolute, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Greetings, martial uncle. When the middle-aged man appeared above Ping Sheng's branch, an old figure flashed out of the void and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Little Yun Yan. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the old man.
Then, he left under the old man's respectful gaze.
The old man was the elder of Ping Sheng's branch who was in charge of patrolling this area. From the way he addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious that he was a generation younger than the middle-aged man. In terms of appearance, he was good enough to be the middle-aged man's father. Tianlong Clan. The Tianlong Clan's War of the Emperors was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the sect was somber. Duan Lingtian's departure did not have much impact on the Tianlong Clan's War of the Emperors. Of course, as a genius from the Tianlong Clan, Duan Lingtian's departure to Chunyang School had caused quite a stir in the Tianlong Clan. After all, he was personally invited to go to Chunyang School by an Emperor God expert from Chunyang School. In the history of the Tianlong Clan, there had never been such a person. Tianlong Clan. The middle-aged man, who had been with Ping Sheng's branch in Chunyang School not long ago, appeared near the Tianlong Clan at this moment, looking in the direction of the Tianlong Clan from afar. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. In the next instant, he had already left the Tianlong Clan, and no one in the Tianlong Clan noticed his appearance. From the middle-aged man's following itinerary, he did not intend to go to the Tianlong Clan. He was just passing by, from Chunyang School to the Million Demon Sect, a God Emperor level sect under the Tianlong Clan. He had to pass by the vicinity of the Tianlong Clan. Whoosh! A divine artifact spaceship was moving at a moderate speed toward the Million Demon Sect. The departure point was near the Tianlong Clan. The middle-aged man, who had previously stayed near the Tianlong Temple for a while, was now sitting cross-legged in the spaceship. In front of him, floating image pearls were suspended in the air. There were more than 20 of them. As he used a part of his divine sense to merge with these 20 floating image pearls, more than 20 floating image mirror images appeared at the right time, scattered in the void of the cabin of the divine artifact spaceship. However, these 20-plus images all had one thing in common, and that was that among the 2 or more people fighting, one of them was the same person. These were the floating image mirror images of one person fighting. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the same person in these floating image mirror images at a glance. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. It was none other than the clan leader of the Tianlong Clan, Long Qing Chong. He was a high-level divine emperor whose strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong Clan. He was also the youngest person in the Tianlong Clan. Even if there was no emperor battle, he still had a chance to step into the divine emperor realm in the future. In the floating image mirror images, it could be seen that Long Qing Chong was proficient in the law of metal. When he attacked, golden light bloomed, and the sky was filled with dazzling fist shadows. It's still a little difficult for me to imitate his techniques. After all, I'm not proficient in the law of metal. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, and his eyebrows knitted together. After a while, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly flashed. I almost forgot. The clan leader of the Million Demon Sect, Lan Qing, is only a low-level divine emperor. I'm not proficient in the law of metal, but it's very difficult to distinguish the level of divine power recorded in the floating image mirror images. I just need to keep the flaws on the surface. That's simple. 3 days later, the Million Demon Sect had an uninvited guest. An uninvited guest who had silently entered the Million Demon Sect's encampment. Moreover, he had appeared directly in the cultivation grounds of the sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect, Lan Qing, and had alarmed the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil Sect. Lan Qing had been forcefully killed in front of a group of people. From the beginning to the end, no one had time to use their divine senses to investigate the person who had killed Lan Qing. Plop. However, a floating image pearl prepared by an unknown person fell near Lan Qing's corpse. After someone picked it up and looked at it, they could see that the entire process of Lan Qing's death was recorded. A tall and burly person shrouded in a black robe made a powerful move and killed Lan Qing with just a few moves. In just a few moves, the law of metal merged with the divine power and released a dazzling light. However, no one paid attention to this.
The clan leader has been killed.
The person who came is definitely a high-level divine emperor. A mid-level divine emperor doesn't have such strength. Should we tell this news to that child Xueqi? Let's not tell him for now. The 7 Prefectures banquet is coming soon, and he's the prodigy of the Chunyang school. He might be cultivating in seclusion recently and might not have received the news. Moreover, he has the clan leader's soul pearl. If he finds out, he'll definitely come back. The sect leader of the Million Demon sect, Lan Qing, had been killed. Even though the Million Demon sect's higher-ups tried their best to conceal the news still leaked. For a time, the entire Million Demon sect began to panic. In fact, the last time the Heavenly Dragon sect came and executed a group of higher-ups, it seemed that everyone was in danger. Now, even the sect master was killed in his own cultivation area in the Thousand Devil sect's encampment. Immediately, the Thousand Devil sect could no longer suppress the panic in their hearts, and many people were already preparing to leave the Thousand Devil sect. They felt that it was too dangerous to stay in the Million Demon sect. While the Million Demon sect was in chaos, a divine artifact flying back to the Chunyang school at the exaggerated speed of a high-level divine emperor. Not long after, it returned to the Chunyang school. Half a month later.
This is, in the Pure Yang sect Ping Shang's faction, Yang Qianye, who had just woken up from his cultivation and was about to take out a divine pill from his storage ring to continue cultivating, suddenly noticed the shattered pieces of soul orbs in the corner of his storage ring from the corner of his eye.
In the next moment, Yang Qianye came to his senses. Was this not the soul pearl of his father, Lan Qing? Father! Yang Qianye's pupils contracted rapidly, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He even let out a shrill cry of grief. Chapter 3971. Yang Qianye was about to go crazy. His father had actually passed away during his cultivation this time. Moreover, no one had informed him beforehand. Although he did not follow his father's surname, his surname was Yang because his father wanted to commemorate his mother who had died many years ago. His mother's surname was Yang. His mother had died because she wanted to protect him and his father. At that time, he was still in his infancy. After that, his father took on the role of both a father and a mother and raised him up. He had enjoyed the love of a father since he was young. In his eyes, his father was even more important than himself. Why was he so outstanding in the Thousand Demon sect? In fact, other than his talent and comprehension, it was more because of his hard work and diligence. Sometimes, even his father could not stand it and told him to be flexible. Why did he work so hard? He wanted to become more powerful so that he could protect his father and the 10,000 Demon sect. In his opinion, the 1,000 Demon sect was too weak. In Tunglang province, there were countless experts who had the ability to destroy the 1,000 Demon sect. Those God Emperor level forces, even if they were already past their prime, just one order was enough to annihilate the Myriad Devil sect and even kill his father. He had secretly sworn to his mother that he would take good care of his father for her and do his best to protect his father. In the past, he had worked hard and diligently. How many times had he risked going berserk in order to break through? There had always been an obsession in his heart, and that was his father. It could be said that the reason he could live for so long was all because of his father. His father was the most important person in his life. He was even more important than himself. If he could bring his father back to life, he would be willing to exchange his life for his father's. No. Maybe, it's just a mistake. Maybe my father is still alive. Yang Qianye, who seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly calmed down. The whole process happened without any warning. Ask the martial uncles in the sect. Maybe my father is still alive. Maybe it's just a problem with the soul orb. Yes, it must be. The quality of the soul orb is not good, so it broke. My father is definitely alive. My father is definitely alive. Yang Qianye kept thinking like this to numb himself.
However, when he took out the soul orb of one of the martial uncles and was about to send a message, he hesitated. What if
What if it was true? No. There was no what if. There's no what if. In the end, Yang Chenya's entire body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and sent out a message. Then, as if he wanted to confirm something, he took out a few soul beads and sent out another message. Then, all he had to do was wait. For Yang Chenya, this moment, even if it was just an instant, felt like an extremely long wait. Moments later, the first message arrived. Chenya, my condolences. Then there was a second voice, Martial Nephew, my condolences. Don't be too sad.
The spirit of the sect master in heaven would not want to see you sad because of him.
After that, the third and fourth rays of light also arrived. A series of messages entered Yang Chenya's ears, causing him to be completely dumbstruck. It was as if he had been possessed. It was as if he had originally thought that there was hope, but at this moment, he had been sentenced to death. His father was really gone. His father, who had raised him up as both his father and mother, was gone.
No one cared about the problems he encountered due to his overly diligent cultivation, and no one often nagged him, hoping that he would get married and have children soon. That was it.
It was all gone.
Yang Chenya was in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights before he came back to his senses and completely accepted the fact.
At this time, he also knew that no matter how sad he was, it would not change anything. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was dead. Father is gone, father is gone. Who on earth is it? Who killed my father? Yang Chenya opened his eyes wide, and a fierce light burst out of his eyes. His originally handsome face became somewhat ferocious at this moment. Then, he sent a message to his master, Yuan Hanjin. Master, my father is dead. I want to go back to the Thousand Demons sect to see who killed him. On the other side, Yuan Hanjin was somewhat in disbelief. What happened? Why did your father suddenly die? I will go with you. I, Yuan Hanjin, want to see who dares to kill the family of my disciple. As Yuan Hanjin said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone.
Master. Yang Chenya could hear the anger in his master's tone and was naturally quite moved.
Wait for me. Not long after Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, he arrived and took Yang Chenya to the Thousand Demons sect in the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. Master, you don't have to be so fast.
For the Divine Emperor grade spaceship to travel at such a fast speed, I am afraid it will cost a lot of divine gems, right?
Yang Chenya looked at Yuan Hanjin with red eyes and said in a hoarse voice. At this time, you don't have to worry about this. Yuan Hanjin said in a deep voice. It is a pity that there is no Divine Emperor grade spaceship in the Thousand Demons sect. Otherwise, I will definitely borrow one for you and return at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor.
If it is at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, it will take less than half a day to return to the Thousand Demons sect.
Yuan Hanjin said.
Master, when Yang Chenya heard this, his eyes became even redder.
He was touched.
However, with the Divine Emperor grade spaceship at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor, the two of them returned to the Thousand Demons sect in a few days.
After returning to the Thousand Demons sect, naturally, they went to find the truth behind the death of the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, Lan Qing. A floating image pearl and a floating image mirror image revealed the truth behind Lan Qing's death.
He is tall and burly and is skilled in the law of metal.
When he attacked, his fists were dazzling and overbearing. He is probably a high-level Divine Emperor. Yuan Hanjin muttered after looking at the floating image mirror image. Then, he looked at Yang Chenya and asked, Is there such a person among the enemies of the Thousand Demons sect? As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, Yang Chenya shook his head, and one of the supreme elders of the Thousand Demons sect standing next to him said respectfully to Yuan Hanjin, Elder Yuan, our Thousand Demons sect will definitely not have such an enemy. If we had such an enemy, the Thousand Demons sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. Now, we suspect that, we don't know when the sect leader offended a higher god emperor. Or, when the supreme elder reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Yang Chenya and hesitated. At this time, Yang Chenya opened his mouth and said, Father has always been cautious. He would never offend such a person. Even if he had such a backer, he would not offend him. As for me, I don't think I have offended such a person. Yang Chenya's voice became even hoarser. He had seen his father's body that had been frozen by the people of the Thousand Demons sect and had suppressed his voice for a while. He did not cry.
This was because when he was young, his father had told him that a man should not cry.
Since he has been dead for a while, I think you must have investigated it. Yuan Hanjin looked at the people of the Thousand Demons sect and asked indifferently. We have. Another Supreme Elder stepped forward and took out a few floating image pearls. Then, he showed the soul pearls to Yuan Hanjin and Yang Qianya. Elder Yuan, Qianya, take a look. The floating image pearls showed a few mirror images. These mirror images all had the same person. This person was tall and burly. His back gave them a familiar feeling. When he attacked, his fists were everywhere. At the same time, he was also skilled in the law of metal. Although this person's strength was only at the level of a middle divine emperor, his back and figure were too similar to the figure in the floating image mirror image that had killed the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect, Lan Qing. They could be overlapped. Who is he? Yang Qianya lost his self-control and looked at the supreme elders of the Thousand Demon sect with red eyes. He asked in a low voice. The supreme elders looked at each other for a while. In the end, one of them stepped forward and sighed. He is the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong. The images in these floating image pearls are of him fighting when he was a medium-level godly emperor, said Qin Feng. Now, he is already a high divine emperor. At this point, a hint of fear flashed in the supreme elder's eyes. Then, he looked at Yuan Hanjin. At this time, Yang Qianya had already knelt in front of Yuan Hanjin. Master, please avenge my father. The sect master of the Tianlong clan was a high divine emperor. Naturally, he was not someone he could deal with. Moreover, the Tianlong clan was a big family. He could not afford to offend them. He could only rely on his master. If he really did it, I will give you and your father justice. Yuan Hanjin glanced at Yang Qianya and said in a low voice, however, I am afraid that he will not admit it. If he does not admit it, there is nothing I can do to him. Although the Tianlong clan does not have an emperor god now, they have many favors in the past. There is no lack of emperor gods who bear the burden of those favors. It is easy to kill him, but if I kill him without conclusive evidence, I and the Chunyang school will be attacked by some emperor gods. Yuan Hanjin said and shook his head. However, I still have to pay a visit to the Tianlong clan. Then, Yuan Hanjin took Yang Qianya to the Tianlong clan to question the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qing Chong. Long Qing Chong, of course, denied it. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it was meaningless to make a blood oath, he would have made a blood oath. A blood oath could only promise what would happen in the future. It was meaningless to make another oath about what had already happened. Under such circumstances, Yuan Hanjin could only leave with Yang Qianya. At the same time he sighed. Without conclusive evidence, Master can't kill him. I hope you can understand, Master. Yuan Hanjin let out a long sigh. At this time, Yang Qianya was no longer hysterical in front of Long Qing Chong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. It was as if he had completely calmed down. He suddenly looked up at Yuan Hanjin and said resolutely, Master, I want to enter the divine abode. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.